Anna Hoffman.
Hey friends, I'm Nikolai.
Hi, I'm Mustafa Turaman.
Hi, I'm Tanya Janka.
Hello.
And I'm excited to be the speaker at Azure Summit 2021.
It's a fantastic event that will be 11 days live streaming,
where more than 100 speakers from all over the world.
I'm excited to speak at Azure Summit about Power BI and Synapse Analytics.
And I'm going to talk about security.
And also a Microsoft MVP for Azure.
I'm speaking at Cloud Summit about automated release of .NET application.
And the best part is that this is a free event.
Come join me live at Learn TV on September 17th.
Come join me live on Learn TV on September 14th.
Come join me on Learn TV on the 14th of September this year.
A bunch of other Microsoft and community speakers.
So if you want to learn how to secure Azure, come to my talk.
Join us, it will be a lot of fun.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 8 of Cloud Summit 2021. I'm your host, Stephen Simon. And can you imagine we have completed the first week of Cloud Summit? The other day was absolutely amazing day. If you missed it, I definitely want you to go back and watch the day 7 of Cloud Summit, because the other day was dedicated just for students. We had this streaming of somewhere around 7 hours, and there were, I think, about 15 students who did talk about blockchain, Kubernetes, Azure Static Web Apps. There were panels on how you can become Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador, participating in Microsoft Imagine Cup from the winners itself. So the day 7 was absolutely amazing. And if you've missed it, please go and check it out. And if you cannot check it out, I mean, if you want to check it out, please register and we'll just drop you an email with all the links. Having said that, welcome once again. It is day 8, part 1 of Cloud Summit 2021. And as always, a gentle reminder to follow code of conduct and be gentle to everyone in the comments, be respectful. And yeah, you all have been following the same. So I'm happy about it. And as always, there's always 3 contests that's always going on. The first one is the live show contest, that whenever you ask a question to speaker or share your thoughts, please use the # Cloud Summit. Hi Ganesh, welcome back to Cloud Summit 2021. Yes, Ganesh has been really consistent. So thank you so much, Ganesh. And take a screen grab. Don't take a screen grab. Take a selfie or be creative in any way. Post on LinkedIn and Twitter. Tag us at Cloud Summit Live using the hashtag #Cloud Summit, and we'll pick the winners towards the end of the day. Having said that, it has been an absolutely amazing past 7 days, and I'm really looking forward for these 7 days: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We are on day number 8, and we have a many sessions in this day. Starting with the very first session that we have is actually on Stratis blockchain. Stratis is actually the platinum sponsor. No, Stratis is actually our title sponsors, and definitely, if you're interested in blockchain and you come from an ecosystem of C# and .NET, definitely go ahead and check out Stratis platform. If you're watching us on Azure Summit Live website, you can find the link below on their logo. And if you're watching us on YouTube, you can also find their link in the description. Having said that, the very first session we have is by Rowan Dehas. He's going to talk about deploying Stratis smart contract infrastructure to Azure Container Services. Here's a gentle reminder once again that So a reminder, it's an update that this is a recorded session, so we won't be able to take questions after the end of this session, but all the sessions today are live apart from this one. Yeah, so enjoy the Stratis smart contract on how you can deploy it on Azure Container Services.
My name is Rowan de Haas, and today I'm going to be talking about deploying Stratis smart contract infrastructure to Azure Container Instances. I'm going to walk you through a bit of a demonstration about creating an NFT smart contract and deploying that to a Stratis blockchain. And then we'll create a microservice that combines the two different elements, an API backend that exposes information about our NFT that we've just created, and a Stratis node that provides this information directly to our API backend from the Stratis blockchain. So let's get started on this in just a second, but before we do, let me tell you a bit more about myself. I am a C# developer, and I really love the language, the tools, and the community and the ecosystem that surround C# and .NET. So I've been working with C# for a long time in an enterprise context until around the year 2018, when I became interested in blockchain and smart contract development. Now, at the time, there were no C#-based blockchains, and there was no way to write a smart contract in C#. There were definitely no .NET blockchain tools. So I pretty quickly discovered Stratis and their goals of building a blockchain node in C#. And I eventually ended up joining the team who built the Stratis Smart Contract Platform module for the .NET Full node. Eventually, I was able to realize my goal of being able to write a smart contract in C#. So the Stratis platform itself is an open source blockchain that's written entirely in C#. And by design, it is modular and extensible, and it allows different blockchain components to be connected together in whatever ways a developer desires. It could also be thought of as a blockchain SDK, where you can kind of pick and choose different consensus algorithms, different databases and storage mechanisms. And then on top of that, you can add features like smart contracts to come up with entirely new blockchain configurations. So the software behind the Stratis platform is used to power several public permissionless blockchain networks. The first of these is the Strax network, which is the original network that's secured by proof-of-stake consensus. And the second of these is the Cirrus network, which is a sidechain to the Stratis network and capable of running smart contracts and is secured by proof-of-authority consensus. There are also testnet variants for these networks, which are places where you can play around with the Stratis blockchain without using real funds. So whenever I refer to the blockchain in this presentation, I'll be talking about the Cirrus test network, which is where we will be deploying our NFT smart contract. So let's get started creating our NFT, and it might help to have some context on what an NFT is. So I'll run through a brief overview of that now with a couple of examples. So right now, a digital art craze is sweeping through the world. And we have artists, developers, and even auction houses creating and trading unique digital art, and it's all being done through NFTs. The technology that makes NFTs possible is smart contracts. So almost everyone who has used the internet would have seen this image at some point. This is the Nyan cat. And the Nyan cat was recently turned into an NFT by its original creator, artist Chris Torres. But what exactly is an NFT? Well, the letters NFT stand for non-fungible token. And by now, everyone's probably familiar with the concept of a cryptocurrency token. Ordinarily, when you own a token, it has no particular identity attached to it, and it could be swapped with any other token of the same kind. You own the token, but you don't really care which particular one it is. And this property is called fungibility. So when something is not fungible, it has its own unique identity. For example, consider a rare painting, something like a rare Picasso. Because only one copy of this rare painting exists, it can't be interchanged with another painting. So due to its uniqueness and rareness, it is non-fungible. And we can extend this concept into the crypto space too, by creating tokens that have their own unique identity. These tokens can represent many things. things in the real world such as real estate, or even things in the digital world such as art. So it might help to think of NFTs in this sense as digital collectibles. All right, so hopefully with that background of what an NFT is, we're ready to kick off our walkthrough. So we'll start by creating our own NFT smart contract, and then we'll create our microservice and we'll deploy it onto Azure. Okay, so inspired by the Nyan Cat, I present to you this piece of digital art, the Ninja Cat. And shout out to the artists who created Ninja Cat for the Paint 3D software, because I have borrowed this sticker from Paint 3D. It is not an original. I am unfortunately not that artistically inclined, but I do want to turn this Ninja Cat image into an NFT and publish it on a blockchain. I've created a small piece of metadata to describe the NFT. It contains the name and the description of the image, as well as a reference to the URL where the image file is stored online. And it's a reference to this metadata file that will be permanently deployed on the blockchain. So the reference will be immutably deployed somewhere where anyone who wants to verify that the Ninja Cat image belongs to the NFT contract can look up this metadata and see exactly where it is stored. I've uploaded the image of Ninja Cat and the NFT metadata to Azure Blob Storage. This data now exists somewhere where I know it will be redundantly stored and geographically distributed so that it can exist indefinitely. And I set the blob access permissions to anonymous read-only access so that anyone else is also able to view the image and the metadata. So now that we've published our image and our NFT metadata, we can start to deploy our NFT smart contract to the blockchain. I flicked over to Visual Studio Code now, where we can see a JSON file that contains all the information we need for deploying our NFT to the Stratis smart contracts network. Down the bottom of the file, we have the code of our NFT smart contract, which is raw C# IL bytecode that has been encoded into hexadecimal. And next, we have the parameters for our deployment, which includes the name of our NFT symbol, and the reference to the metadata, which we just uploaded to Azure Blob Storage. So I'm going to copy all this and then paste it into the smart contract deployment endpoint of the Stratis full node. And the endpoint we want is this one here for building and publishing smart contract creation transactions directly to the blockchain. So I'll paste that in there and broadcast that transaction. And what we expect to get back is a result that contains the address of the NFT contract that's just been deployed to the blockchain. If I copy this address and scroll up a bit, we can use another endpoint to check that the code exists at this address. And what we should expect to see here is some, maybe the transaction hasn't been mined yet. So let's just wait a second for that to happen. Could take 1 or 2 attempts. And there we go. So what we see here is the name of the token that we've just deployed, the name of the type. And then we see the raw C# bytecode in hexadecimal format. But we can also see the decompiled C# of our NFT token smart contract. So that's our deployed NFT token. So now that we've deployed our NFT and we know that this information exists on a decentralized public blockchain, we want to be able to share this information with others, for example, in a UI front end. But how do we do that? Well, one way would be to have our users run their own instance of a blockchain node, which they can then connect to our UI. But that isn't always practical. Not everyone has the time or the resources to set up and synchronize a full blockchain node. And this stops being a viable approach entirely when taking mobile devices such as smartphones and tablets into account. But there is a solution. We can do the heavy lifting for our users, and we can make our NFT information accessible via a REST API. To do this, we will need to host both the blockchain node and the REST API. But luckily, this is really easy using Azure Container Instances. We can deploy our NFT microservice to production with just one very simple configuration file. And another great thing thing is that we can commit this configuration file directly into our repo so that we can share it with our team. In that way, our microservice configuration becomes code. Now let's take a look at how this can be done. So I flicked over to Visual Studio now. We can have a very quick look at our NFT REST API implementation. I started by implementing a basic controller which will return details about an NFT at a specific contract address. The way it does this is by directly querying an instance of a Stratis blockchain node to get details we want to show in our API. And that happens in this method here, get NFT details async. Let's click into that method and have a closer look. This method will send off several requests to the blockchain node to query the name, the symbol, and the owner of the NFT. And it will then compile those into a single view model, which will be returned as a JSON object through our controller. So let's have a look at this in action by running the solution on my local machine. And I'm already running a copy of the Stratis blockchain node locally, so all requests will just go there. So here we have our API endpoint. It's working okay. What I can do is append our address of our NFT token contract to the end. We expect to get some details back. And we can see that we've got our NFT name, NinjaCat, and then we've got our symbol and the owner, which is my wallet address. So the next step will be to deploy this little microservice to Azure container instances. So there's two components to the backend microservice, and we just saw the first one, which is the NFT API. And the second part is Stratis blockchain full node. So ideally, we want to have Docker containers for each of these services so that we can bundle them together into a multi-container group that runs on Azure. So next, we need to create a Docker image for our NFT API. So when I created this project, Visual Studio kindly and automatically created a Docker file for me. So all we have to do is check this out, make sure it looks okay, and then build and publish it to an Azure Container Registry. But before we can publish it to the registry, we need to create the registry. So we can do that using the Azure command line interface. So let's have a look at how that is done. So we're going to use the command line to interact with Azure via the Azure command line interface. Now let's create a container registry where we can push our Docker image. And we'll use this command as ACR create, and we'll specify a name, a resource group, and an SKU, and let that run. And when it finishes running, we will have created a private place where we can publish our Docker image. So it looks like our registry is being created successfully. We can check that in the Azure portal. Click on refresh in our container registries page, and we can see the Stratis API registry has been created. So now that we've got our registry, we can begin pushing our Docker image there. Let's flick back to our console window, and then we need to push our NFT API image to the registry. But before we can do that, we have to log in to the registry. And I always forget this step, but it's crucial. So make sure you log in. And once we've done that, we can start to build our Docker file. So the login has completed, and I'll just copy paste this command to build our image, paste that in there. And this shouldn't take very long because everything is already cached on my local machine. There we go. One thing you will notice is that we have to give the image a tag, and we have to include our image registry name in the tag so that it knows where to go when we run our push. So let's run our push command, and I'll just paste that quickly in there and kick that off now. And this shouldn't take very long either. And then once it's completed, our repository or our container registry repository will have a copy of our Docker image. So once that's done, we can flick over to the Azure portal and quickly dive into our registry, scroll down to the repository section, and let's see if it's been created. Yeah, there we go. So we have our Stratis platform NFT API Docker image published to our container registry that we just created. So back in Visual Studio, we can go ahead and start working on our Azure Container Instances deployment file. And what I've done is created a YAML file that contains the information of our container instances deployment. So if we have a quick look at that here, we can see that we've got our Stratis blockchain node together with our NFT API. And we want to keep these two together and deploy them together to our container instances. To do that, I've created a multi-container deployment. So you'll see in this file that there's two definitions for containers. The first one is our blockchain node, and it uses an image which is publicly available on the Stratis Docker repository. So Stratis publishes images for both Stratis and Cirrus mainnet and testnet networks. So initially, I've had to give it quite a bit of resources because syncing the chain consumes quite a lot of resources. So I've had to allocate 3 CPU cores and 4 gigabytes of memory. And the next thing that I've done is to expose the API ports used by the node, the first port being port 38223, which is used for the API. And then the next port is 26172, which is used for the blockchain protocol. And finally, I've created a volume mount, and this volume mount will expose a persistent Azure file storage so that the data directory of the blockchain can be persisted permanently. So that means that if we have to recreate or restart our blockchain nodes, we won't lose all of the data that we've downloaded. And that can be on the order of several gigabytes of data. So it can be quite handy not to have to resync the full chain every time we restart or recreate our containers. Okay, so the second container in our container group is the NFT API. And that's the API and the Docker image that we've just created. And as we know, we've published that to Azure Container Registry, and we can point our configuration to its location in our registry. And because our API is fairly basic, we don't need too many resources, so we can just allocate a CPU of 0.5 and 1.5 gigabytes of memory, and that should be more than enough. And we also need to expose ports 80 and 8080 for our HTTP traffic. We could also expose 443 if we wanted to enable SSL, but we won't do that for our demonstration today. Lastly, we've got a couple more definitions here. We've got our IP address, and we've mapped our ports that will be exposed directly to the public. We've also defined our volume mapping so that we can actually map this volume on our blockchain node directly to our Azure file storage. And don't worry, I know that there's some secrets in this file, and I will be deleting these shortly. But other than that, that's really it. So it's actually quite simple and easy to create a multi-container group in Azure Container Instances. And it's really quite nice and powerful to be able to define these things in code and share this code with other developers in our team or with our clients and other users of our software. Okay, so next, let's take a look at how to get this all set up and running on Azure Container Instances. So we have our multi-container group configuration file, and we can deploy it from the command line again. So I'll just flick to the command line again. And let's quickly check that we're in the same folder. There we can see our deploy ACI configuration file. And to deploy it, we just need to run a single command as container create. We'll specify our resource group. We'll specify the file name. And kick that off. And while this is running, it will be creating our container group and deploying 2 containers within that group. The first container will be our Stratis blockchain node, and the second will be our NFT API. It looks like they've just deployed successfully. So let's open up the Azure portal and have a look. First, we'll browse to our resource group, look for our container instances. And our first container is visible in the settings. We can view both our containers actually. So our first one is the blockchain node that we created. So let's click into that and have a look at the logs. It looks like blocks are being downloaded, so everything seems to be running as expected. And our second is our API. Let's have a look at the logs for that. And that also seems to be running fine. So what we can do is we can go over back to our overview page and we can grab the IP address of our container instances and copy that into the clipboard. And then let's fire up a new window and we can navigate to our endpoint where we expect to see an OK response from our NFT web app. Okay, so looks like that's working fine. So what happens when we navigate here is that we make a request to port 80, which is then forwarded to our NFT API container, which has exposed ports 80 and 8080 to the public internet. And now it's able to serve up data from our NFT smart contract directly from the blockchain. All we need to do is plug in the address of the contract we created earlier. So let's paste that in there and we can see the information about our NFT. We've got its name, NinjaCat, its symbol, and we've got our owner, which is my address. And then what we could do from here is we could take this API microservice that we've created and integrate it into a front-end decentralized application or dApp, or let other people use it to build their own products on top of. So just to recap everything we've done today, which is quite a lot, we have created this magnificent piece of digital art, NinjaCat. And then we've turned NinjaCat into a digital collectible and published the image and the metadata about it to Azure Blob Storage, where we know it will exist as long as we want it to. Then we've created an NFT smart contract which contains a reference to this metadata, and we've published this NFT to the Stratis blockchain. And so that we're easily able to view information and share information about our NFT and consume it with other applications or UIs, we've written a small microservice to obtain that NFT data directly from a blockchain instance that we host. And we've done this by creating a multi-container group using a very simple configuration file, which we then deployed to Azure Container Instances. So I hope this has been entertaining and really shown you the power of Azure and Azure Container Instances. It's super easy to set up, deploy, and share new kinds of infrastructure that's easily reproducible for both your team and your customers. All you need to do is share with people a couple of configuration files and they can replicate it themselves. Thank you for listening, and feel free to jump on the Stratis platform website where you can drop us an email with any questions. Or you can find all the links to our social media platforms where you can stay in touch and follow what we're up to.
Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. We get it. You were hoping that PowerShell would save your day, but you figured out that it is not user-friendly for non-experienced colleagues. Managing the increased demand on IT is a growing challenge, and running scripts manually is still very time-consuming and complex. Welcome to Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. Script Runner runs on PowerShell scripts. It combines everything you need to efficiently manage and automate your complex IT infrastructure. With Script Runner, you'll be able to make it easy for your team to perform administrative tasks without any knowledge of PowerShell, have a transparent overview on all PowerShell activities, And most importantly, free up your IT resources for more relevant tasks such as innovation and development. Download your free trial now and unlock the power of PowerShell.
All right, so the session that you just now saw was about how you can go ahead and build NFTs using C#, .NET, using Stratis blockchain ecosystem. And with that, we move to our next session of the day that's on quantum computing. And I don't know anything about quantum computing. So I'm really excited for the next session. Our next speaker is Priyanka Shah. She is a software engineer and a Microsoft MVP, and she's going to talk about introduction to Azure Quantum Computing and overview of Q# with Grover's search algorithm. So let's bring her in. Hi Priyanka, welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Thank you, Simon. That was a very generous introduction.
I'm glad you liked it. So I'm really looking for. Where are you joining us today from, Priyanka?
Singapore.
Oh, that's great. I mean, that's what I saw in the video. Actually, one of my teammates made it, so I was just confirming. Priyanka, I won't take much of your time. Please feel free to go ahead and share screen, and then you can get started.
Yeah, just hold on a second. Just let me know if this is okay. Right.
Yes, I see it. I have added it to the stream. Maybe Priyanka, you would like, yeah, that's perfect. So Priyanka, next 25 minutes is all yours.
All right. So let's begin. Okay. Just let me adjust the. Right. Yeah, this is okay, Simon.
Yeah, looks good. Perfect.
Cool. All right. Okay. So let's start, guys. Hey, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody who's joining us. And today we'll be talking about quantum computing with a special stress on implementing it using Q# and an example of Grover search algorithm, right? Just to set the context for C#, we will see one real life search problem solved using Grover search, right? So, yeah, thank you first of all, C# Corner, Simon, for having this wonderful 10 days event. A lot of wonderful talks going on there, right? And jumping to Azure Quantum Computing, as I said, we will be learning about Q#, so which is Azure Quantum Implementation, right? And a special mention with Grover Search. Right, so this is about me, MVP for AI, and you can connect with me at my Twitter handle, which is @fuzzymind1. All right. Just before we directly jump into the topic, a quick mention about quantum mechanics, right? So that quantum mechanics is closely related to the quantum physics as well, right? So the term quantum itself comes from your quantum physics, and if you want to put it in a very Richard Feynman-ish way, right? So Richard Feynman, Max Planck, all the fathers of quantum mechanics, right? So if you want to put it in Richard Feynman's word, he says that nature isn't classical. And if you want to make a simulation of nature, like at least try to attempt to build something which is closer to emulating or simulating nature, then it has to be quantum in nature, right? Okay, what do you mean by quantum, and what is quantum mechanics, and what is qubits, and how quantum differs from your classical theory, classical procedural programming? We'll come to that a bit later. So just for your information, the quantum inside of a quantum computer looks something like this, right? So a lot of registers, a lot of circuits, connections, and what those registers and circuits are made of. We will delve into those details shortly. All right. So when we look at quantum, what was the motivation for that, right? Okay. So when basically when you look at our real life things, like for example when you click a switch and the light comes on, or you know that there is a moon which is existing in the sky, even though during the daylight because of the sun you're not able to see it. So there are certain finite truths, there are certain universal facts which behave as the way which they should, right? But then you apply those rules, okay, to a universe made up of your minuscule particles of atoms, electrons, right? So at the atomic level, when you deal with particles like electrons, protons, neutrons, bosons, right? Then all these classical nature rules which you see and experience in real life, the facts which you take them at face value do not apply, right? For example, just to give a very vague and very simple context, I am at a position right now and I cannot be existing in any other state at the same point of time. So at point X, if I am at this place, maybe at time X plus one, I might be at some other position. But at let's say at 6:30 p.m. if I am here, I cannot be at point B all at the same time. But these rules, these laws which we take for granted, do not apply at the particle level, right? So, which means to say that at one point of time, a particle can be at two different places and can be in varying states, and that proposes, a difficulty for applying our normal common sense procedural programming in your quantum problems. But then, if you turn that difficulty into opportunity, meaning that with finite bits, right, I can maybe I can express humongous amount of more possibilities. Then that becomes an opportunity, and then that's how this working is applied in quantum mechanics. All right. The problem was that initial quantum systems, which were proposed by Feynman or by other propagators of quantum theory, they could not be modeled, and there was no computer big enough to sort of hold that much information, right? So it could not be processed. The amount of information which the quantum mechanics problem wanted to, the amount of RAM it wanted to process that information was not possible. But right now we have such huge computers with humongous computing power, which are making these computations possible. All right. Okay. So what makes quantum computing so difficult, right? And what it is that is so different from your classical physical world. Okay. So this is Feynman. He's trying to explain the quantum mechanics at CERN, right? The Large Hadron Collider in your Swiss facility. All right. So when we consider the rise of quantum machines, right? So the problem there is, we have to consider systems with probability calculations. All right. So let's say if you have two electrons constrained at being at 2 points A and B, then there are four possibilities of their location, right? So both are at A, both are at B, one is at A, one is at B, and other way around, one is at B, one is at A. Okay. So for two electrons, there are 2 raised to 2 probabilities. You just add one more electron, then there are 2 raised to 3, which is 8 probabilities. For 10 electrons, there are 2 raised to 10. For 20 electrons, there are 2 raised to 20. So just add one bit, and the probability, the computational probability, they increase by the power of 2, right? So what happens is, like, let's say if you want to have 2 raised to 10 computations expressed, and you add one more bit, that doubles your computation. So if you are wanting to have one computation done on a 32 GB RAM machine, just for argument's sake, and then you add one more bit, that would that would have you double your computing power. So double your GPU, CPU, RAM capabilities, right? And that is what makes your quantum computing very difficult, right? So, which is why you will need the rules of qubits and the systems that can exploit these computations and derive the optimum results, right? And now research into quantum computers began and has long-term implications for a lot of problems, and lot of problems in cryptography, lot of problems in LED-based systems, right? So we have been raving about quantum. So what is this quantum which we are talking about, right? So it's a term that comes from the study of quantum mechanics. Of course, it is to deal with particle physics, like when it comes to atomic particles, right? It is a branch of modern physics, and it tackles the properties of these particles at an atomic scale. Okay, and at the high level, right? At the level of these infinitesimally small particles, the physics phenomena which we experience in our daily day-to-day life, they are no longer applicable. Okay, the rules are flipped. Why they are flipped? Because, as I said, that is because of the wave particle duality of electrons, right? So which means the objects, which is electrons, can function as both waves and particles, right? So which means an electron can be potentially at x point of time, it can be at point A and point B all at the same time, right? Okay, so when we say that, given 2 points, so A and B, an electron can be there at point A or not at point A, and can be there at point B or not at point B, which means given 2 points, you have 2 raised to 2 probabilities. That is why given 3 points, the same electron can be there or not there at all the 3 points all at once, which gives you 2 raised to 3 times the probabilities of that electron being there or not being there, right? Which is why quantum understanding the quantum mechanics and computation becomes a bit tricky. Okay, now in quantum environment, okay, the value of that physical entity can be measured or can be predicted prior to its measurement. So in chemistry enthusiasts, you might have heard of the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, right? So because you are never certain of the location of the electron in its orbit, right? But then given certain pre-computed conditions, you can maybe have a say at the probability or guess the probability correctly. Okay, if your quantum computers apply the laws correctly, and which they do right now as of today, right? And then you can, given certain pre-existing conditions, you can try to predict the probability of that electron in its orbit, right? So, what are the basic building blocks of quantum? For example, when we are talking of wave particle duality and the particle can be there or not there all at the same time, if you have all these kind of uncertainties, how does quantum computing work, right? How does quantum computing come into play, and how can you leverage on computations using these uncertainties and probability calculations, and try to correctly come out with some formula trying to quantify all these uncertain things or uncertain calculations. All right, so we will look at the building blocks of quantum mechanics. Okay, so which are quantization, entanglement, and interference coherence. Okay, so these are the 4 building blocks on which your qubit, q sharp, and qubits are also. So q sharp is your programming paradigm. Okay, in quantum computation itself, the particles which you talk of, much like our procedural computing, you have a bit, right, which is 1 or 0. So in quantum computing, you have something called as a qubit. Okay, qubit, which is a qubit, a qubit, and the qubit is the probability that of 1 or 0, the probability that an electron is present at one particular place at one particular point of time at point A, and the probability of the electron being there is 0 or 1, and that is called as a qubit. All right. So Q sharp is your programming paradigm, which is based on the laws of quantum computing. Okay, and the most elementary part of quantum computing is a qubit. Okay, so this is the representation of a quantum particle, right? So as I said, right, because the electrons, we are talking of electrons and the position, which means apart from your 3-dimensional space, you also have a position vector, right? The state, and what state you are in, which can be the spin of the electron, the velocity of the electron. Okay, so a lot of things. So not only the 3-dimensional XYZ coordinates, but you also have your state vector, like what state that particular particle is in. And we also are talking of wave particle duality, right? So the spin, the orientation in the Hilbert space, all those things. So this is the rough representation of a quantum particle, and how you represent them is using the qubits, using this symbol. Like, so you have the electron here, and then how you use your when you use this representation of your absolute values, right? So one of that, and then this will give you this will tell you that this arrow type operator will tell you that it is uh, state vector as well. All right. So this is how you represent quantum particles. Not how should I say, very intuitive, right, and not very important for our discussion for Grover search today, but nonetheless, just an interesting observation. Okay. And as we say that quantum mechanics is probabilistic. For example, it is not going to give you anything concrete like a number. Like if I want to arrive at some possible factorial of a number, so 2 factorial is xyz or 10 factorial is abc. So it's quantum mechanics is not going to give you some particular uh, result, a concrete number. It is probabilistic, which means you can just talk about how close you are to a certain particular prediction. As I said, the electron being at one particular point in time, what is the probability? Okay. Or when you're flipping a coin, then when you're flipping a coin and before it lands, in the meanwhile, so you're flipping a coin from point A and it's landing here on point B. Then in the interim, at maybe at x plus 1 point of time after you threw the coin, whether it was a head or a tail, right? So that sort of probability you will have to predict it. So it is probabilistic. It's not something a concrete number. Okay. Quantum computers are basically resting on all these laws. Okay, and then as I said, they are using qubits, right? So qubits are systems which incorporate things such as spin of the electron or orientation of a photon, right? And all these particles, when we are talking of quantum computers, they can be having different properties all at once, like one particular spin, one particular orientation. Okay, and this property is called as superposition. Okay, so all these particles or all these infinitesimally smaller bits which we are talking about, they can be in different arrangements all at once at one particular point in time, and this property is called as superposition, right? Again, all these particles, like when we are talking of electrons, they might be intrinsically linked, like they are not independent of each other, and they might be affecting each other via some interdependence, right? So that property is called as entanglement, which means an electron at this point in time and this location, and another electron at the same point in another location may still be influencing one another and cannot be expressed independently or mutually exclusive of each other. So this property is called as entanglement. And again, quantum computers are highly sensitive, which means very small changes in heat, electromagnetic fields, or any small disturbances are going to change the electrons, because of course, right, the spin might be changed, the location might be changed, and it is going to affect the entire state of your system at that point in time, and which is going to affect all your equilibrium, right, system equilibrium as well. So this it's called as interference. So they are very highly sensitive quantum computers because of the nature of the particles which make them, right? And then how quantum computers basically operate is, right, so these are the basic building blocks. Even the computations which we are going to see in Grover search, they will rest on these building blocks, which are superposition, entanglement, interference, coherence, decoherence, right? Superposition we talked about is all the particles at once can have simultaneous number of arrangements, right? Entanglement is their different particles being dependent on each other, right? Interference is, like even the slightest of disturbance is going to affect, and then you can immediately predict, like, outliers from the equilibrium. Okay. And coherence, decoherence is because all these systems are so sensitive, quantum computers are so sensitive to external noise or environmental effects, then that's why, operations are carried out in such a way that the elements which cause noise are eliminated, and the elements which are should which amplify certain properties or disturbance, computations which are likely to amplify certain properties are introduced, right? Okay, so in coherence decoherence, we see that the number of operations that can be performed before a particular information is lost is limited. Therefore, knowing in advance how much the quantum information will last is called as coherence, and that is critical. That is critical to your computing. So the quantum computations take advantage of this behavior, and then they try to limit out the noises and try to take in those properties or those factors that will amplify the behavior, amplify the desired effect to reach your outcome in the shortest possible amount of time. Okay, that is what makes quantum computer very, very powerful, because they can arrive at the results based on all these coherence, decoherence, interference properties in maybe more than quarter of the time which your classical computers or even your supercomputers using procedural programming are bound to arrive at. Okay, so if you look at some of the real world applications, because we said that they seem to define the common sense notions of causality, locality, realism, right? Because of all those things, what happens is some of the real world applications are which are based on this quantum entanglement or superposition. Most of them are trying to in cryptography algorithms, or trying to use in search algorithms, right? So searching also, if you see, is a very routine task, it may seem, but then there have been a lot of optimizations based on search. So even your normal search data structures back in your engineering days, if you go back to it, you had binary search and bubble search and tree sort, and I don't know, like a lot of things, right? So your quantum computing paradigms are used in your search algorithms, in your cryptography algorithms, because just imagine the amount of permutations, combinations the hacker or any other decryption program might have to do to hack your secure key if it is built on quantum paradigms, because there are so many probabilities, right? As I said, that even with a single electron at two different points in time, you can have 2 raised to 2 possibilities. Just imagine, and you can never predict, it's all probabilistic, right? So given encoding at a certain point of time, it would be very difficult to crack it just like that if it was built using quantum principles of quantum computing. So cryptography search algorithms are two of the most favored approaches for solutions in real life, for solutions for quantum computing. Okay, so if you look at the qubit, this qubit or QUBIT, this is how it is represented. Okay, so apart from your XYZ space vector, space coordinates, it also has a state vector. This is this W1, and the orbital spin, right? The wave particle duality and the orbital spin of that electron. So this is how it is represented. So as you see, it's a wave function. It's a complex wave function. It's not like a three-dimensional representation. It's a complex wave function. Okay. So if you just look more in detail about qubit, which is a representation in Q sharp, our Azure Quantum Computing paradigm. So classical bits, they hold a binary value 0 or 1, as we all know. Quantum bit qubit can be a superposition. Now, what is superposition? As I was saying, is these are two classical states in two directions, representing 100% chance of that particle being there or not there. Okay, so 100% chance of something being found or something not being found. So if something is found, that is 1. So that probability of something being found at one particular point in time is 1, and the probability of not being found is 0. So qubit is 0 or 1, but it is not your normal bit, right? I mean, it's not like a binary representation 0 or 1. It is a superposition representation, whether I'm able to find that or not find that. Okay, and that is just about 1 bit, right? So if there are multiple qubits, they could be entangled. Entangled meaning both of them might be intrinsically linked in such a way that I cannot define this bit A without having specifying its interdependency with bit B. Okay, so that is how you're calling it as entanglement, right? There are certain basic transformations which are introduced in Q Sharp as well, right? So there are libraries which is Microsoft Quantum Intrinsic, Microsoft Quantum Canon, okay? and much like your arithmetic operations, which you have max and absolute and exponential, and other static math library operations in C sharp, you also have in Q sharp operations called M and X. Okay, so when you're applying these transformations M and X, okay, so what happens is an operation which is called a set qubit state. Okay, it takes in a parameter qubit and another desired parameter. Okay, so if I want this particular particle to be in a desired state, that will be my input parameter as well. And then the M operation, what it does is, okay, it will using the M operation, a qubit measurement always returns either 0 or 1. Okay, and then if I my desired state is not equal to the qubit which I want it to be, then I flip it. That is called as the X operation. So M operation is like if my desired input qubit is already in the state which I want it to be, M operation will leave it alone. Okay, so it will return me the state that, hey, this is what you want it to be. So you found it, the probability is the maximum of how you want that output to be, and the M operation returns me the measurement as it is. So M is the measurement at the desired point in time and the desired output, and X is flip it. So if it is not what you want it to be, then you flip it and then you recalculate again, right? So this is the M and X basic operations which you find in your quantum library, Microsoft Quantum Library. There are a couple of ways to achieve your Q sharp. So first of all, I'm using Visual Studio here, and in Visual Studio, as you can see, I am downloading QDK, which is the Q sharp development kit, much like your SDK, right? Your software SDKs are there. So you have a QDK to operate with Q sharp .NET. So this is, I'm using the Q sharp .NET library. There are other flavors which you want. For example, it could be Q sharp Python and stuff like that, right? So I'm using the Q sharp library for .NET here. Okay. Now, when you come to Grover search, what does Grover search basically do is, Grover search is a optimized problem for quantum using quantum computing, where you want to find, so it's not your normal search. So you want to find an element W and in the least possible number of iterations, right? So again, I mean, if you go by your normal classical approach, you will have to go at least n times, right? So if you have a, I mean, maximum, if you have a 1 to 10 sort of array, and then I want to search for the number 10, then if it is sorted array or unsorted array, then at least 10 iterations I have to go and see, like, whether my number is reached or not. Okay, so which means your complexity will be O of n. If you're using any sort of sophisticated sorting techniques like binary sort or binary search and all, then it will be log of O log of n, right? So that will be the complexity. But when you apply quantum search, Grover search, quantum computing techniques, it will be like, square root of n. So maybe if you want to sort an array of 1024, then you will take only like square root of 1024 amount of iterations to reach your search goal. Okay, so Grover search basically is trying to just search an element, and then it is trying to prove that. So more often than not, it is used for your database searching sort of operations, right? So in your classical approach, it will require n steps. So the complexity will be O of n, right? So this is the complexity. And then if you are using some sophisticated methods, it will be still O log of n, like binary. If you're dividing the array, in your binary search method. Okay. With quantum approach, you are going to take only root of n steps. So for 25 elements, it would be only 5 steps. Imagine like this sort of, I mean, as your bits keep on multiplying. So if it is 2 raised to 20 or 2 raised to 30, and then it is going to just take square root of n steps to achieve that, which means how fast and how efficient that is. Okay. Why Grover search is so efficient is because it is using wave particle functions, as I said, like amplitude and amplification, right? So which means if you say that you have these particular number of elements, a set of elements like k1 to kn, and I want to search the element kw here, then first of all what we do is we are going to flip the oracle. So the function which you are going to apply here is called as an oracle. Okay, so oracle is not your database oracle, right? So that is something, a diffusion function which you have here is typically when you're dealing with the amplitudes and magnifying the amplitudes, right? So this oracle function is nothing to consider just as a black box, right? So this is some function which you're going to apply to sort of magnify what you want to achieve, like the desired effects which we're talking about, right? So the desired outcome, and then how to sort of isolate it from all the others. So this is the oracle function which you're going to apply, and which is going to separate it from the other values which are not of interest to me. Okay, and then uh, oracles are basically a set of functions which you are going to consequently apply on your search set, okay, on your input element set, till you get the desired outcome. Okay, and then because of the nature in which your quantum bits operate, and the nature in which your quantum rules are set, you are going to achieve that in very very minimal a number of steps, and the error probability is only probability is O of 1 by n, right? Okay, the complexity is, the error complexity is only 1 by n, so very minuscule probability of error as well. And then the way in which you're going to attain your search outcome is going to be just like within root of n steps. All right. Okay, so if you were to look at the mathematical representation, this is the algorithm which you even can find on the quantum website, right? So just going to get. So the mathematical representation, we are going to find it on your Azure Quantum website as well, right? And if you look at the solution which we are using, so just look at the number of steps which we are using with quantum computing, right? So this is Q sharp. So this is your entry point, much like your main function. I've created a console application using Q sharp library. So after you download the QDK, you're going to get a Q sharp project, much like your C sharp console application or your .NET Core application. You get a Q sharp application. This is your entry point. So I know that this is my main function, and I'm going to run it, call the Grover search algorithm version. Okay, in this Grover search algorithm version, I'm going to have three parameters. So readability is like your C sharp function only, right? So you have mark index, number of qubits, and iterations, right? And then you have certain inbuilt functions like apply to each A. Okay, each A, the function h, and the qubits, which is your these are your registers, right? Your little endian format and big endian format. So these are your representation in your register representation. Okay, so number of qubits, so this is your the electrons which are saying. So if I have 10 electrons, and if the number of probabilities is 2 raised to 10, so this is your number of qubits. Then you're converting it into a qubit representation, your quantum bit representation. Okay, then you are having the registers, okay, for doing the quantum computing, like your normal registers, right, which are going to do your operations. And so these are your quantum registers, you are fetching them, and then you are applying the apply to each A. So this is a single qubit operation. You are applying to each qubit in your each element in your register, right? So dump machine is something which is diagnostics, and this is the oracle function. Oracle function is, just imagine a black box, which is like it is given an input, it will give you an output. So this is your amplitude function, which is going to amplify your desired location or desired bit, right? So if I want to find an element x in a set of n, that is going to amplify properties or that properties of that bit around my zone of interest, and then going to fetch that element in the least possible number of iterations, right? So just look at the code. This is the code. That's it. I have one amplify function. Others are inbuilt functions to just convert my inputs into qubit paradigms. Okay. So this is an amplify, and then these are the inbuilt functions which are going to measure, right? So this is going to measure. So if it's desired, the M operation will give me the measurement. If not, it will flip and it will continue searching. Okay. So just imagine, just look at the number of steps that are done for my search. And then even for bits which are to the order of 10, right? If I run quickly my search algorithm, we are just, I mean, couple of minutes extra, but then yeah, I'm at almost at the end of my session. So if you run this algorithm here, you're going to see that even for number of qubits ranging to 10, it is going to give me the result in like in few seconds. And then it is going to tell me that if I want to search a number 10 in 2 raised to 10 bits, right? So 2 raised to 10 probabilities also, that is going to give me the probability and where can I find it, right? And this is console application with limited implications, right? Limited functionality. But then just imagine that you can use it for finding factorials, for finding factors of numbers, or any searching complex searching algorithm, and then get the result in minimum number of iterations. All right. So the I mean, for quantum computing, the implications for future are tremendous. Sometimes, like in cryptography and all, they are positively influencing a lot of cryptography algorithms even right now. But then the search is being extended to a lot of other areas as well, right? So with that, I've come to the end of my session. Yeah, and
All right,
yeah, any
Priyanka, that was
questions?
absolutely amazing. I think you did cover all the, the theory part. You also had a demo towards the end. Now, looks like you have already been working in this field and researching. What are some of the initial challenges one would face while learning or moving into the field of quantum computing?
See, first of all, getting your head around the concept, like as I said, a particle being at different positions at one
Hmm.
point of time, that itself is a bit hard to digest. And then converting it into algorithmic paradigms, right? So, I mean, understanding that what is the semantics functions, and then apply functions, and how to actually express your real life inputs into quantum inputs. That is the
Hmm.
second thing, right? And then but I mean, fortunately, you have libraries, you have Azure, Azure Quantum support with Ion and Honeywell products in Azure itself, where you can leverage on their engines to do your quantum computing. So apart from that, learning all this Grover search algorithm, learning encryption, cryptography, learning about searching data bases, all those generating random numbers, all those are interesting problems to work with in quantum computing.
Absolutely great, Priyanka. That was absolutely great session. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
No, I just, I would urge all of the quantum computing enthusiasts to quickly onboard their journey with Azure Quantum Computing. It's an up and coming field and very interesting stuff to work with.
Yeah, thank you so much, Priyanka. We would love to have you back. Really appreciate your time. I know it's almost evening at your place and it's Monday, it's a work day. So thank you so much for your time. We'd love to have you back. We do many events throughout the year, like 21 conferences in 2021. And yeah, thank you so much and have a nice day. Ta-ra. Bye.
Bye bye, bye, Simon.
All right, now that you have learned quantum computing, and now it's now time to go ahead and learn something about Azure Active Directory. Oh my goodness, I lost my website. Sorry. Um, never mind. I need to look at my schedule. Yes. So coming up next is cloud identity support engineer at Microsoft. I hope I say his name right. It's Ulysses. I'm sorry, I messed it up. Let's welcome our next speaker to the Cloud Summit 2021. Hey, welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hello, Simon. Thank you very much for having the opportunity to be part on this project. Yeah, you have spelled my name correctly. It's Ulysses in
Thank God.
Portuguese. That's
So you're
amazing.
joining us from Portugal?
Yeah. Actually, I'm working in Portugal, but I'm actually Brazilian.
Oh, that's great. Uh, so I won't take much of your time. Ulysses, I have your screen shared, right? I'm going to add it to the stream. Everybody can see it. And next 25 minutes is all yours. And we're going to do the chit chat towards the end of your session.
Okay, amazing. Should I start? All good? So, hello everybody. Thank you very much for joining the session today. My name is Ulysses. I am support engineer for the cloud identity team at Microsoft. Today, I'm going to talk about securing cloud access with Azure Active Directory. Let's jump into the next slide. So, starting with the summary, we have a few tools I'm going to present to you with this session today. We're going to talk about not only some tools, but also a few concepts that on the zero trust process that can help you protect your user credentials in Azure AD or any application which is integrated with Azure AD. Okay. So like I said, this session, we're going to present not only tools, but also some concepts that can help us protect the user credentials and the access within the applications in Azure. Okay. So we're going to start talking about the threat. According to Verizon data breach investigation report this year, the credentials are the most wanting by attackers in the internet. So we have personal information as a second point, but credentials has been the most looking for attackers. And that's basically the focus on this presentation here. We're gonna provide you some guidance regarding considering the zero trust process, which can help you protect your credentials, your users' credentials, your user access, identify what are the threat, and then you can also help you mitigate using Azure AD tools. Okay, so let's get started. The first concept we are going to use on the zero trust process is to guarantee the least privilege. So like said, it's guarantee security over your Azure AD applications is you need to have a process, so the zero trust is normally a good process to force some policies in Azure AD, to force some policies and get control over the devices the user uses, and still keep them being able to work and to provide and to work on this on their actions as well. So the first tool we're going to talk about is the Azure AD conditional access. This is a tool available in Azure AD where it basically, after a successful sign-in, it identifies a few signals on the user signing, and you can configure some policies to require a specific action, to enforce a specific action, depending on which signals you have in place. So basically, you can use one of the signals. For example, can be a user location, the user's device status, a user or which application the user is trying to access. Within these signals, the conditional access policy can be used to block the access, to remediate a specific risk, like requesting user to reset the password, or to use the multi-factor authentication, or to allow limited access depending on which application the user is trying to gain access. Still talking about access, what we have available in the Azure AD Identity Government, we have 3 features that are amazing when you are escalating the control of access on applications that you have in your company. So the first one we're going to talk about is Azure Entitlement Management. That is basically give you the opportunity and the possibility to create a few access packages depending on which role that user requires or that user is on your company. It can also allow you to apply these access packages to specific roles on projects or to projects itself within a catalog. And it allows you also to have external users, such as other Azure AD tenants or other companies which are integrated to Azure AD, such as a B2B scenario. And you have those users collaborating using access packets within a project, for example, or if you have a director or an audit professional that requires temporary access on a specific SharePoint site, an application within Azure, or a specific group, you can set that access. You can limit what the amount of time that user should have that access, and you can also expire that access once the project is ended or the user is not part of that role anymore. Moving forward, what we have still on identity government is access reviews. That is basically the possibility to have an access review on the accounts, on the credentials that you have set up in Azure. So you provide a user within a role, or you provide a user within a group. You can have access reviews. You can set up these policies to time by time to revalidate and ask for that user business justification to keep on that group. You can set up also some settings on to have use specific reviews, access reviews, specific reports to show who are the users that belong to that specific group. And so that is another tool that can help you control over groups or applications that are given access within these security groups at Azure AD. Still talking about identity government, we're going to talk about PIM, which is Privileged Identity Management. So this is more specific to admin roles that you can apply not only to Azure AD admin roles, but Azure admin roles as well. So using PIM, it do the same as access reviews, and it's also integrated to it. You can have them working together to control access to administrators in Azure. So you can use the concept of just-in-time access, where the administrator only requests the access that is for administration on that role when he needs to do something, to do an activity, a maintenance window, so that you have all this control over that credential that is in the admin role. So this also help you to avoid having users, administrators with full access to applications without any control, without any requirement. And once the administrator uses the PIN, requests the access, it normally has a setup of 1 hour, and then it expires, so that you can have, if the admin still needs access on that role, he should request again. That can be automated, or that should also request an authorization from another administrator or anyone in the role that should approve that. So now that we guarantee that the users and also the administrators have controlled limited access to protect your environment, we're gonna go to the next step, would be guarantee the users prove who they are. That's basically not only user using username and password. That is a very possible to have this user having this password stolen, the credentials stolen, so that what we can do to make this credential stronger. So after with the concept of Azure multi-factor authentication, is basically you can request a second proof from the user to prove that he is who he's claiming to be. So for example, you can use the Microsoft Authenticator app, which you have in the mobile device. You can have a FIDO key, smart card, certificate on the device, so that the user does not only provide the username and password, but also is prompted for something, another authentication prompt to prove who he is. And the next step on securing the endpoint is the Azure Device Identity. That is basically having your device known by Azure, so that Azure can evaluate the device status. Azure can evaluate what is the device location as well. And then you can have a few features and tools evaluating and securing the device as well. So we have 3 options to join your device, to have your device known by Azure. That is basically, the first one would be Azure AD Join. These are for the devices which are company owned, on scenarios where the company is cloud only or is moving directly to the cloud and wants to have devices already registered directly to Azure AD. You have the second scenario where you have a hybrid Azure AD join. This is for scenarios where the machine is already joined to an on-prem device, on-prem domain, and this object is replicated against Azure AD so that the user can have the single sign-on experience such as the Azure AD join machine have. The third option you have is the Azure AD registration, which are more is more a scenario for BYOD devices, personal devices, where the company doesn't want to have the device, doesn't belong to the company, but the company still want to evaluate to the device has some sensitive information and the company still want to protect that information. So it's another opportunity and a scenario where you can manage those devices as well. Now that we have the user proving who he is as a next step, now that we have the possibility to control, to have the device known by Azure AD, the next step and the best approach on to protect your company is going passwordless. That is the method available at Azure AD, where you don't use passwords. Instead, you provide something that you have, such as a Windows 10 device, a phone, or a security key. And you also have the biometric or PIN, which is something that you know. So we have 3 options to set up the passwordless in Azure AD. The first one is the Microsoft Authenticator app, where you set up some users to provide to register their devices. So this is a requirement to have this set up, and then you receive a push notification on your device, and you select the same number which you see in the screen, and then you are authenticated without even providing username and password. Okay. The second approach is the FIDO2 security keys, but you can have, there is a list of compatible devices within Azure AD that you can set up and have your users go for passwordless. So when the user has a FIDO key register against Azure AD as a second method authentication, the user can use it for passwordless if it's enabled within this option here, signing with Windows Hello or security key as well. The third option you have is, like I said, the Windows Hello, where you set up a PIN, which is protected by the TPM on the device, and that PIN is attached between the user and the device. And you don't have password, and the PIN is protected by the TPM. That is really harder to crack. And even though you have this PIN cracked, this PIN cannot be used on another device on that user because it's binded between the user and the device as well. So now that we have shared all the security measures and the possibilities to go from username and password to passwordless, we're going to talk about how to prevent the credential breach. That is another concept on the zero trust. So we have a few options in here. We're going to talk about them. First option is the Azure AD password protection. Here I'm sharing just the cloud only version, but you can also have the hybrid one. So in this option, you can set up what are banned passwords. So there is a list of common password or easy password that normally users use that you can ban when they are trying to reset or to set up their password. You can set up some smart lookout configurations to avoid password guessing or password spray attacks. And like I said, if you want to still have your on-prem environment and want to have this configuration set up on your on-prem domain controllers, you can have some agents that validate within this option, enable password protection on Windows Server Active Directory as well. So now that we have the password, the user using a good password, we have some blocks against password guessing attacks. Another measure that you can take to avoid password guessing attacks especially is moving away from legacy authentication. Basically, this option here, you can it can help you avoid using legacy authentication, which is more sensible for attackers to guess the username and password and gain access to the user's information. So this can be disabled in the Exchange Online environment. It can be disabled in the Link environment, but you can also have the option on the conditional access policy, where you can not only monitor using the audit logs, you have an option that you can filter which are the client types that are not using modern authentication. You go to that app, you upgrade that app to supported app for modern authentication, and then you can have a policy blocking those users who still use legacy authentication. Of course, if you still have users who need to have legacy authentication, so you can have those users in the conditional access policy as an exception until you fix that situation. You have the client upgraded to a modern supported version. Moving forward, we're going to talk about the Azure AD Identity Protection, which is basically a tool we have running under artificial intelligence that analyzes a bunch of signals and define what is that sign-in or what that credential is at risk or not. So basically, every signing that you have in Azure AD, the identity protection, if you have that license, if you have that enabled, it can evaluate what is the risk on that sign in. If the user is, for example, if the user is accessing with his username and password in a country which that user does not usually access, it is considered impossible travel because there is no possibility to have that user signing within that time, that last signing successful for that new one, so that you can trigger a signing risk, and that user you can have some measures to mitigate, to force the user prompt for MFA automatically, to force the user reset the password automatically. So you have a bunch of signals that you can have automatically analyzed by the identity protection, and you can also set up some signing policies or user risk policies that can mitigate and help you also protect the leak of that credential. So you can also have this portal that I'm showing here, that you can see what are the risks that were identified by the identity protection. You can mitigate, you can identify or work on the protection on that signing as well. In order to help customers and administrators get the best scenario on the Azure AD and security perspective, we have the Identity Security Store, which is basically a bunch of best practices to help your Azure AD keep secure. And once every recommendation that you follow, that you run, you have your security score increased, so that it can help you provide or implement the best recommendations by Microsoft. And having that, you have your users and your environment secure against those known attacks, which we have the knowledge of. And the last slide is we talked about conditional access policy. I want to share with you also another tool, some tools that can be integrated with conditional access policy. We have Microsoft Intune, which is our MDM and MN solution that you can integrate with conditional access policy to define the compliance status of a device, to have the conditional access policy evaluate specific controls considering that compliance status as well, and have this integration. You have a more secure mobile management, and then you have also Azure AD able to control over the access against applications. Another tool which can be fully integrated with conditional access policy is the Cloud App Security, which acts as a reverse proxy, acting as a shadow IT in each access so that you can have a granular control over that access. So you can have it integrated with conditional access policy, with app control, and also with identity protection. Normally, this is enabled with identity protection by default, but you can also disable if it's not a good fit for you. But these are also some tools that are able and available for you to use in the Azure AD to follow the zero trust process and have your Azure AD the most secure as possible. So thank you very much for being able to share the opportunity to share these Azure AD tools and secure your AD environment.
Thanks. That was quick, Ulysses. Absolutely great. My only quick question for you is, can I use Azure Active Directory in the Azure Static Web App? Is it possible?
Yeah, absolutely. You can have your web app migrated to Azure AD or integrated using the app registration in Azure AD. With that said, your user is in Azure AD as well, and then you can use any tool that is available, and the tools that I've been speaking.
All right, makes sense. Thank you so much, Ulysses. That was absolutely great. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
Oh, that's good. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share this. And anything, I will share also the presentation with all the references with each tool that you can go deeper on that. And thank you very much again.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Ulysses. Have a nice day. Happy Monday.
Have a nice day.
Say.
Happy Monday.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. With that said, we now move to our next session. Thanks, Ulysses. He covered 5 minutes, so I won't have to give extra 5 minutes to our next speakers. Coming up next is Karel and Wim, who's going to talk about 7 habits every Azure admin must have. So let's have them on the stage, virtual. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hi.
You both look so happy today.
Always.
Better shining, huh? Always. And you can leave those 5 minutes, huh?
Yeah.
We can use them.
Yeah.
We have to drop some things out of our session. That's why. Otherwise, we went over those 45 minutes probably.
Yeah. By the way, where are you both joining us from, Karel?
We are from Belgium.
Oh, Belgium. Is it Karel or Karel?
Karel, yeah, Karel is okay.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Different names. So I won't take much of your time. Please feel free to go ahead and share your screen, and then we can go ahead and get started.
Let me see if I can share my screen. Okay.
I see it. No, it's not the one.
Should be showing now.
Yeah, I see your Azure portal.
Yeah,
I have
Azure
added
portal,
it to the stream. Yeah. Everybody can see it. And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my slideshow showing, Karel, at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. So hello, everyone. Thanks for joining and welcome to our Cloud Summit 2021 session. In our session, Karel and myself are going to talk about 7 habits every Azure admin must have. And we hope that we will learn you some tricks and things you should keep in mind in this new job role. Before we go through the agenda, we first of all want to thank the organizers and everyone involved for setting up this event and for allowing us to deliver this talk. And of course, also a big thanks to the sponsors, because without them, organizing such a huge event probably would not be possible.
So what are we talking about? Well, about 7 habits every one of those Azure admins, in our opinion, should have. Between those habits, we will also show a few demos, depending on the time we have. And completely at the end of the session, we will go through some key takeaways to really focus on the things we think you should remember about our session. And hopefully, we also have some time for a quick Q&A, where we'd love to answer any of your questions. Okay. Here we go. So before we start, let us also shortly introduce ourselves. Like being said already, my name is Matthyssen, and just like Karel, I live in Belgium, where I work as an Azure technical advisor. I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer and awarded as a Microsoft Azure MVP, which was and still is a huge honor. Community-wise, I'm a founding board member of a Belgian user group called MC2MC, where we mainly focus on Azure and Microsoft 365, but we also keep an eye on security, Hyper-V, and even the complete Windows Server landscape. Next to that, I also have my own blog, https://matthyssen.com. And like most IT professionals these days, I'm also on Twitter. So if you want to reach out or just ask a question or even just say hi, you can always contact me through my Twitter handle @Matthyssen or through LinkedIn. Or you can simply scan the QR codes at the bottom of the slide. So Karel, I think you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, so in short, my name is Karel de Winter. I'm a cloud solution architect working for Dexmag. That's also a company in Belgium. I'm also an Azure MVP and an MCT, so a certified trainer. And I have another user group. So I'm a member of the Tech9 user group that is focusing on IT pro content mostly. And if you want to reach out to me, the best way is to do it on Twitter. Yeah, so for the first habit we have, if you want to manage and protect your Azure environment, what tools do you need? Well, if you should have a sort of toolkit at your pocket to manage your complete Azure environment. And let me just tell you a story to begin. I once built a complete test environment with a lot of networking resources. Like, for example, an Azure Firewall was in it with a premium SKU. I had VPN gateways and so on. And on a specific day, even at night it was, I woke up and I realized that I didn't deleted those resources after testing. And then you know that the panic hits loose. And I used a couple of tools. So the first one that you can use, but you can't use it if you're at night in bed, but I will tell you which one I've used. So the first one is the Azure Portal. So just go to portal.azure.com. But you also have the Portal app that you can install on your PC. Don't know if many of you are using that, but it's still alive and you can still use it. The look and feel is completely the same as you are working from the Azure Portal, but you can install it as a standalone installation file. You also have the Azure Active Directory portal, and that's only for managing Azure AD. So in the previous session, we've seen that a lot of things can be tweaked, for example, like conditional access, user management, group management, and Azure AD. And that you can do with a specific portal, and that's the Azure AD portal. And if you want to test out preview features, you can use the preview portal, but don't use them in production because you don't get support from Microsoft. And then the most important one is the mobile app. And with that, I could manage my resources from my phone, even at night, even when I was sleeping and just woke up and I had maybe a nightmare. I just could delete those resources and shut them down. So on the next slide, we see that that we have a lot of other tools, like, for example, the Cloud Shell. So you have a complete shell environment that you can use to run some scripts, for example, or to deploy some ARM templates. You have the AZ Copy and Azure Storage Explorer that you can use to copy files between your storage account and your local computer, for example. You have Azure Lighthouse that is very important for MSP, so for service providers that can access other tenants, other Azure ADs within their own management tenant. So you can access resources and then do monitoring, also backup, and so on. One thing now very cool is Azure Arc. So the whole hybrid scenario that we can use now with Azure Arc, the Azure Arc enabled servers, but also the data services are very important now. We can leverage not only the benefits of the cloud, but we can extend that those benefits through the Azure Arc plane to your on-premises environment. And then you also have Windows Admin Center that you now can use from your VMs in the Azure portal, also available, but still in preview. Windows Terminal I use a lot. There you can have your different your different terminals. And then Visual Studio Code is also one of my my favorite tools. And those are not the only list. On the next slide, we have a lot of community tools also. You have the Azure Charge. You have the latency test that you can use, the tenant availability check. So if you want to register a new tenant, just go to o365.rocks and you see if your tenant name is available or not. You have the Azure Governance Visualizer, where you can have a complete report for your for your governance or like management group subscriptions and all beneath, and also the ARM template best practice analyzer. So you see that the list goes on. You also have the template viewer, Azure Mask. We also use, if we demo things, that we can hide our subscription IDs. And yeah, the Azure deprecation notices are very, very cool, because some things there is going a lot on in Azure. So new features are going or being announced, but also things are getting deprecated. So that's why it's also a very helpful URL. And then the msportals.io, you have just a complete list of all Microsoft portals that you can use. Okay, Wim, so let's talk about the next habit then.
Yeah, so for our second habit, we want to talk about how you can remain future-proof by providing and thinking beyond IaaS, because where we're going, we don't need VMs. So when moving on-premises resource to Azure, the first thing you need to think about in the assessment phase is choosing the right cloud migration approach to really make your cloud journey a success. And that's where the 5 R's can help you to see how an on-premises workload or application can or should be migrated to Azure. First of all, you have rehost, or like most people know it, lift and shift, where you simply pick up an on-premises server, is it physical or a VM, and just place it in Azure. It's not always that simple, but I think you get the picture. Then you also have the option to refactor or re-architect, where you go and rethink your workload before moving it to Azure to make it, for example, high available or more scalable. You can, next to those, you can also revise or re-platform your workload, where you look into migrating this on-premises workload to an Azure PaaS service. So maybe you have some databases running on a SQL on-prem, and then you try to move them to Azure SQL, for example, or something, or a managed instance, for example. Or you can also completely rebuild or rewrite your application to make it more cloud native. And in a lot of cases, you even have the option to completely replace it with a SaaS application. So luckily, there are also some resources that can help you choosing the right cloud migration approach. First of all, you have the Microsoft Cloud Adoption Framework, or CAF. It's a collection of documentation that provides you with implementation best practices and tools. And when you are making a design, or when you're thinking of new Azure use cases, then the Azure Architect Center is also a good resource you can use. Here you can find all kind of implementation examples, which can guide you in making a good high-level and low-level design. Of course, you can also use Azure Migrate, an Azure service which Karel and myself use a lot during Azure migrations at customer environments. And if you're not completely sure how to get started with your cloud migration, you can also always check out the Azure Migration Program, where you can contact a migration partner which can assist you. A thing we also want to mention is that there's also a Microsoft Learn course available, which you can follow. It can help you getting familiar with the Azure Enterprise Scale Landing Zone architectures, and all the critical design areas related to it. So next to those, in our opinion, it's always a good idea when you make your design that you start thinking beyond IaaS VMs and try to use a more cloud optimized strategy. You can, for example, look into container instances, AKS or app service, instead of just deploying or lift and shift VMs. Like you can see the flow chart on the slide, and which can also be found in the Azure Architect Center, can really help you in selecting the right compute service for your workload. And also an important thing to mention is that whenever your first approach was lift and shift, in our opinion, you should always try to not make it the end state. For example, you can switch from an Azure IaaS file server to Azure Files, or even SharePoint Online or OneDrive for Business. Or you can switch from an IaaS domain controller to Azure Domain Services, if it's technically possible, of course. And for people, for example, still working with print servers, you can now even look into Universal Print to replace them. So there are a lot of options available, and you should start thinking of looking at them all. So Karel, I think you can now go ahead with habit number 3.
Yeah, so in the next topic, we are going to make sure that we remain in control of our Azure environment. So based on a few questions we received from customers, we can demonstrate why governance and management is needed. We got a lot of questions like, how are we going to make sure that we know who created what resources, what have they created, how can we define standards and so on. And you see there are several things that we need to take into account when not only creating but also managing and securing an Azure environment. And when a proper Azure environment, so the governance model itself is followed, you can ensure that your teams and everybody that's working with your environment work in a secure and operate in a secure but also a compliant environment. So one of the biggest challenges that we have is, on the previous slide, is cost management. So we need to make sure that we are suddenly not facing very high bills and so on. We have also, or we need to be aware of a lot of opportunities that we can use in Azure. So for example, we can store data everywhere around the world in Azure. And if your company doesn't allow that, you need to make sure that you align with the legal reasons to store the data in a specific country, and that's why we also can leverage Azure governance. So here on this slide, you see what Azure governance does, and we have an organized and also a specific structure that is based on the well-architected frameworks of Microsoft. We have standard or standardized resources. We can use RBAC, which means role-based access control. So we know what we can control, by whom and where that something can happen in Azure. We can use tags, also tagging that adds some metadata to your resources, so you can filter on metadata instead of the resources itself. Cost management is very important. There you get insights into consumption and also of consumption of your entire cloud environment. Azure policy we use a lot, and also the resource graph. So on the next slide, we see that Azure Resource Graph is a very needful tool that you can use to explore and query and also do assessments of your complete Azure environment. And you can, for example, also use the resource graph to see what's the impact, which impact is going to happen when you, for example, apply Azure policies. We have, on the next slide, provided some query examples. So we will provide the slides afterwards. But in fact, maybe, Wim, it's even quicker that we show them a little demo and see what Azure Resource Graph can do. So if you just go to the Azure portal and you search for the Resource Graph Explorer.
You're seeing my screen, Karel. Otherwise, okay.
And there we have defined some queries already. So if you just open a query, then you can see that you can save specific queries that you can use in the Resource Graph Explorer. So here we are querying all resources by name, and you see in the column type that it's just a Microsoft.web/connections. But if you click on the formatted results, Wim, then you will see that it's more readable, more human readable. So here you just get a list of all the resources by their name. So you see it's very fast. It applies on different subscriptions also. So it's not only of one subscription. And if we open the second query, you will see that we can get all resources by type. This is one that we use a lot. For example, if you want to assess a complete Azure environment that you need to move from subscription A to subscription B, for example, then you know that you need to know which types that you have, because not all types are allowed to just move from subscription A to subscription B. So that's a very short but powerful resource graph. And the last one is just give us all the VMs that we have in our environment and show in which location they are sitting. One quick tip here: you can also pin those results to a dashboard. So for example, you have then the world map that is pinning all the different resources on the map, and that's based on the resource graph query that we use here. So that's it for the demo, Wim.
Okay. So I think our slides are showing again.
Yes.
So let's go further with habit number 4. Which is about Azure cloud spend and how to remain informed and in control of your cloud costs. Well, it all starts with choosing the right subscription type, which should be an important step in your design process. And this because, like probably some of you, or most of you will know, they all have different rates, offers, and benefits. The ones mostly seen in companies are enterprise, or now they're called Microsoft Customer Agreements or CSP subscriptions. And when you're using one of those, the prices for your Azure resources will be lower than when you're just using a pay-as-you-go subscription. And when you have such an AA or MCA agreement, also know that you can set up an enterprise dev test subscription where you will get special rates for some services, like, for example, VMs or SQL databases. Also good to know is that some services are free for 12 months and some of them are always free for use. Like, for example, Azure Advisor or Azure Functions, which have a free monthly amount of, I think it's around 1 million requests. So when you start using one of those, check out those specific limitations. And then for testing purposes, you should definitely look at Dev Test Labs and the Azure Marketplace Test Drive. Azure Dev Test Labs itself allows you to quickly provision development and test environments without a cost to use the service. You simply pay for the Windows and Linux VMs used. And on the other hand, test drives are ready-to-go environments that allow you to experience a product for free without needing a specific Azure subscription. So things you can test out are, for example, a lot of network virtual appliances. So definitely go check those out. And then if you're still running a lot of IaaS VMs, a lot of customers still do, you can lower their cost by using reserved instances or RIs, where you make a reservation of resources and capacity for either 1 or 3 years. It's even split up into months these days. You can also combine this with a hybrid use benefit, in which you will use your existing Windows or SQL licenses with software assurance. That's quite important for your Azure VMs or SQL servers running in Azure. And good to know is that you can not only use reservations these days for VMs, but also for, let us say, SQL and even Azure Files reserved capacity. And even for a lot more, like you can see on the slide. So, of course, there are still a lot of other ways you can use to keep your costs down in Azure. Best is always to estimate your cost in advance before starting any project or migration. Therefore, you can use the Azure pricing calculator and the total cost of ownership or TCO calculator. TCO calculator is a tool to estimate cost savings you can realize by migrating your on-premises workloads to Azure. And always keep an eye on any design decisions which can impact costs when you make your high or low level design. For example, a resource can cost less when deployed to a different region. That's not always possible, but yeah, you can always look into that. Or when you use to design to use GRS, yeah, it's more expensive when you choose to use LRS, for example. Next to that, always delete all unused Azure resources, like, for example, unassociated public IPs or unused storage. So you created a VM, you deleted it, but you didn't clean up the managed disk. All those things can really make your costs go higher at the end of the month. And for example, when your VMs don't need to run 24/7, try to start and stop them during non-working hours. You can use auto shutdown directly from the VMblade, or these days in preview automation tasks, or you can use a start-stop virtual machines during off-hour solution, which is available in Azure Automation. Azure, like probably a lot of you already know, also has a built-in free tool named Azure Cost Management, which can help you to monitor and manage your costs across all your clouds, even for AWS. And you can use it to do cost analysis, define cost alerts to inform you when consumption reaches a given threshold, or even to set budgets so that a specific resource group can't spend much more than, for example, let us say €200 or $200, for example. And if you want to try things out in preview, you can also look at cost management labs. So next to Azure Cost Management, like Karel already said, you can also use Azure Policy, which allows you to set policies which can help you to implement a form of cost control or a kind of guardrail for your environment. For example, you can set a policy which allows the deployment of certain VM sizes in your environments or restrict the creation of public IPs. You can also enforce a specific resource tag, like the cost center tag, are always required when resources are deployed, or that resources can only be deployed in a certain region or regions. And yeah, these are some you can use. But let me demo something. I think my environment is showing again. So if you go into virtual machines, you can see I already have some VMs running in my environment. For example, for my virtual machine, my app 01, I already configured, if you scroll down under automation, under the tasks, I already configured those tasks. So for example, I have one that deallocates my VM at a specific time frame, and I have one that stars up my VM in another time frame. So by using logic apps in the back, I can already start and stop my VMs at an easy and simple way. So if you look at it, for example, all those things are connected. If you look at the configuration, I put it in the West Europe Standard Time. I even get an email when this VM is started up, and it will start up every day from tomorrow on at 7 a.m. in the morning. And the other one, if you look at the deallocated one, it's already configured. You can see it will stop, deallocate my VMs at 7 p.m. in the evening, starting from tomorrow, every day, and so on. And I will also receive an email for that. If you want to do it for a new VM, let us say I have my VM app 02. Once again, I scroll down, I click on tasks, the preview, you simply click on add task. You select one of those, let us say start virtual machine. I'm already connected. First time you set this up, you will need to connect and log in. That's the only thing you need to do for both of those. If you then look at the configuration, you give it a name, you set the start time, time zone, the interval, the frequency, and then that's it. It's simply as that. To give another example, for example, for my jump host, I've used another thing I said. I just under operations used auto shutdown. The big difference is that this will only shut down my VM. It will not start it up, but it's also a good way to be sure that your test VMs, for example, will be shut down at a specific time. So once again, I set the time at 7 p.m. in the evening. I put in my time zone. In Belgium, that's Brussels. And I put in an email address so I will be notified when the VM is stopped. So Karel, with that being said, I think we can go back to habit number 5.
Yeah, so there was a question if we brought beer and waffle swim, but I think with the with the shutdown and start VM tip, you will definitely save money. And when we have an in-person event again, you can definitely maybe buy us a beer, or we buy you a beer with all the costs that we save here. So for the fifth habit, what do you, or when do you know that things are going wrong in Azure? And yeah, we have experienced those things happen. And for that, you can use Azure Service Health. So that's a personalized view of the health of all the Azure services. Like I said, it's a free service that can notify you if issues are happening or issues that are impacting your environment. And also what's the health of the resources that you use. So you have different service health events. For example, the service issues, the plant maintenance, the health advisors, and also the security advisors you have. And good to know also is that it integrates with Azure Monitor to alert you, for example, via email, text message, or even a webhook notification that you can use. It keeps you updated when issues are resolved also. So you get a notification and you also see what the resolution was by Microsoft. So it's very important service here. And the next one is Azure Advisor. So that's also a free service, and that one will provide you with personalized recommendations and also best practices for your various subscriptions and your resources that you have. And you can customize those recommendations. So, for example, if you have a development subscription and you don't want to have recommendations for that because you are running VMs that, for example, are too low in CPU or memory, or for the other way around, that you want to exclude, you can just exclude resources from Azure Advisor. And you can have different types of resources that Advisor will look at, for example, not only VMs, but also application gateways, app services, for example, SQL servers also. And the recommendations are going to be based on cost, security, reliability, operational excellence, and also performance. So that are very broad of topics that it will advise you in how to do better. And it does the recommendations based on analyzing the underlying data, and that data is coming from Azure Monitor. So from that service, it's getting those recommendations up to date as always. And you also can use advisor alerts, and those alerts will notify you when something happens. And briefly, new is the advisor score. So you have a score that's calculated based on the best practices that you use. So Azure Advisor, that will be your free personalized cloud consultant. So that one you have to use to keep your environment up to date and also based on the best practices. So a good best practice is to create a service health and also advisor alerts. So those things, so the alerts are in preview, but the service health alerts are very important because they will help you to get informed about services or events that will happen, but also advisories or advisor recommendations that will be brought to you by an event. So you can just enable it in the Azure portal. So it's a very handy tool that you must implement in your environment. And then we have on the next one the Security Center. So Azure Security Center should be your first thing that you go through if you need to have a security overview of your environment. And that one will also give you recommendations on how specific resources can improve security configurations. And as you may know that on the next slide, we will see that Security Center is offered in, it was offered in a free and a standard edition. So now you have the security center without the Azure Defender enabled. That's the free one. And when you have security center with Azure Defender on, that means that you are going to pay for the different services that Azure Defender is going to protect. In the free one, it also includes continuous assessments and also security recommendations. And you get also the secure score, but it's the extra Azure Defender protection that you have with the security standard version as we know it, and now the Azure Defender On version. So that's the paid version. So when you enable Azure Defender, our advice is to always enable Azure Defender. Do it on your subscription. Go to all your subscriptions. Just enable Azure Defender for the services that you use. It's going to install agent on your VM. It's going to protect your container workloads. Now it has even DNS recommendations, DNS protection, but also your Azure resources itself will completely be protected. And good to know is that your hybrid workloads will also be protected with Azure Defender. So you can use Azure policies like Wim said, and then you can enable them in your hybrid workloads also. Up to you, Wim.
Maybe quickly show it in the portal if you want, Karel.
Yeah.
So if you go to Security Center, it's quite easy. Go to the global server part in the top, just type it in. Go under pricings and settings. You can see all my management groups, and you see my specific subscriptions, for example. You can simply click on my dev, for example. You can see for this one, Azure Defender is off. To set it on, just click on, and then you can select for which resources you can specifically choose it. Know that when you enable it, it will cost around $15 for each resource enabled.
Yeah,
so
that's correct.
Definitely do it. It will better protect your environment, and it's an easy way to be more secure and to uplift your security posture.
Yeah, and that one you can also enable with Azure Policy. So you can have Azure Policy that is deploying the Azure Defender on your subscriptions if they are not enabled. So that's also a good point to mention that you can have your governance in place, that it is managed by Azure policies, and that you can have all those things enabled that, for example, is if somebody is creating a new subscription, that it gets automatically enabled in Azure Defender.
Okay, so let me go back to the slides. So let's go further with habit number 6. So where we want to talk about secure hybrid connectivity so you can remain secured when connecting to your Azure environment. So as most of you will know, the easiest way, but also the least secure one to connect to an Azure VM is through the use of a public IP address, or shortly said a PIP. In this way, you can connect to the VM through RDP or SSH, depending if the VM is a Windows or a Linux VM. The thing you just need to associate a new or an existing PIP to your VM's network interface. And if the subnet where the VM is part of is protected with a network security group, an NSG, which should be best practice-wise, you need to create an inbound security rule to allow TCP port 3389 to allow RDP, or TCP port 22 to allow SSH to get it working. But you should never, mark our words, use it in any Azure production environment to connect to business critical VMs. And this because one or both of those management ports will be widely open to the internet. And in this way, your VM can easily be attacked or breached by hackers or, for example, script kiddies. So in production environments, you should always connect to your Azure resources through a hybrid connection with high security, like a site-to-site VPN, a point-to-site VPN, or when you have enough money, an express route. So next to those, a resource we still see a lot being used in production environment is a jump box or a jump host or jump server, like some people like to name it. You can see a jump box as an EA server, a kind of a control entry point into your Azure environment, which is used to access and manage all other VMs in your environment. Mostly it's deployed in a separated security zone, a management VNet or a subnet if the hub spoke model is used. And if you're using a jump box in your environment, which mostly then has an associated PIP, then it's best to enable just-in-time VM access, or JIT for it. So in this way, you can control access and reduce the attack surface to this jump box. And because Karel was already talking about Azure Security Center, whenever you want to use JIT, you need to enable the Azure Defender. You need to be using the Azure Defender on tier of Azure Security Center, and then you can enable it for all your VMs. So these days, you can also use Azure Bastion to securely connect to your Azure VMs. Azure Bastion, or like we like to name it, Jumpbox as a service, is a PaaS service that you provision inside your virtual network, preferably the hub VNet, and it provides secure and seamless RDP SSH connectivity to your virtual machines, and this directly from the Azure portal over SSL. How does it work? Bastion lives in its own subnet. The Azure Bastion subnet in your VNet needs to be exactly that name when you create it, which exposes only port 443 or SSL over the internet. Through your Bastion host, you connect with RDP 3389 or SSH 22 on the private IP address of your VMs. And in this way, the VM itself doesn't need a public IP to connect it. The thing we also want to mention is that Microsoft recently announced a new SKU for Azure Bastion called Standard, which is currently in public preview. The difference between the basic SKU and this one is that it allows you to specify the number of instances up to 50. So if you have a lot of VMs running and a lot of people are connecting to it, you probably will start using the standard SKU. Only keep in mind that whenever you do that, the Azure Bastion subnet should have /26 at least, otherwise you can't fill it up with 50 of those instances. So let me see at the time. I think I can shortly demo it. So let me close this one. So quite simple. I already set up a Bastion host. You can see it running. It's configured. It's the basic SKU, so it's not yet the standard SKU. You can change from the basic to the standard SKU just by opening configuration, choose a standard which is in preview, and then you can simply select the amount of instances you want to use. If you want to connect to a VM through Azure Bastion, it's quite easy. Just let me go to my virtual machines. Once again, I select my app 01. I simply click on connect. I click on Bastion. I simply click in use Bastion. I type in my super secret username and my super secret password. I hope I typed it correctly. Just click on connect. There will open another tab in my browser, and you can see I RDP'd into the machine, and I can do whatever I want. This works for Windows, this works for Linux VMs, doesn't matter. It just opens a new tab, and you can do whatever you need to do in your VM. Let me go back to the slides. So for our last habit, we want to look into how you can secure cloud identities and how you can foresee a good cloud identity and management strategy. An important question we can ask ourselves is, why is securing our Azure identities that important these days? Well, because like you can also see on the slide, these days there are all kinds of threats and cyber attacks where attackers may use existing techniques like social engineering, where an attacker tries to manipulate someone to give up confidential information. You have ransomware these days, but there are also some new technique attackers or hackers use, like let us say acquiring Azure tenant keys from GitHub, or when an attacker tries to get into an Azure VM by use of brute force or RDP, SSH, password spray attacks. And for example, when you're running an unprotected EAS web server in Azure and for example, that server is breached, attackers can use it to install crypto mining software and use that for cryptocurrency mining. And that's something you probably definitely don't want in your environment. So on this slide, you can also see some example of identity breaches. For example, there's a list of the 20 most popular used passwords by employees, which can be easily and simply looked up by opening a browser and look to them through Bing or Google. A nice website listed on the slide is haveibeenpwned.com. For people who don't know that site, it's a website where you can check if you have an account that has been compromised in a data breach. You simply need to type in an email address you want to validate, and then the site in the back checks if that specific account is breached. So definitely try that one out, and hopefully none of your accounts is breached. And if Karel and myself can give one important tip, as a company, you should always try to adapt a zero trust approach, where you assume breach and verify each request if it originates from a public cloud or outside your firewall. So by applying zero trust, you never assume trust, but instead you continually validate trust, and you can best start using this kind of approach because these days a lot of people in your organization are using SaaS application or working from home and trying to connect to resources inside Azure or inside your on-premise environment. So adopting a zero trust approach is definitely something you should look at and try to get set it up and start working like that. And to help you on your way, once again, Microsoft also has created some really nice resources and tools that can help you with protecting your Azure identities. First of all, probably one everybody knows and uses who's working with Azure is role-based access control, which can help you to control who can access, edit, modify, or delete Azure resources, and this based on the least privileged access model. Next to that, you can also use Azure AD Private Identity Management, or PIM, which is a service that enables on-demand, just-in-time administrative access to any of your Microsoft Online services. Another feature you can use is Azure AD Conditional Access. For people who don't know, conditional access is an Azure Active Directory tool that you can use to manage and control access to all your corporate resources. If they're running on premises or in Azure, it doesn't matter. Keep in mind, to use conditional access, you need to have an Azure AD Premium P1 license or a Microsoft 365, if I'm correct, Business Premium license. And last but not least, and hopefully everybody's already using that one, you can enable MFA, which you can now even enable for free. So you can see managing identity security for your Azure environment can be a big task. Luckily, you can simply enable Azure AD security defaults to better protect your environment whenever you start using Azure, which already will protect, when you enable those, it will already protect your environment against a lot of identity-related attacks. And from there, you can start implementing and using the more advanced features at your own pace. The only thing you should keep in mind, if you're using conditional access and already have some other conditional access policies enabled in your environment, security defaults won't be available to you. So think about that one. And with that being said, I think we can, before closing off, go through our key takeaways. 5 things we think you should really remember about our session of today. So first of all, now it's really the time to modernize your workloads. So whenever moving to Azure, try to think beyond EAS where possible. Also, remain in control of your Azure environment by applying governance with Azure policy, tags, resource logs, start using Azure Security Center, and so on. An important one, especially for the people who need to pay the Azure bill at the end of the month, keep an eye on your cloud spend, because yeah, it can really go up really fast. So start taking control of your environment. Next to that, use all free built-in Azure services and tools. like we told Azure Advisor, Azure Service Health, Azure Cost Management, and Azure Security Center, the free tier, Azure Defender off tier, to better manage and protect your Azure environment. And last but not least, know that identity these days is the new security parameter, and that you should really try to secure all your cloud identities. So, and with that being said, I don't know, Karel, if there are any questions in the chat, or if we have some. I think we're quite on time.
We are exactly on time.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That was absolutely great. I enjoyed it from Ben. Let me ask you this. How many slides do you have in this presentation?
Normally, we dropped 15 out of this one, I think. And normally we have 5
around
more demos.
Slides,
It's a lot of info.
Yeah, exactly. I believe it is not something that one can absorb in just about 45 minutes.
Nope.
One need to go back, watch it again, and have a OneNote next to it. And whatever you're saying, go to those links, and then again make their own notes on it on their own. Because there's a lot of resources that you both have shared. Absolutely, I did download the Azure, but I don't have a subscription, so it doesn't add any value. But I did. Go ahead and check it. Yeah, I think anything you guys want to add? Anything before we move to the next session?
Not from my side. We will definitely share the slides so you can go through all the different points. So that's no problem. We'll do that.
People have been asking for slides in the comments, and this reminds me that the goodies is pending. We know that we need to send. And this is the award. This is the award that we are going to send.
That looks nice.
Yeah, it's gonna have a name. So yeah, it's gonna. Have
nice!
Yeah,
thanks.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So plus many more things. So it will come and take time. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. It was absolutely lovely hosting you. Love to have you back. Have a nice week ahead.
Bye bye.
All right, with that absolutely amazing duo of Karel, I always mess with the name, Karel and Wim. We now move to our next session. That's by Sandro Pereira, and Sandro is going to talk about logic apps. Again, some best practices, tips and tricks. So without any further ado, let's invite Sandro to Cloud Summit 2021. Hi, Sandro. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing absolutely good. I'm really happy to host you once again. If you remember, I hosted you back in Power Platform Virtual Conference, and yeah, I really enjoyed hosting you then. How has life been? Is pandemic is lockdown over in Portugal in your area? How are things?
Oh, it's looking good. We are getting to the normal life. So mask is not mandatory in the street anymore. Still inside doors is mandatory, but it's good. We have 85% of people vaccinated.
Wow,
it's looking good.
85% is a lot. Imagine in India we have 1.3 billion population. It will take us more than 2 decades to vaccinate everyone. But never mind. Sandro, I'm not going to take much of your time. I see you've already shared your screen. I've added it to the stream. Everybody can see it. And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay, thank you. So thanks again for the invite. I'm always a pleasure to be here. So my session is once again with best practice and tips and tricks, a new set of new tips and tricks about logic apps. So I'm Sandro Pereira. I'm head of integration at TabScope. You may see already in the awesome presentation that Simon did. You have my slides, my contacts there, LinkedIn, blog, feel free to contact me if you need any help about enterprise integration, Beanstalk, Logic Apps, whatever, Azure. I will gladly try to help you. So without any delay, the first tip is, of course, do not forget the previous tips that I mentioned on my first session about this topic. And just to remember, a lot of naming conventions, best practice about naming conventions of logic apps, not about only the name of the logic apps, but also the actions and comments there. Okay, so it's kind of a normal language. You need to have naming conventions and comments to your C# code, JavaScript code, or whatever. It's the same in Logic App. Okay, you need to put there because it's readable. It will help you maintain and pass knowledge between your teams. No? We spoke about using scopes. What is a scope? It's kind of a region and try-catch mechanism. We talk about error handling, learning from the failures and fix your Logic App workflow. This annoying expression experience that we have in Logic Apps. And you spoke also about managing. So control your connections, find orphans, and fix your connections. Okay, you can watch these on a previous session that I made. You can also go to my blog and you'll find there for sure and link and reference to that. But do not forget these tips. This is kind of the basic stuff. And of course, I need to start also this session about naming conventions. In this case, about connectors naming convention. Okay, why? As always, improves readability, transfer knowledge, and is better for governance. Okay, the only issue about this is depending where you are developing your logic apps, you may do it or not in a direct way. So if you are using Visual Studio, you can easily configure this to have a proper name. But if you are using the Azure portal, unfortunately, the experience is not that easy. So you need to kind of export and import back the template to fix these connections. So for example, in this case, logic app consumption, we will go speak about what is this logic app consumption later on. But if you kind of create the connectors on your logic app workflow, the default names will be SQL, SQL1, SQL2, Teams1, Teams2, okay? And you cannot, by default, by the design of the portal, change these naming convention. You can change the display name on the portal, but not the API connector connection name, which I find it annoying because it's hard to maintain something like you have SQL, SQL1. Okay, it's the same stuff. You have var1, var2, var3 in your C# code. Okay, you cannot do that. It's not a good practice. Okay, so if you are developing your portal, then you need to go to your export template, save this file, change it, and upload it again. And you see that the default name, I changed that default name, and you should also change the display name. For example, if you are using, let me show you here a sample that I have. I have here. So if I'm going to my home and my, oh, let me show here. Come on, Azure portal. Tips. Going here. So by default, you have this, in this case, Dropbox 1. And if you go to the API connected, you see the connector name. You cannot change that, but you can go to the edit API connection, and you actually can change the display name. So there's even for security, why you need to put my, I know that I'm connecting to my Dropbox using my email account, but no one needs to know that this is my email, So you can actually change for something different, and even for security is better, okay? At least I think. And you can change that for export and export that and import and changing all of these, and you can basically have something like connector, Dropbox, Sandro Pereira, dev scope. You see, if I can, so the connector is different, and the display name it will be different. Okay, what is different about this connector and name and the display name? So the connector is, you see on this list of resources, you see only see the connector names. Once you go to the logic app, what you will see is the display name when you try to choose the connector. So you can change that even in the portal, but it is something that you need to do manually later on, and then you need to go to your logic app and modify the connectors and then delete the other one. Okay. And we saw that. And if you are using Visual Studio, so you have this logic app JSON, and there is this kind of global parameters that you can change. So by default, what you will see there is, again, Dropbox 1, SQL 1, but you can change that default value of the, in this case, Office 365 name and the Office 365 display name. Okay, by doing that, and once you deploy that, your connectors API connector connection will be created using these proper names. If you use the global parameters, this kind of global parameters, this is the default name even for all your environments. Q&A, if you are using CI/CD, dev, quality, and production, it will be the same name. If you want to change that based on your environment, you can use the logic app parameter JSON, and then you can define again the name and the display name. If there is these variables available on the parameters, these will have priorities over the global parameters. So instead of using this global, it will use these parameters, and then you, by using CI/CD, you can change that value for every environment that you have. Okay. Consumptions. A few months ago, there only were available one type of logic apps. That was kind of the name logic app. But now exists a new type of logic app that is the standard logic app standard. So the product team actually renamed the logic app for logic app standard and logic app consumption. What is these? What are the difference? So logic app consumption is the normal logic app that you know for a long time. So it's completely serverless. It's run on the Microsoft environment, and is an orchestration of a business process. Okay. It also runs in the IaaS environment. That is in a dedicated environment, an isolated environment for you if you want to purchase that. So you are not sharing the environment with no one. You have a dedicated one. You can tuning best throughput and so on and so forth. So this is kind of for big teams, big companies that kind of requires that isolation, and these logic app consumption runs also there. It's the same. The standard, it's a compute based. Okay, you can it doesn't consumption hosting is not supported, but you can use on the app service in a Docker, Kubernetes, you name it. And it kind of brings new stuff to the logic app. So it runs on the Azure function app runtime. And now we have this logic app consumption that provides two types of workflows, stateless and stateful workflows. Stateless for high resilient workflows, and stateless for kind of fast runs for performance, try kind of fire and forget. You get a request and what you need is a response back. You don't need persistence, nothing like that. So you have these stateless workflows, and the stateful is the high resilient workflows. So we have new types of workflows running in the logic app. And for you to have a big picture, so the consumption, you create an Azure resource and you create new logic apps each logic app is this distinct workflow, and you create also type of resource on that Azure resource. Okay, the logic app standard on the Azure resource, you create a logic app, not preview. Sorry, I didn't change that slide. This is standard now. You create a logic app standard resource, and what you have there is create multiple workflows, stateless or stateful. That is your business flows. And again, you can create several logic app standards, and each of them have his own personal workflows running there. And of course, you can create other resources there. So this is kind of a workflow, is kind of a function in a function app. You create the resource, it hosts all your functions. Here you create a resource and you use all your workflows. Again, it brings other advantage to that, to the logic app consumption that was not available there. So standards, and one of the main thing is it can run anywhere. So at the moment and forever, consumption will run on the Azure environment hosted by Microsoft. The logic app standard, you can put it everywhere. You can put it in the Azure running app service. You can put it on Docker, Kubernetes, you name it. Okay, so it basically runs everywhere. Even in your development in your machine, it runs on your local machine. You don't need to deploy nothing to test this kind of logic apps. So now be careful. We have two kind of logic apps that you can choose by when you are creating this type of resource. And you need to think well which kind of logic app type you want for your achievements, okay, for your goals. And also very important is what is the proper tool for us to use? Okay, well, we have logic app consumption, we have logic app standard, we have Visual Tool, we have Visual Code, we have the Azure portal. So what are the best tools, even for what are the type of resources we want to use? And of course, Azure portal is a simple one. Is the simple approach, the fast approach. Every tutorial point you to the Azure portal. It has better performance. Okay, browser, the Azure portal on the browser reacts faster than kind of a embed Internet Explorer embed in Visual Studio. That's for sure. Maybe it will have faster updates on the browser. So the tools will get a slower update. So you see fast new stuff appear on the Azure portal. But big inconvenience by doing that. So first of all, the lack of CI/CD is not easy to do. Deploy to different environments if you use the Azure portal. Okay, a proper naming convention. You saw in my previous sessions about naming convention. You see here with the connection naming convention. It's not easy to do all of the proper naming conventions that we normally like to do using the portal. Okay, that is kind of a source code, but there is a lack of proper source code repository if you are using the Azure portal. And again, it's hard to customize, parameterize all your logic app for CI/CD because it doesn't exist CI/CD basically in the Azure portal in a simple way. Okay. So the next is Visual Studio, our traditional Visual Studio. This is the developer tool. No, it's full support of CI/CD. You can do whatever you want. You can do all type of naming convention, parameterize, customize everything. You have the source code repo also. It doesn't miss nothing in terms of development because this is a tool for developers, and this is also one of the disadvantages because it requires a Visual Studio license. It is a tool familiar for developers, but not for admins, managers, and so on. No, there are some bugs with the Visual Studio extension for Logic Apps. At the moment, Logic App Standard is not supporting Visual Studio. So consumption, yes, 100% supported, not for standard. Of course, and if you need all of these conventions and all that stuff, it requires some manual configurations that we need to do on the JSON file and so on and so forth. No? Again, one of the biggest disadvantages at the moment is that it doesn't support Logic App Standard. Okay, and then we have the Visual Studio Code. It's free, open source tool. It's a light tool than Visual Studio. Visual Studio is a heavy tool that requires CPU, memory, and so on. Visual Studio Code is a lightweight, lightweight tool. No. It supports 100% Logic App Standard. Okay, it has full support for that, and Logic App Standard also brings a new Logic App designer that is 100% support on the Visual Studio Code. You can have local project support. You can have breakpoint debugging and so on. So you can do whatever you want with Logic App Standard. But there is also a big but. Logic App consumption, it has limit support. So it doesn't support the design. It's only view mode, so you cannot edit or create your business flow using the Logic App Designer. Everything needs to do manually on the JSON, which I find ridiculous. So I'm not going to use Visual Studio Code for create the Logic App consumption, that's for sure. Once I have a good design tool, doesn't make sense. Even it doesn't support local project for the Logic App consumption, and even on the Logic App Standard, you cannot deploy a single workflow. You can deploy you deploy a Logic App Standard, and with that, all your workflows inside going to be deployed at the same time. A kind of a function app. It runs inside the function app engine. So you have to know that. So it requires more strategy for downtime and so on and so forth. So it kind of, we don't have the, sorry about that, big family at home. We kind of doesn't have the perfect tool at the moment and based on your requirements, you may choose the proper tool. So if I'm going to do a big project that requires several environments for Logic App consumption, I go definitely for Visual Studio. If it's a simple stuff, I'm going to Azure Portal for one simple environment and so on and so forth. Is faster. If I go to standard, I probably go to Visual Studio Code, that's for sure. Okay. So tip 5. We need to implement a good governance policies inside Azure. You quickly lost control of your resources. You have a lot of noise. Sorry about that. Let me put the kids just outside. Oh my, let me lock the door. Sorry, the kid is a little sick, and it is at home, and he wants his father. Always a good time with home working and kids. So if you have these, as I previously said, with SQL, the API connection, SQL 1, SQL 2, and all of this stuff, some of these will become deprecated. You are not going to use it anymore. Some logic apps are going to be disabled forever and ever, and you lose control. You have a lot of unnecessary artifacts on your Azure subscription, on your Azure resources, and it keeps with the time even more difficult to manage all of this stuff. At some point, you lose all the perspective, what is being used or not. So you need to have a good governance on your resources that are deployed, special for production. What are the connections that you are not longer using? Which type of connectors, or what are the API connectors of the logic apps are being used? What this logic app, what connectors are using? So all of this kind of documentation and reference, you need to have a good implementation. So I spoke about in the last session about logic apps, finding orphan API connections. We can do a lot even more. We can find orphan Azure API connection. We can find disabled logic apps. We can find logic apps that are not running for a long time. Document all of the API connection that has been used for each logic app. Notify any inconsistencies. Everything that is described here, you can simply do that using scripting. So Azure has a lot of APIs available for you to use, and it can do many great things for documenting in your governance inside your resources. So you see here that I'm finding all the API connections in all resources I have under my subscription. At least all the resources I have access, of course. So you need to be aware that if I'm running that PowerShell with my account, I'm going to look to all resources that my account has access. Okay, so and you can see that I'm looking for their production and Q&A and so on and so forth. Here I'm describing that Logic App is using a SQL connector, and you see here that this alarming general notification is using Office 365 and Teams connections. So I can document this, and even I can put in a CSV text file, so you can save it for documentation or export to the other side. So you can easily do that with PowerShell. And of course, you can also create this kind of orphan and look inside your resources that, for example, this monitoring Office connector from dev resource is deprecated. No one is using that. And in fact, in this case, I'm not only showing, but I'm creating a tag also on the resource saying deprecated true. So later on, I'm not deleting automatically because I'm just notifying the team for them to go there, have a look, double check, and manually double check and delete, safely delete that. But we can also delete it automatically if you desire that. So you can do a lot of great things using PowerShell to control your resources available on your subscription. Tip 6, getting the error message. Spoke a lot about try catch on my previous set of tips. In this case, is getting the error message from the errors that we are getting. No, so in C# we normally do a try catch and we control the exception. No, we can throw the whole exception, or you can actually go to the message of that exception to get a more concrete reason about the message without all the noise. And we also can customize the exception, saying kind of method not found. So we can throw that exception. And of course, who is listening or who is using the tools get this error message, that friendly error message that you see normally. So we can also do that on the Logic App side. So Michael Stefan create a blog post, a good blog post that you can go there and look later on. That is cleaner all the error message that you get from a try catch using a function. Okay. It is a great solution. It has some advantage, I'm for sure. You can go there later on and see. I prefer to use a simple approach. So I can use a filter array using the result of the try scope. So there is a try, there is the catch scope. If you are familiar with try catch in Logic App. Otherwise, go to my previous session and you see it. So if you get the result of this try scope and you find a filter for the status to be failed, you get the section where it's failing. Okay. And in this case, we are going to get the first of the filter array, that is this previous shape that we are filtering the result, all of the error stack result, and we get the first failed, and then we get the message. So to see what I'm speaking about, I have here a simple scenario here. That is the error message POC Logic App. Let's see here. I'm going to emulate error by getting a request from HTTP request, and you see that I'm going here to invoke an Azure function. This function will return error every time, okay? And in this case, I'm going to get the catch, and here I'm filtering and get the error, and the response will be the string, so the error message. So then if I'm going to the postman, this will be this one. If I'm going to send a request, you see that I have here a status 400 and the pod is stopped right here. So this is the error that I'm getting from the Azure function. Again, this payload, it will be bigger if you go to the execution. And you see that, let me see if I can see that here, the input. So this is the input And this is the all kind of the whole error stack. Okay, so we have the triggers, and then we have the outputs, and so here we have this bad request stop right here. So, and this can be even bigger in certain scenarios. And what we are trying to get this, and what we are doing is get only the section that has the error for you to have a friendly message, error message. Okay. So again, you can do it within a function, or you can use this approach by filter array and have a string to get that error message. So another one is if you are using the portal, you can actually hold back to a previous version of the Azure Logic app. So we don't have a proper source code repository, of course, but we have this kind of history of releases. When you save it, it creates a backup of your previous version of the Logic app. So if you go into the Logic app and you go to the versions, you see all the modifications you did over the time. And we can actually go there to a previous one and see and promote to be the active one. Okay, so we don't have a proper source code, but at least we have this kind of repository of versions. Once you save it, you get this version, and you can call back at any point in time that you want. Okay. So another one is by default, if you create the HTTP request, it is a post. And most of the times people use the post for all of situations. In fact, Logic app, or at least this HTTP request, except other HTTP methods, you can create a get, a post, a put, or a delete. And you can use this as a best practice of REST API. Okay, you don't need a post to do a get. So according to the REST API, you should use the verb to make all the actions that you want. Get, retrieve resource, post, submit new data, put to update, and delete to remove. You can actually use this best practice also on Logic app. Okay. For example, and I'm going to show it also here in the portal, you can use URI parameters by using a relative path. So you see first name, you get the parameter, last name, you get the parameter, and this will kind of become tokenized, and you can use it on the previous actions to do whatever you want. No, so if you're using your URI parameters, once you get the URI from the Logic app, you see that it will have, after the invoke, it will have the first name and the last name here, and then you have all of these API versions, triggers, and the SIG. Okay. If you are using query parameters that are also supported, it's not tokenized, but you can get based on the trigger outputs. And in this case, at the end or after the invoke, you can put the query parameters that you want, and you also can do a mix of both. Okay, it's up to you. It's fully supported. Okay, so let me show you that. So this is the URI parameters. edit, and come on. So on the HTTP request, you see that there is a method get. I can have all the methods that I want, and I can set a relative path that you desire. Okay. Once you do that, once you create these parameters here, then on the previous actions, you will see that they will become available on your tokens. You can use the first name and the last name. So you can usually associate that with the previous action, the other upcoming actions. Again, if you're going to try that, check these. Aha, I have here first name Sandro, last name Pereira. I'm going to send it. And of course, it returns Sandro Pereira as a JSON. That is what we have here as an output. Okay. So query parameters is a little different. Okay. We don't have these tokens by default that we see on the URI parameters. So we are not defining any relative path. It's not showing here because I didn't activate. It's still a get. We don't define nothing on the URL that is generated by the logic app. You can put whatever you want in the query parameters. But here, if you want to get these, I need to use this expression. Let me. Oh, why is not getting the expression? It's a bug. Let me show you if I can see you in the other way. So it's kind of trigger outputs. Then we have the queries, and then we put the parameter you want to pass or retrieve and read from the query parameters. And if you are using this expression here, it will create that. And again, if I'm going here, and this time I'm sending as a query parameter, I have the same result. Okay, Sandro and Pereira. So all of these best practices about HTTP and REST are supported in the Logic app also. Tip number 9, when you get close to the end, for each parallelism. So by default, if you are using kind of a list of objects and you are looping, doing a for each between the structure, the for each block has currency settings by default. So basically all the iterations run at the same time. It can be a problem in some scenarios. Then you can do DOS to the servers, or you want to control requests, and you don't want this behavior to be active. What you want is control the sequence one by one in a non-parallel situation, or define what type of parallels you want to use, 2 at the same time, 3 at the same time, or 1 that is one by one in a sequence way. So you can actually do that by setting the currency control on and put the degrees of parallelism 1 or more, whatever you want. Okay, but be aware that if you do not change that, this will be at the same time. All iterations will run at the same time in parallel. Okay, so be aware about that. You can control this in any for each block you have. And last but not the least, the least important, protect your Azure Logic apps. this is a vast topic. I can have multiple ideas for protecting your logic app. We are going to speak about the first two, API, expose your logic app through API management, and IP addressing restrictions. That are the easy ones to do, but you can actually do some Azure Active Directory open authentication with the logic app. You can secure data in the run history by using obfuscation in certain shapes if you want. And you can create role-based access control for each user to have kind of contributed, operated, able to see the history or not. You can do a lot of things with the logic app and to protect all the data available on the logic app and the logic app itself. Okay. So I create a blog post. You have the link there to follow all the step-by-step tutorial. And one of the easy way to protect your logic app and the URI available on your logic app is expose using API management. You can easily do that because he has a wizard. You just follow that wizard, logic app, it prompts a Windows, you set the subscription, what is the logic app, and so on. It's quite easy. It does all of the job for you, and it creates an API for you with a default manual invoke. In this case, was a post operation. Of course, you can modify all the names available there. You can modify the name of this operation to be a best naming. You should have also a best naming convention for the API, all the operations, and so on and so forth. And you can do whatever you want. You can modify the inputs and then perform all the policies in the API management. In some cases, you can put cache there, so you cannot not all the requests go through your logic app, also avoiding some costs there. So you can do a lot of things using the API management, but you can have a better control in terms of authentication, who is calling that API. And the second one is, for example, if you expose your logic app through the API management, you can easily restrict the access to that logic app just for accepting requests coming from the API management. So if you try to access directly the logic app, it will give access denied. You have to go through the API management, through all that security available on the API management to invoke your logic app. And so the API management has a public IP address, and you can, on your logic app, go through your logic app, and on the access control configurations, you can specify an IP range to be able to communicate with your logic app. So you can easily do that, and at least you have a better secure over your logic apps, who is calling that, who is available to call that logic app. Okay. And with that, I'm over my session. If you have any questions, now is the time. And again, sorry for the noise. Kids at home, small kid.
That was absolutely great, Sandro. I mean, background noise is okay. I mean, that's how the life it is, right? From working from home. So no problem at all. There's a quick question I want to ask. I mean, I don't work in the Logic app, but I see my teammates working on it. What I have always realized is that there's always one person working for a Logic app, right? Sometimes there's not a team involved. So is there any way we can have teams involved and building one a pipeline? Does that work this way?
Well, it works. So I have a team behind me, and we normally work in the several Logic app projects, several integrations on Azure. So The best way to work as a team in the same project, of course, my tool is Visual Studio Code. No, I'm using Visual Studio to do that, and we have this kind of check-in, check-out. We know what one is doing or not. Doing the same on the Azure portal is quite difficult, and even with Visual Studio Code is kind of difficult also. That's why I like Visual Studio. Otherwise, it's kind of have a good conversation between the teams and knowing what one is doing better, what one is doing, and what are the roles that the other are going to do. But yeah, it's possible.
Okay, let's take one question from Santosh. He's asking that is there any limitation for Logic app in terms of execution or request handling? Or maybe like number of requests are limited or something?
Logic app, no. As far as I know, no. It has a limitation about the connectors. So Logic app, well, it can execute whatever, how much you want. No, there is a limitation about the number of Logic app you have in a single subscription. There is limitations about the number of requests you do based on your connector. For example, if you are using Teams to send a message to Teams, I don't know the exact number, but let's say you can do 100 requests per second to that Teams. Otherwise, you get denies.
There's some upper bound, right? Yeah.
There are some throughputs about connectors. About the number of running Logic apps, I don't know any limitation about that.
Okay, that's perfect. And how do you do a version control with Logic apps?
Well, depending on the tool you are using. So Visual Studio is quite easy. You have the source control. Makes sense. So I'm not going to explain that. If you are a developer, you know Visual Studio. If you have the Azure portal, it's run on the versions that stores on the portal.
Okay, so there's an option, right? If you're on the portal, you get an option for the other version control. So that's.
And I think even if you are using Visual Studio and you deploy a new version, you still have the previous versions on the Azure portal. So you always have this option of rollback if you want. Of course, with Visual Studio, it's easier for us to understand. But again, it is a developer tool, and Azure is not only for developers nowadays. So even a manager can create a Logic app. So depending on your profile, depending on your if you are using Logic app standard, you are using Logic app consumption, you have the options there.
Okay, that solved the purpose, right? And I believe most of the people who are watching and who will be watching this later on, they would prefer the first one, Visual Studio. I mean, that's easy, just like you do with any other source applications. That was absolutely amazing, Sandro. You covered some of the great tips, and I believe everyone watching would have to come back, take in pen and paper, and then note it down, because there's so much that you covered in just about 40 minutes. Any final thing you want to add before we move to the next session?
It was a pleasure to be here. Thanks. And if you didn't try Logic apps, go ahead and try it. It is a really good service on Azure. So go ahead and try it.
Thank you so much, Sandro. I know it's Monday afternoon. People are busy. People have work to do. So I really appreciate you taking out your time on Monday afternoon. And thank you so much. As always, I would love to host you, maybe in person. But
I hope so in the future. Okay.
Yeah. Bye-bye, Sandro. Bye. Take care.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
All right. With that absolutely great session by Sandro, we now take our journey on serverless static web apps. I mean, I have fallen in love with static web apps. I mean, they're very easy, but yet they're so powerful. Yeah, I'm really excited for our next speaker, Matt. I hope I say it the right way. I definitely cannot say his last name. I can bet on that. He is a software architect and a Microsoft MVP for Azure, and he's going to talk about how you can develop serverless web apps with Azure Static Web Apps. So without any further ado, let's invite Matt to the live event. Hi, Matt. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hi, Simon. I am very excited to be here and welcome everyone to Cloud Summit 2021 and my session.
Yeah, I'm Matt. If do I say the name the right way? Matt, is that the right?
Yeter. Yes, Mert Yeter.
Yeter. Okay, perfect. So, Matt, I have been following you on social media. You create an absolutely amazing content. You also have your own live shows, things that you do. So that is absolutely great. Please feel free to go ahead and share your screen, and then you can go ahead and get started.
Sure.
And everyone who's watching, please feel free to go ahead and ask any question to speaker, because this is a very interesting session. And yeah, I think even if you just watch this 40 minutes, you can go ahead and start building your own website. That also for free, I think so. All right, Matt, I see your screen. I've added it to the stream. Everybody else can see it. And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay, thank you, Simon. And I don't have very much slides. This is the only slides I have. And today I will try to do everything from scratch to show every detail about the static web apps. So, by the way, thank you for the great introduction. And my name is Matthyssen, and I am working as a software architect at Finexus. We are working on financial messaging and AI-assisted AML products. And I am a Microsoft MVP for Azure, and I am also traffic ambassador. I am trying to be a regular contributor to different communities around the world, and MS author from Turkey, and Azure Live and Cloud family from the UK and Ireland. And this is the only slide about Azure Static Web Apps. This is the definition from the MS Docs. Azure Static Web Apps is a service that automatically builds and deploys full stack apps to the Azure from code repository. This is a very simple definition, but it's a very very high productivity, and I'll try to show you that soon. So let's try to start from Azure portal. By the way, if you have an Azure account and GitHub account, you can try to do it with me. So let's start with creating a static web app. You can find it under the web section. Okay, now let's say static web app 01. I gave a name, and there are two different hosting plans. Let's look at that. First one is free. As it says, it's for hobby and personal projects. For example, if you have a blog site, you can host it on Azure Static Web Apps. And there is a standard plan. It's for the general purpose and production apps. Let's have a quick look with the differences. And bandwidth is the same, and there is a payment for the bandwidth overage on the standard one. You can use your custom domains, 2 per application for free plan and 5 per application for the standard plan. I have very good news for the SSL certificates. It's free on the free plan. Also, you can use it's free on the standard. But you cannot use custom authentication and private endpoints on the free plan. And maximum application size is 250 megabytes and 500 megabytes on the standard plan. And you can use only 3 staging environments on free, and you can use 10 staging environments on the standard one. And if you want to use Azure Functions, it is managed on free plan, and you can bring your own Azure function, which I will show you in the demo. you can bring your own function on the standard plan. Let's select standard one. Okay, now I'm going to select an Azure region. Now, as we look at the previous slide, the only slide I have, there are two different deployments options. First one is GitHub, and other one is Azure DevOps. But in the Azure portal, you couldn't see Azure DevOps. You can see it under the others option. And let's start with GitHub. I have already signed in my GitHub account. So now I'm going to authorize my web app with my GitHub account. Okay, now I need to select an organizational repository, but I don't have any repository for the static web apps. So let's start from scratch and create an application, then create an GitHub repository. Let's start with terminal and let me. I think that's okay. Okay, and first I want to show you my development environment. Now I have .NET version 6, RC1 version, and I am working on an Apple M1 chip, and it is running natively on that. So let's start creating a new static web app. Let's have a look at which options do we have. Okay, and I am going to create a Blazor web assembly application and say .NET new Blazor WSM and create a folder. Let's say my Blazor app. I think that's okay. And let's open it with my Visual Studio Code. Okay, let's change font size. Okay. Okay, this is a simple Blazor app I created from the template. Now I need to create a GitHub repository, but first I need to add a git ignore file. Say .NET new git ignore. Okay. Yes, I have a git ignore file right now, and I will go to source control and publish to GitHub. By the way, I have already authenticated my Visual Studio Code to my GitHub account, and I'm going to publish to a private repository, but also you can publish to the public repository. It's your choice. Okay, I publish my sample application to my GitHub. Let's go back to Azure portal. Okay, I'll set my organization. It's loading repositories. And here's my repository, my Blazor app. Now I have to select a branch. Let's select a branch. Now I'm going to select the build details, which means it's asking for my application's technical details. For example, I can use Angular, React, Svelte, Vue.js, or Blazor frameworks. Or if you want to use a static site generator like Gatsby, Hugo, or VuePress, you can use them as well. Or you can use your custom static application. And I'm going to select Blazor. Now it's asking two different questions. First one is application location, and second one is API location, and the last one is output location. Let's have a look at our application details. I don't have another folder for my app, and I don't have an API. So I'm going to select my application location like this, and I don't have an API, and output location is the default one. I don't need any text right now. Okay, everything looks good. That's great. Okay, let's go to our resource. Now I have a static web app, and you can see my auto-generated custom domain, and my source. It's from the master branch on GitHub. It is running on GitHub Actions, and I can edit my GitHub Actions workflow directly from here. Let's go back to my repository. It's my Ulysses app. As you can see, the GitHub workflow is automatically added. And let's go to Actions. And the GitHub action is running. Let's go to details. It's now building. Okay, and as you can see, it is building on .NET 6 Preview 7, not RC1. While it's building, let's go back to Azure portal and look at the other details. On configuration settings, you can add application settings to your application. Also, you can create an application inside resource, and it is, I can see it's a default resource for every nearly every Azure service. But I cannot add it because I don't have any Azure function. If you add an Azure function to your static apps, you can add application inside resource. Also, I can manage my custom domains here. This is an auto-generated one. And on the functions, you can add a function, and I'll show you soon. And in the environment step, you can see your staging and production environment. I don't add any staging environment for this demo, but please feel to try that one. And we can see details now. It's uploading. These are all management items, default Azure stuff. And the hosting plan, you can change your hosting plan here. And private endpoint standards. These are the other standard one. Let's go to overview. And I think it's built. Let's go to our static web app. Yes, I have a running Ulysses app on Azure Static Web Apps. Now I'm going to make a little change. Let's go to pages and change this text. And welcome to Summit 2021. And save. Let's say updated title. I commit my change. Yes. Before I push my changes, I need to pull the changes because the GitHub workflow added to my source. So pull my changes. And you can see the YAML file. Now I'm going to push my changes. I think it's okay. Let's go back to actions. Now it automatically starts again. Not Let's wait a couple of seconds. Okay, it's publishing artifacts. Let's refresh our application. Not yet. Okay. It's about to finish. Let's try it again. Okay, deployment is complete. Let's run from here. Yes, I reflect my change to production environment. As I don't have any staging, I can directly send my changes to production. Now, that's for the GitHub part, and let's make another demo for Azure DevOps. Before going to Azure DevOps, I'm going to delete that one to be sure everything running from Azure DevOps. Okay, I close my user stock out and delete my repository. Okay, I am going to use the same resource, but that's why I deleted the GitHub and other resources. Let's create another Blazor web application. Okay, let's say Azure DevOps, and I am going to run the same commands. Let's add ignore. Let's open VS Code first. Okay, this time I am going to initialize a local repository first. Okay, and I couldn't see a git ignore file. Let's add it. Okay. Say initial commit. Yes. Okay, and I create the Blazor application and initialize the local repository and commit my changes to it. Now let's go to Azure DevOps. Okay, I'll create a new project. Let's say my Blazor app and Cloud Summit 2021. I create a new project. Okay, I'll go to repository files, and I'm going to push my existing repository, and I'll copy that command. Let's clear first. I'll paste it. Okay. Okay, and I'll push my Blaze rep to Azure DevOps repository. Now I will set up a new pipeline. There is a nice button here. I'll set up a build. Okay, you can see other templates, but as I said, I like to do everything from scratch. So I will select the starter pipeline. Okay, this is a very basic pipeline YAML file. You can see I have a VM image Ubuntu latest and 2 different steps. Let's lay it down. Now let's have a look what we have on the tasks. Okay, I have an static web app task. It's still in preview. Let's try it. Okay, it is asking a couple of questions. It's the similar questions on the Azure portal when we are creating the service. And application location. I don't have any special build command. Output location is www root. I don't have any API. And yes, now we need to add an web API token because Azure DevOps don't know which resource is going to publish this repository. And on the overview tab, there is a manage deployment token section. You can copy it from here. Let's close the tab. And I'll paste it and select add. Now it's at a basic task. There is no different steps. So let's save it and run and see what happens. And I haven't added a build task because the Azure Static task already builds the application. Let's go back to Azure portal. And I need to refresh this one. It is still shows to GitHub. It's a similar flow on the GitHub Actions. And it's using .NET version 6 preview 7. Let's go to overview. It's the same. While we are waiting, I'm going to create a Azure function. Okay, select my resource group. Let's say Cloud Summit function app 001. Okay. Ask runtime.NET. Let's select .NET 6. Yes, Europe. I think this is okay. I will use serverless version. That's okay. And I don't need application insights right now. Text. I think it's okay. Let's create it. Okay, pipeline is completed. Let's go back to static web app. Okay, now it's changed to DevOps and it's using the master branch again. And another change is the environment. As you can see, it is disabled. You cannot change environment if you are using Azure DevOps. It is a difference between GitHub and Azure DevOps. Now I'm waiting for deployment. And now I'm going to add an Azure function and make a call from my static web app. But to do that, I am going to show you a simple site. I bookmarked it, yes. And can I send it from chat? Okay. Sami, can you please send this URL? And there is a very nice blog post about Blazor and Azure functions. There's a nice sample, and I am going to use that sample code. Okay, function deployment is complete. I'll go to resource and create a new function. Okay, I'll set the HTTP trigger. Okay, let's go to code section. Okay, now I'm going to copy that function code and change this template. Okay, it's a very simple HTTP trigger. It returns to date time now string. Let's save it. And let's try if it's running. Okay, it's working now. Now I need to change my static app, and I'm going to do it on Azure DevOps website. Let's go to repositories and pages and index. Now there's yes. I'm going to copy that code block and edit this directly on Azure repos. Okay. Now it is calling my Azure function, but I need to add my function URL here. Let's go back to Azure Functions, Overview, and I'll get my function URL. I copied it and paste here. Now, you can use it like this, but we have a nice feature that we can link our function apps to static web apps, which means you can host your function app on your static web app. So I am going to delete this domain, and it is like running on my static web app resource. Now I'm going to commit that change. Let's go back to pipelines. It is running. Okay. But I need to make another change. I need to link my function app to my static web app. Okay, I've selected my function app. Okay, now it's ready. Let's wait our pipelines to start. So, sorry, finish. Let's be a link. Okay, I think it's finished. Okay, let's try our application. Okay, now it is getting data now value from our function application. And that's the end of my demo. And thank you for listening and watching. Do you have any questions?
That was absolutely great session, Matt. I think
Thank you.
we have about how many minutes do we have? We still have about 20 minutes until we move to the next session, but there are definitely some comments in the chats. Let's start with the very first one. Bruce Lane is asking that what are the benefits of using Azure DevOps instead of GitHub Actions?
Okay, Azure DevOps is a, how can I say, it's a, there are different products in Azure DevOps, like artifacts and repositories, boards, or test plans. It's like a big product group, has lots of different products. So maybe we can say GitHub Actions and Azure Pipelines, because the GitHub Actions is the GitHub version of the Azure Pipelines, is one of the services of Azure DevOps. And if you are hosting your source code on GitHub, it is definitely the GitHub Actions is the best choice. But if you are using a local repository, for example, you can use Azure DevOps on-prem, like Azure DevOps Server, and you are hosting your source code on Azure repositories. The Azure Pipelines is the best choice. And also you can use TFVC source control on Azure DevOps.
So, okay, that makes sense. So both are different product, but maybe the Azure DevOps has a lot more to offer, no doubt, than just the GitHub Actions. So it's depending upon you if you want to go with Azure DevOps or GitHub Actions.
But we cannot say one is better than the other. Both are great products, but it is your choice regarding to your needs, I can say.
That's perfect. There's another question coming from Ahmed. He's saying, do we get environment in SWA if we use Azure DevOps instead of GitHub?
Not right now, because also I showed in the demo, it's grayed out, it's disabled. Static Web Apps is a new resource. As you can see in the Azure portal, there are no lots of options. Maybe Microsoft will add it later, but right now you cannot get environments. I think they think you can handle it on Azure DevOps side.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you. I mean, the static web apps are still relatively very, very new. I still remember almost like I think a year and a half back, it was launched in Microsoft Build, right? But I believe people have been using it a lot. And it's a really good product. Timothy says, I really have to repeat your demo. It was very interesting and informative. So
You are
that's
welcome.
great.
Thank you.
Severin says thanks for the session. Looks like people
You're
enjoyed
welcome.
it. Okay, so but if I have to think that if there is there any if you did in the Azure, right? So I know you are an Azure MVP, so you get the credits, right? You're also working. Now, for instance, for the people who do not have Azure subscription, right? How can they go and get started with this Azure Static Web Apps? Do they have to create an entire? Do they have to get an entire Azure subscription, or is there other way around?
As far as I know, you can get a free Azure subscription if you are new to Azure. And also, if you are get a free subscription, most of the products, and I can say I am interested in the development part of the Azure. So most of the development services has free options, free starter or test options. You can choose that plans to try the services and other features. But if you want to try the whole service options, you need to change your plan to the paid one. But I can't remember the exact money, but you can use it a couple of months if you are actively using the Azure.
That makes
and
sense.
Also,
go ahead.
And also there is a pay-as-you-go plan that you can use.
Also, what I really liked, Matt, is that for this session you have used Blazor, right? But one can have their Vue application, their React application. So I think it is I believe the I would say the framework independent, right? Whatever framework you need, you can go ahead and do it. It doesn't have to be if it's Azure only Blazor or .NET. Even if you have with React, Vue, Angular, you can go ahead and do it. It's absolutely amazing, great, but full on hands-on. I would say there was only I think 4 slides that you had. That also was thank you, but really loved it. Looks like people really enjoyed your session. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
And I am very excited to be here, and I want to thank you all. First of all, to you, Simon, and the whole C# Corner, and the whole Cloud family, and all the attendees, speakers. This is a great event, and it's an honor for me to be part of this great event. And thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. I really appreciate it. I know it's Monday and people are really busy with their work and they have work to do, but you still taking your time and contributing to the community. There's no way, Matt, we can pay you back, right, for all the knowledge and time you have shared with us. So really want to thank you on behalf of the entire community, and we'd love to have you back when you're available. Until then, take good care of yourself, and yeah, have a nice day ahead. Ta-ra.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
Bye. All right, with that great session by Matt, we now move to our next session, but we still have about 10 minutes. So I want you all to take a break, go ahead and grab some coffee and tea, because this is the time for some commercial break. And I'm going to play some sponsors videos from our sponsors. So take a break, come back in about 5-7 minutes, and then I'll see you soon. Ta-da, break time.
Life in operations. It's a mix of planned and unplanned work. Operators frequently find themselves getting interrupted with an endless stream of tickets, often for doing the same things over and over again, and those tickets are often escalations to yet another team. Resolving these tickets leads ops teams to searching documentation and runbooks, looking for steps to complete routine procedures. Hopefully, the docs are up to date and the operator has access, and they don't make a mistake. And of course, that the business can afford to wait. Wouldn't it be great if there was a better way? What the operators really need is their runbooks to be automated. Here's where Rundeck can help. Rundeck by PagerDuty is a leading solution for runbook automation. Customers use Rundeck to delegate automation to the right people in the organization. Now users get self-service access to operations that previously only subject matter experts could perform. Rundeck automates IT workflows and processes, replacing the previously manual procedures found in documentation. Rundeck doesn't replace existing automation. It makes existing automation, scripts, and commands more secure, auditable, and safe to run. Rundeck is a central hub for automation, connecting key tools and infrastructure in operations workflows. Rundeck helps teams resolve incidents quicker, avoid interruptions, and get more done, all while ensuring things are locked down and remain compliant. First responders are empowered to resolve incidents themselves instead of escalating, minimizing disruptions and reducing outage time. Operators become more productive. Developers stay focused. IT users can solve problems for themselves with the click of a button. Rundeck customers regularly see 60% shorter incidents, escalations cut in half, and 15 to 20% increase in productivity. Sign up for a demo today.
Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. We get it. You were hoping that PowerShell would save your day, but you figured out that it is not user-friendly for non-experienced colleagues. Managing the increased demand on IT is a growing challenge, and running scripts manually is still very time-consuming and complex. Welcome to Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. Script Runner runs on PowerShell scripts. It combines everything you need to efficiently manage and automate your complex IT infrastructure. With Script Runner, you'll be able to make it easy for your team to perform administrative tasks without any knowledge of PowerShell, have a transparent overview on all PowerShell activities, and most importantly, free up your IT resources for more relevant tasks such as innovation and development. Download your free trial now and unlock the power of PowerShell.
I think I was muted. All right, welcome back everyone to Cloud Summit 2021. It is day 8 and we are at part 1. Just remember, each day is divided into 2 parts, part 1 and part 2. This is the part 1 going on. So today we have had sessions on Azure Static Web Apps. We talked about logic apps. We did talk about 7 habits every Azure admin should have. We did talk about Azure Active Directory. We also talked about quantum computing, and we've also talked about Stratis blockchain. So much covered in just the first half of Cloud Summit 2021, day 8, but there's still about 3 sessions to go until we end the part 1 of this day 8. Having said that, our next session is by Hannes. Hannes is going to talk about Azure Sentinel, the modern SIEM system. He's a multi-cloud solution architect. And yeah, let's bring him to the... Okay, all right, hold on. Okay, I need to fix a few things. All right, never mind. Let's bring him to the Cloud Summit 2021. Hi, Hannes. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hi, Simon.
I really love your background.
Oh, that's great.
What is that poster about?
It's about the future.
Oh, wow. Makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my! And I also see you're a Microsoft MVP, isn't it?
Yes, I'm a Microsoft Azure MVP too since 2021, since a few months ago.
All right, so I think we have not updated that on our website, so we need to do that.
No problem.
So thank you so much, Hannes, for accepting the invitation. Really excited to host you. Your session is pretty interesting, Azure Sentinel. So yeah, I won't take much of your time. I've added your screen to the stream. Everybody can see it. And the next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Okay, hello and welcome to my session about Azure Sentinel. A short recap about me. My name is Hannes Lagler-Grüner. I'm a multi-cloud solution architect in one of the biggest consulting companies in Austria named ACP IT Solutions. You can find my social profile on Twitter, Xing, LinkedIn, Facebook. I have for sure my private blog called cloudblogger.at. And since a few months ago, I'm starting with my YouTube channel. So you can find solutions about Azure Sentinel and also other solutions on my YouTube channel. And for sure, I have my private GitHub repo where you can find different solutions, scripting, and so on. But enough from me. So let's start with the agenda from today. Today, we talk about Azure Sentinel, and you will see the agenda is really short. So we have only 2 topics. First of all, we talk about Azure Sentinel, why Azure Sentinel, and then we talk about how to start with Azure Sentinel. What are the most common steps to integrate your Sentinel, integrate Sentinel in your environment? And the whole, the most of the session itself will be split into a live demo. So keep in mind, this is really a live demo, so no video, no fake, it's really live. So it could be some problem. So in my other sessions, there's no problem, but it's really live. So I have many topics in my live demos. Okay, so let's start with Azure Sentinel. Why Azure Sentinel? So when we look back to the older environments, so sometimes we often have the discussion points, or we have some discussion points to starting with a CM system. The most topic about the past is, okay, we have more and more systems outside from my company network. How can we bring those systems in your company network and protect those systems? It's a little bit hard with older environments, so you have to implement an API to your environment, bring an API to the public internet, and also give the ability to send those data to this API. Another hard point from the past was the CM right sizing. So keep in mind, when you create an old CM environment, you have to check, okay, how many logs do you send to your CM system per day or per month? So it's really hard to find out what's the right size for a CM system over the next 5 years. You always have an upfront investment. Is it a hardware investment? Is it a software investment or whatever? And in many situations, you also have a lack of automation. So when we think about CM, the next part is a SOA system. So we have to automate, or we want to automate. If something happens, we want to fix the problem automatically. So how can Azure Sentinel help in this discussion points? First of all, outside the company network, Azure Sentinel is a cloud service, so you can send informations around the world to Azure Sentinel. So it's a public cloud service, and you have different connectors available to get data from your environment. The CM right sizing, Azure Sentinel is a PaaS service, so you don't have to install any virtual machines. You don't have to choose, okay, what's my right size? You consume Azure Sentinel. You say, okay, I have, for example, my log analytics workspace, and on top to the Azure Log Analytics, I'm provisioning Azure Sentinel. So it's in PaaS service. It's growing to your business need over the time. You don't have any upfront investment. Yes, you always use what you want. So you have the pay-as-you-go model. So when you send data to your Azure Sentinel, you pay exactly for those data and nothing more. Over the time, it's a good idea to make a reservation. So if you have a minimum capacity over the month, and you know, okay, I have 100 gigabytes per day, it's much better when you are using an Azure reservation, because you get a 50% upfront decrease from your investment. And at the end, lake of automation. Azure Sentinel, you have a whole functionality to automate things. So you're using in the backend, you're using Azure Playbooks, and Azure Playbook is an Azure Logic app where you have different possibilities to change settings in Azure Active Directory, in Sentinel, and so on. So we will see about Azure automation, many live demos in a few minutes. Okay, Azure Sentinel is, at the end, it's an end-to-end solution for security operations. So you have the visibility, you have analytics rules, you have hunting rules, you also have the ability to see in the same console all incident about your environment, and for sure you have the ability to automate those incidents, so to fix the problem automatically and so on. Okay, how to start with Azure Sentinel? Normally, the first thing what you have to do is you have to provision an Azure Log Analytics workspace. So this is the first step what you have to do. On the Azure Log Analytics workspace, you have to install or have to deploy Azure Sentinel on top. And then we have an empty Azure Sentinel environment. The first thing what we have to do is to collect data from your sources. Different sources are available, and you have also the ability to use different data connectors. So we will see this in a few seconds. Then we have to implement visibility. We want to see data. We want to implement a visibility for those data. Then we have to implement your analytics rules, hunting rules, incident handling, and at the end, when we are finished, we want to implement automation too. So let's go a little bit deeper to those steps. First of all, collecting data. So we have Azure Sentinel deployed in Azure. We have the Log Analytics workspace, and on top Azure Sentinel. We have some connectors from on-premise. So we have our fixed data center. We have also services outside from our network. So we can use, for example, one connector is Azure plus Microsoft 365. So you can send security alerts, activity data to Azure Sentinel. It's really simple to implement. We will see this in a few seconds. Then we have the ability to use the common event format collector, or syslog if you're using Linux, or other firewall services. You have for sure the ability to send Windows log data, event data, performance data, and so on to Azure Sentinel. We also have the ability to send Linux data, like performance data, syslog data, and whatever. We also have for threat indicators text2 and MS Graph to connect to Azure Sentinel. And at the end, we can also use custom APIs. So when you develop a custom service or custom application, and this application is logging into a separate database or into a log file or whatever, you can write your own API to send the custom logs to Azure Sentinel. So no problem. So when we have a look to those collector types, you can see the first one here is Azure Microsoft 365. So we have here a separate benefit when we use Azure Sentinel, because Azure Activity Logs, Office 365 Activity Logs, and alerts from Microsoft Threat Protection are for free. So you can send those data, and you don't have to pay for those data. It's really important when you use Azure Sentinel. Those data are for free. Okay, so implement visibility. The first step, what you have to do after the data connection is we have to define workbooks. It's nothing new. So you're using workbooks in Azure Active Directory, you're using workbooks in Log Analytics. So you can use the same structure in Azure Sentinel. You can use built-in workbooks, so which coming from the community or which coming from Microsoft. But you also can use your custom workbooks. So you can create your own workbooks or use from other workbooks some snippets and implement in your own workbooks. It's no problem. There's really much workbooks available from the community, also from Microsoft, and everything is for you for free. So you can use it, you can implement it, and you can modify also predefined workbooks. The second thing is when we have the visibility, we have to start with analytics rules. Analytics rules rules written in KQL. So KQL is also nothing new because the backend is Azure Log Analytics. So the same query language in Azure Log Analytics we also can use in Azure Sentinel. You can use more than 100 built-in analytics rules depending on your data sources. So keep in mind when you connect your data and you want to implement the analytics rules, it's important that the data sources are available, because if it's not available, the analytics rule don't get any data from that. Okay, and at the end we have two different types of analytics rules. We have the scheduled analytics rules based on KQL queries, and we also have the ability to connect Azure services like Microsoft Defender for Identity or Microsoft Cloud App Security, Microsoft Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. You can directly connect those services to your Azure Sentinel environment and also get the alerts from those services too. So you will see this also in my demo. Okay. When we have analytics rules and when we have an incident, we also need hunting rules. Hunting rules are a little bit different than analytics rules, because hunting rules are not running automatically, scheduled or over a service connection. Hunting rules are using to threat hunting. So you can use built-in threat hunting queries. So there's no extra query experience required. So there are at the moment, I guess, nearly 200 hunting rules available for you. And you can execute those rules manually if you want. And you also have the ability to use a live stream to run the hunting queries in the backend. And if something happens, you see a pop-up in your Azure portal. You can for sure create your custom hunting queries, so also based on KQL queries, and hunting queries perfect to investigate, to get more details about the threat detection. Okay, that's it from the first section. So let's go to the live demo. Let's switch to my Azure Sentinel environment. So here we are. You can see this is the Azure portal, Azure dashboard. You have for sure also the ability to pin some information from Azure Sentinel workbooks to your dashboard. So let's switch to my Azure Sentinel environment. Let's go to the overview. In the overview, you can see all data which is coming into Azure Sentinel. Okay, come on. Take some time. It's a live demo, yes. Okay, here we are. Here is my overview view. Come on. Okay. Yes. Okay. Here you can see all events over the last 24 hours. So a second important part is, so when you deploy Azure Log Analytics, you normally have the first 31 days for free. When you install Azure Sentinel on top of Azure Sentinel, of Azure Log Analytics, you can increase your slider to 90 days. So it's for free to save data in Azure Log Analytics when you're using Azure Sentinel for 90 days. So we have the ability to change the custom range about the last 90 days. It's no problem. But in this case, in the last 24 hours, we have here 270,000 events. We have here 4 alerts and 3 incidents, and 1 incident is changing. So in the middle of the view, you can see the type of incidents, the type of events. So we have here VM connection, have security events, have other events. So when we scroll down, you can also see here partition malicious events from around the world. So you have here the ability to see attackers. You also have here the ability to see data anomalies. So when you have some changes in your environment and you're sending more data, you will see this here in this view. And on the right side, you can see also the incident view. But this is a topic from the next step. Okay, so data connectors. We have normally when we start with Azure Sentinel is empty. The first thing what we have to do is we have to implement data. We have to install data connectors. And when we have a look here in the data connectors section, you can see here we have 160 available connectors. In my environment, I have 10 connectors configured. And I want to show you the 2 different types of connectors. The first of all, or the standard connector in each environment is the Azure Active Directory connector from my point of view. So here you can see the Azure Active Directory connector. And on the right side, you can see open connector page. And the next step is really simple. What you have to do is you have to select, okay, what kind of data sources I want to send to Azure Log Analytics. In this case, I'm using nearly all data sources, excluded EDFS, because I don't have an EDFS environment, and click on Apply Changes, and that's it. When you do this, every data sources which you have selected are sending to Azure Sentinel. Nothing more to do. Then you can go to the next step, and you will see you have here recommendations about your workbooks based on your data source. In this case, I can use Azure Active Directory sign-in logs, Azure Active Directory audit logs, but this is a topic from a few seconds. You can also see here, okay, what's the Azure Log Analytics table name? In this case, sign-in logs, audit logs, and so on. And on the bottom, you can see also recommended analytics rules, which you can use based on your data sources. So not every analytics rule will be you cannot use all analytics rules, because some analytics rules also required other data sources like this one here, Office 365. But the first 3, for example, you can use, you can create the analytics rule and use in your environment. Okay, that's an data connected connector. Now I want to show you the second type here. This is Azure Active Directory identity protection. So we've discussed this in the last slides. We have 2 different data connector types. One data connector is to get data from Azure Active Directory, for example. And the second type is to get information from another service. And this is exactly one data connector, in this case, Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. So when we go to the connector page, you cannot select any data sources. You only have the ability to connect those services, in this case, Azure Active Directory Identity Protection, to your Sentinel environment. Keep in mind, to use this connector, you have to have the Azure Active Directory Premium 2 license in your environment. So this is a requirement, and if you have the license in your environment, you can use this connector too. Okay, so now we have our data in your environment. The next step is to bring visibility to your environment, and this you can achieve this with workbooks. So let's switch to the workbook section. And here we are. We have here 111 templates available, and we have 10 workbooks saved in my environment. And the first that we have to do is we can go to the workbook, view the template, and if you want to change something, you can view save. You can open view saved workbook, open those workbook, and you will see, based on the last 90 days, and also for sure based on the data, connect on the data itself, you can see, okay, what are the user activities. There's nothing changed from my side, so this is the default workspace, the default workbook. You have here some success results, failure results, and so on. If you want, you can also change this workbook. So click on Edit, add, for example, here, okay, this is from me, add here a custom text, or change the query rule here to get some other information, or copy this this rule to use it in your own workbook. So my recommendation for new environments is to, there are some recommendations available. So in my case, I always using the Security Operations Efficiency Workbook. So this is a really good template to get more information about your SOC team. How long does they need to create an incident, or to open the incident, to change the incident, to fix the issue, and so on. So this is really a really good workbook to use. So each environment is using this workbook, and you also have for sure the ability to create your own workbook. So when we go to my IT security management workbook, this is a self-designed workbook, and open this workbook, you will see it's really a custom workbook. So we have also connect other services, not only Azure Log Analytics, we're also using, for example, in this case, the status of Azure Security Center. So you can see here, here's my subscription, and you also see here the percentage which are achieved in this environment. So when we click on this link, we're going to Azure Security Center and get the information from this subscription. How is it? How is the secure score for this subscription? This case, come on. This case, 48%. It's the same like here. So you can use Azure Workbooks to get data from other Grave APIs if you want. In this case, I have also my incident over the last since the beginning. So I have 20 incidents for medium, 0 low, 1 informatical. Here you can see some KPIs: the time to triage, the time to fix the issue. These are informations based on the security efficiency workbook. So I copy those information here. Here you can see open incident. In this case, I have 88 incident older than 30 days. And here you can see, for example, okay, by priority, incident by priority. And when I want to see, for example, all high incident, I click on this incident, and here I have a drill down to get more information about this incidents. Okay, so now we have a visibility in our environment. The next step is to bring analytics rules. So you can use the built-in analytics rules if you want, or you can write your own analytics rules. It depends on your need. I'm always starting with the customer with use cases. So I'm defining use cases with the customer, connect the data source, and implement the use cases based on those 8 data sources. And we have here different rules. You can see here I have my scheduled rule, in this case, emergency admin login, for example, or Honey account login. And I also have here my security, Microsoft Security Analytics rule. This is not a KQL query. This is a service connection rule. In this case, Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. So I get information from this service and also open my incident. And when I open here, for example, the ACP Honey account login, you can see here on the right side my KQL query to get those information and open, for example, an incident. Okay, so let's go to the next topic. In this case, hunting rules. We will go to the analytics rules in the next demo a little bit deeper, but now let's switch to the hunting rules. What's the difference here? So analytics rules are executed schedule. For example, you have analytics rules which will be executed every 5 minutes and look back to the environment every 5 minutes. Okay, what happens here? It's a little bit slow right now. In my mind, okay, perfect. So here you have the ability to use your hunting rules. Come on. To use your hunting rules. Your built-in hunting rules, or you can also write your own hunting rules. It depends on your preference. In this case, you have 196 hunting rules. And here we have some favorite hunting rules. In this case, port open on Azure resources. It's required the Azure activity log. So you have to implement the data source, which brings the Azure activity log data. And then here you can see, okay, what's the hunting rule in this case for this result? In this, we have here a result of 3. And the second one is, for example, login attempts using legacy authentication. For this hunting rule, we need the sign-in logs data source, which is coming with the Azure Active Directory connector. Okay, then we can run the query, we can view the result. So in this case, when we view the result, we switch back to the Azure Log Analytics environment, and you can see the custom query, the KQL query, and also the result with more details. Come on. So here we are with more details about that Azure activity. So in this case, we have here the caller IP, we have the resource group, and so on and so on. Okay, so we have now 2 hunting rules, 2 analytics rules in this case, and we want to create an incident based on those 2 incident rules. So first of all, I want to create an incident based on the Honey account login. It's a really simple analytics rule. So let's go to the edit button. You can see here in the hunting rule, you can define the name for sure. You can define the severity of this rule, and you also can define the tactics for this rule. So here we are, the name, the tactics, the severity, medium, low, high, tactics here. And in the next page, you have to define the KQL query. And this is really simple. So I'm using the sign-in logs and project those information to user ID and so on. And at the end, I will extend those information to an entity. So on the bottom, you can see here, I have here my identities, account, the full name, the host name, the IP address, the URL, and so on. So that's one thing, but it's really interesting. And this is a feature which is available since a few months. This is the watch list filter. So in this case, I'm searching for Honey account logins. So normally you define 1 or more Honey accounts in your environment, and I have to define those Honey accounts also in my query. So in this case, I don't implement the UPNs from those Honey accounts fixed into my query. I'm extract that information to a watch list. So when we go back to Azure Sentinel and go to the watch list section, you can see here there's a separate watch list available named Honey accounts. So, and here you have the ability to edit the watch list item outside from the analytics rule and add, if you want, your own Honey accounts or the next Honey account, or change the Honey account you can. So what you want, so what you have here the ability to create a new Honey account, add the ID, the UPN, and so on, without any changes in your Azure analytics rule. So really perfect and really simple to implement watch list. Okay, so the second rule, the second analytics rule is my ACP risk sign-in user. So here we are using a service, a separate service, in this case, Microsoft Security. And when we select here, when we change here the analytics rule, you see here the name, the description, and at the bottom, you can see here the analytics rule logic, and here's no KQL query. We're connecting to a separate service. So in this case, Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. We also have the ability to connect to Microsoft Cloud App Security, Azure Defender for IT, and so on. Then we have to define the severity, or have to filter the severity if we want each alert from those services. We have to select any, or we can filter to custom or medium. We also have the ability to include specify alerts or exclude something alerts. Okay, so perfect. We have now the analytics rule in place. We have the data connector in place. We are having incidents in my environment, for sure, maybe. So in this case, yes, we have 2 incidents. We have more incidents. We have 3 incidents available in this case. So we have an anonymous IP address. We have an Azure AD conditional access policy change and the Honey account login. Okay, we have 3 incidents. Now we have to investigate those incidents, but this is a topic from the next demo. So let's switch to the theory section. So let's go ahead. So we have the connectors available. We have workbooks available for the visibility. We have the analytics and runbooks available in our environment. So the next step is to handle incident. Normally, when you create an analytics rule, you have to choose, okay, is this analytics rule only for alerting or also creating an incident? So normally when you create an incident, you have the ability to manage the assignments. So the default incident is open, not assigned, and using the severity which you have to define in your configuration. And now you have the ability to change the owner of the incident. You can do this automatically, or you can do this manually if you want. So you can assign those incidents to your colleague. You also you also have the ability to add tags or add comments, so what you prefer. And you also have the ability to trigger automation playbooks based on the alert, or you have also the ability to automatically trigger playbooks or automation tasks. So it depends on your need. So that brings me to the automation task. In this case, you're using Azure Logic App for automation. So we have 2 different trigger types. The one trigger is for Azure alerts, and the second trigger is the new one, is the preview trigger, is for incidents. You can choose from a library of different samples. So we have a separate GitHub repo from the community where you can find really a bunch of different automation playbooks. You can create for sure also your own playbooks depending on your requirements, and it's built for automatic and scalable playbooks. So you're using also in this case a PaaS service. You pay for the execution, and that's it. Okay, really short from the Azure automation perspective, because I want to switch over to the demo environment. So in this case, we are handling the incident. So we have 3 incidents open right now. We also want to implement automation and also execute playbooks. Okay, so let's switch back to our environment. You can see here I have 3 incidents. One incident is from anonymous IP address. Here you can see it's triggered by the service Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. So it's not an KQL query. It's connected to this separate service. So you can see here I have my incident, and my incident have my entities. In this case, I'm open the incident, and you can see the different entities. In this case, I have here my demo Honey account, demo acp.at, one the IP address from the login. And it's that the issue itself from Azure Active Directory Identity Protection is anonymous appear address. So in this case, I'm logged in with a Tor browser, and this is the error which you get from Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. Okay, so now I have here my comments. I can write some comments into the incident, test or whatever, what we want, and comment this. And now I have also the ability to change the owners. In this case, it's assigned to me. And I also can assign this to one of my colleagues, or change the activity to closed or to new, and change also here the severity from medium to high, and so on. Okay, and the bottom, you can have also the ability to add new tags. In this case, I've added 2 tags automatically. Okay, now I want to execute manually a task. So normally the SOC team don't have the permission to do everything in the environment, so they don't have maybe the access to the Azure Active Directory, or can change something else. So in this case, we can go to the alerts. You see here, okay, I have my alert, and I want to view my playbooks which are available in my environment. And I want to get the information from VirusTotal to get the more information about the IP address. So I'm executing this playbook. And in the backend, an Azure Logic App will be executed. We'll get the information from the incident. In this case, get the public IP address, send this information to VirusTotal, and get the information from the VirusTotal back, and write this to my comments. And I click here, refresh. We'll see in a few seconds. I have here the reputation from VirusTotal. So in this case, the reputation is 7, which indicates like malicious. So this is a separate service. I can use this as SOC and also get more information about the IP address. I also have the ability to block the IP address. In this case, I've created a separate workbook, and I'm using here the block IP. I'm executing this runbook, and now I go a little bit deeper to the runbook itself. So let's open the runbook. You will see we will switch to the Logic App environment. Here's the block IP Logic App environment, and it's triggered right now. Yes, it's finished. Okay, so when we open the Logic App, or the task from the Logic App, what we will do is, it's really simple. So we get the information from the Azure Sentinel alert, we get the ID, we get the IP address, the public IP address from the incident, add the IP address to a parser. So we using an Azure named location. So we have a conditional access policy in the backend, which is using Azure named location. We get the existing IP address list from the named location, add the new IP address, and write it back to the Azure named location to block this IP address. So when we go back to our Azure Active Directory, for example, named location. So here we are. Come on. You will see I have here my named location, the named location with the block IPs, and here is the IP address, which is from the named location, which should be blocked. In the end, when we go to the incident back, so let's go to the incident, refresh the incident. We have a third comment here. And in this comment, you will see, okay, it successfully updated the named location. And here we'll see all IP address ranges, which are available inside the named location. Okay, that's about Azure Active Directory. So the named location, you have also the ability to block this user. So in this case, I'm going to the alerts, the same situation, and block the user and revoke the session. But in this case, I have two different automation tasks here available. This is the playbook automation. We also have the ability to use Azure automations. It's a little bit different. So when we go to the automation task here, and select here the playbooks. Here you will see all playbooks which are available in your environment, and you see here an Azure playbook based on Sentinel Alert, and here you see an Azure playbook based on a Sentinel incident. This is the preview feature. This is the new way, and this is the recommended way. Also, this is the status at the moment disabled. But what we can do is you can do much more with Azure automation. With playbooks, you can only execute the playbook, follow the steps, and that's it. With Azure automation, you can run different tasks before you execute an Azure playbook. So let's open here this automation task. And you can see here, in my case, I've filtered the automation task on my analytics rule. I also filtered this automation task based on my user ID. In this case, when the HANA account is logged in, the rule will be executed. I change the status from new to active. I also assign automatically this this incident to me, to my user. I also add 2 new tags, and at the end, I'm executing the automation block user and revoke session playbook to remove, to block the user account and remove the session from this account. So it's really simple to implement. You can use this playbook from the community also. Okay, so now we have the automation. We have our incidents based on the data source or on the product name, like Azure Active Directory Identity Protection, or on the KQL query. In this case, I'm using here a KQL query for the HANA account. So now I want to show you another thing. So in this case, I have an Azure Analytics rule, which is open an incident based on conditional access policy changes. So let's open this incident. You can see here what are the entities, what are the changes from my conditional access policy. In this case, my user account, the Sentinel admin, changed the demo policy, the known network list, the blocker piece, and update the policy. So this is one information which we get. And now we can go to the alerts, click on View Playbook, and ask the IT team execute this playbook. Ask the operating team, okay, is this change a planned change or not planned change? So in this case, I'm opening here my Outlook. You can see here, okay, I get an email. And here is the change. What is changed in my environment? And here we have 2 buttons, planned or not planned. So let's, before we execute, before we open, click on the button. So let's go back to the playbook. So we are open now the playbook itself. The playbook is still running. So it's waiting, in my case, 1 day for a response from the customer. If the customer is not responding, you get an information, okay, the customer is not responding, please call the customer, for example. So in this case, the playbook is running. So I'm open now the conditional access policy, the email, and say, okay, yes, it's a planned change. Click on planned. Okay, successfully. Let's go back to the playbook. Now it's succeeded. Let's go back to the incident itself. Refresh the incident. And you will see here also a comment. Yes, the change is a known incident and was planned. So this is also a possibility that you have with Azure automation. In this case, with a logic app and the automation task. Okay, so let's go back. That's it from my live demo. Let's have a recap about Azure Sentinel. What is Azure Sentinel? Azure Sentinel is a built-in PaaS service in Microsoft Azure. So you can use Azure Sentinel. It's really simple to implement with the first two steps. So you have to provision an Azure Log Analytics, and on top to Azure Log Analytics, you have to provision Azure Sentinel. Then you have to think about, okay, what are my data sources? What are my what kind of visibility do we need? And also the analytics and hunting rules. Okay, sorry. It's based on pay as you go, so you don't have to think about upfront investment or to buy any hardware components. You only pay for what you use. So you want to transfer 1 GB this month, you pay only for 1 GB. The second part here is you have the ability to change the data retention from 30 days to 90 days in Log Analytics for free with Azure Sentinel. But when you change the ability to, for example, the retention, for example, to 720 days, that's the maximum at the moment, you have to pay for those from 90 days to 720 days for the retention. It's high availability and high scalability. So it's a high availability service, so it's not based on one location, it's based on more availability zones. And you also always scale up and scale down for your needs. So you consume a service, you consume Azure Sentinel, and you don't have to think about, okay, about the backend. You only consume the service. It's better for investigate, it's better for analyze, for security issues. Why? Because it's really simple to add other services like Azure Active Directory, like Azure activities, like on-premise data sources, firewall, and so on. And at the end, you have a massive automation options. I have shown you some features, so there's much more available from the community. And yes, it's really, really massive automation options here available. That's it from my side. Thank you. Thank you for the session itself, and hope you have some questions.
Absolutely great, Hannes. I was just looking back from watching from behind the scenes, and you have covered so much in just about 45 minutes. Full on demo, I would say, like
Yeah.
full on demo. There's very less slide just to start the pace of the session of every demo. But there's a great demo going on throughout your session. And if you look at the comments, right, I don't know how you're going to answer almost like a dozen of questions. People have been asking so many, and it's Monday, people are still tuning in. So let's try to answer a couple of them. Okay, let's go from the beginning. Karanveer says, okay, how SIEM is better than App Insight for monitoring and Kudu logging feature in Azure?
App Insight and Kudu. So you have the ability to send the information from App Insight to Azure Sentinel 2, because App Insight in the backend is also Azure Log Analytics, really. And you also have the ability to change the diagnostic settings, in this case for App Insights, and say, okay, hey, I want those information sent to Azure Log Analytics and create a separate table. So this is possible. You can do this.
Okay, perfect. And Alex is asking, could we forward info to external system, for example, to external ELK?
Yes, for sure. You have also the ability to use Azure Automation. So not Azure Automation, Sentinel Automation. So you can do this. Every time when an incident is created, you can send the information to an external system, for sure.
Perfect. I don't know. The more you say, Hannes, the question will keep on coming. There's one from Shipra. She's asking, hi, what should I opt for the security needs for my service? Azure Sentinel or Azure Security Center?
In your case, you can use both. So Azure Security Center, there's a free edition available, so you can use the free version and also the Defender version, and you can send those information to Azure Sentinel. Azure Sentinel is, from my point of view, the umbrella system over all environments. Azure Security Center is to get the information, to see more deeper insight to the alert, and Azure Sentinel is the end system which combine each services together.
Perfect.
So, use both.
Makes sense. Yeah. What are the data sources or database we can integrate with and set of hunting rules? Maybe the first ones. Hunting rules would be too much to answer in a minute.
Okay. Data sources. So the data sources and hunting rules depends on your data connectors. So if you connect Azure Active Directory, for example, you have all data sources from Azure Active Directory, and you can execute the hunting rules for those data sources. You have also the ability to connect, for example, third-party cloud providers like AWS and GCP. It's also possible. You can also connect other third-party environments like a F5 firewall or a Barracuda firewall, Cisco firewall, whatever. And you can use, based on the data sources, the hunting rules also.
Perfect. Hannes, we'll take last question, then we'll let you go because I think the question will keep on coming. There's one from Jayasankar. He's asking, can we integrate this SIEM details in classic event viewer?
The classic event view events to Azure Sentinel. That's the question. Huh?
Yeah. Can we integrate? You can read on the screen, right?
Where is it? I'm sorry.
You'll have to come back to your monitor. Oh, all this time you were not looking at the questions? Oh my goodness, how are you answering them? That's cool. You have to come back to your browser.
It's in the classic event viewer.
I think event viewer. This is
CM details in the classic event viewer. Okay, that's strange. So you want right back into event viewer. You can do this with a custom API because you have the ability to query the information from Azure Sentinel. This is the backend is Azure Log Analytics, and write those information back to the event viewer. Yes, it's possible, but
that's too much to do, right?
Yes.
Saran says, Hannes, nice session on Sentinel.
So if you have some questions, you can write me also on Twitter, Facebook, or whatever. What do you want?
Yeah. So here's what everyone is doing, right? And here's what this is a good thing to do. Hold on. I'm gonna do is I'm gonna update your name over here.
That's good.
With Twitter handles so that always there. You see, that's better now, isn't it? Your name is always your name always has a Twitter handle, so it remains throughout the video. So Hannes, that was absolutely great session. You can definitely see from the comments, people really loved it. A great session, full on with demos. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
Thank you for the organization. It's really a cool event. I hope next year is the same session too. Maybe also in person. It will be really cool. Maybe, but COVID-19 is not so easy.
Yeah.
So, but thank you for the organizers, and I hope in a few months or next year we will see in person. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Hannes. I know it's Monday afternoon and people are busy, so thank you so much for your time. Have a great week ahead and see you soon. Ta-da. Bye. Take care.
Bye.
All right, now that you have had a session on Azure Sentinel, an in-depth session, it's now time we go ahead and learn about Microsoft 365, Azure, and a bit about monitoring story. And joining us now is Christian, who is a product manager at Nice IT Management Solution. They are also the partner and sponsor for our event. So yeah, I'm really excited to bring Christian to the Cloud Summit 2021, and let's welcome him. Hi, Christian. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hey, hello, Simon. Great to be here. Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I love your background. That's
yes, branded. I put it on for you. So when you just asked about the question, it just kind of come in here. So I don't need another screen. So for those who want to see a live question coming back, so just type it in. It just comes back on here.
That's very creative. I mean, I've not seen, I'm hosting, I think your speaker number 80 or something, but I've not seen anyone doing that. So thank you so much, Christian. And thanks to you and your team for supporting the event. We really appreciate it. Yeah, and I'm really looking forward for your session. We're going to do chit chat towards the end of your session and have some Q&A. I've added your screen share to the stream. Everybody can see it. And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Simon. So, and thank you everybody for joining and taking a bit time out of your busy schedule to join us here today for doing a bit fun and learning something new around Azure, Microsoft 365, and the whole marketing story. So, as Simon already mentioned, we are a sponsor of this event, so bringing things on here. So let me get actually dive into this to talk a bit what we are doing and what we've been busy for over the last many years with especially Microsoft 365. So I will do a brief introduction and then talk about the solution we have, about NICE, and then the focus is really on Microsoft 365 monitoring and Azure and how we integrate that. So if you listen to the session from Hannes just before this one here, you might have heard about log analytics and Cousteau and other things. They will also come in my session here. So it is a very good connection actually to continue listening into that. We have live demos as well. Obviously, that's part of that. And then I have a special point here. We'll talk a bit about Teams and Teams monitoring and considerations around that. And there are also some goodies. We have some free open source product we contributed to community, and also like to touch on that. It's a bit nerdy because we get into code and Visual Studio, but I just want to talk about this in the end if you have a bit of time. Nevertheless, feel free to ask questions. Alongside, I'll try to answer them as we go. If they get too many, I'll take them at the end. So let's get started. So as Simon stated, I'm in Stuttgart, southern Germany, located here, and I'm working for a company called NICE. We do application monitoring since many years, since 1991, really, since close to 30 years now. So we have offices in Germany, which are head office here, and in US and in other countries around Europe. We support a global customer base for our products around monitoring, which primarily integrate with Azure as well as other Microsoft products like Microsoft System Center. I'll talk also a bit about in a moment. So if you wonder what we do in terms of monitoring, so we're really the monitoring gurus, if you like. So we monitor everything right from Citrix all the way to Veritas cluster service, legacy products like IBM DB2, but we also have VMware, MongoDB, and the full Microsoft 365 stack in monitoring. Important to know is we don't build a monitoring suite. Like if you know like a monitoring suite from ServiceNow or from other companies who build like a monitoring suite, we don't do that. We just do the integration. So we are the persons that collect the data and bring it into the monitoring suite you have. Primarily Micro Focus OBM, Microsoft SCOM, and the Azure solution as well. All right. Okay, so let's get started a bit about Azure Monitor. That's what you're here for, I guess. So Azure Monitor, you can go like right now into your Azure portal and go to Monitor. You'll find it right away, Azure Monitor. So, and I just want to do a short history on that. And it actually all started in November 2010. Well, that's 11 years ago, right? So 11 years ago, Microsoft started with something called Codename Atlanta. Some of you might remember a Microsoft event in Atlanta. At that time, it was a tech at that time took place. And so that was the first start of a project where monitoring data was stored in a public cloud storage. That was way before Azure and other terms came in there. And the next one was called basically System Center Advisor, which went live in March 2011. That was also around the Microsoft System Center portfolio, because System Center with System Center Operation Manager was the one and only monitoring product that Microsoft had at that time. And it was extending it into the cloud and providing it in the cloud as a service with System Center Advisor, which was basically an extension of the on-prem product for monitoring your servers and was called Microsoft System Center Advisor. It was renamed about a few years later to Azure Operational Insight. So it was the first time we mentioned Azure, it's Ops Insight. So, and that was around a while. So it has already like a large data lake in the background with a different query language, which was there before Cousteau. So that change came only a bit later. So, but it was also there. We had intelligence packs, which could be brought into that to actually extract and display the data, which was there for monitoring. In the end, the data got in there through APIs, plus it got in there through agents that were deployed through the various systems. So in the end, it's key to have the agent sitting on a let's say on a Windows system, either on-prem or VM on any cloud provider. Plus, you could also have it also on Linux systems, various distributions, either again on-prem or in the cloud, and feed all the data into the cloud service. So it was renamed again in 2015. Like, guess how many times? I could take bets here, right, and see how many time it was actually renamed. So that was the Operations Management Suite, OMS, announced in 2015. Which was around there for quite a number of years before actually the first public preview of Azure Monitor came in 2016. So we are 5 years now in Azure Monitor. So and with Azure Monitor, we got the log analytics data store. Like many things has changed. We got the management solutions in there and workbooks and all the things we know today. So and then GA it was in 2017. So just for you, like a bit of a history, because when we talk about monitoring on Azure, like you might wonder where this came together. So what I should mention is that while Azure Monitor, whoops, my background went. There we go. While actually we talk about Azure Monitor as a pure cloud native solution for monitoring the various workloads running on Azure, there's still the System Center Operation Manager, which is in kernel release 2019, alongside with Windows Server 2019, and is still experiencing support for the next 10 years. So that is a bit on a side. So what is currently now going on is that Microsoft actually provides also like an operational management tool in Azure, which is currently known under Project Aquila. So if you heard about this Project Aquila, it is actually a new monitoring suite that will come to Azure. I'm expecting that it will go in public preview around Ignite time later this year. So because like we will see some challenges around Azure Monitor, which being addressed on the on-prem part. So the Azure Monitor is really the cloud native solution to monitor all things on cloud and also on premise around data that is being collected. So I do provide a quick overview here just to give you a background for those who are not so familiar with Azure Monitor. So Azure Monitor consists primarily of a log store and a metric store. So these are the two key items. And actually, it was starting all with the log store. So we had the log analytics, like when we had the session earlier from Thomas and talked about Sentinel. So also this is data, log analytics security data stored in the log. So this is the same kind of log data that's brought into there from applications, from application operating systems, subscriptions, and as well your custom sources into the log data. A bit later, like I think 2 years ago, there was also the metric store added to actually include like more structured data, which have like for metrics to measure certain things. And Then we have this on the right side, the different components that make Azure Monitor up. So we have the application insights to actually bring data in there. We have the AKS, the Azure Container Service, to monitor the Azure containers, VMs, and the monitoring solutions. These monitoring solutions are basically pre-built add-ons you can bring into with primarily Custo queries. The Custo query language builds the solution, then adds some dashboards on top, and as well workbooks to visualize this. We have dashboards, Power BI, workbooks. We'll show you this in a demo in a moment. And then we have the metrics analytics and the log analytics. And further down, we can bring this into alerts, and we can do the full integration into the logic apps. We can export APIs. We can use custom APIs. And this basically makes the picture complete for the Azure Monitor. What is still a bit of a challenge here, so if you talk about like pro and cons, is like if you develop your alerting and your monitoring, it's quite difficult actually to take it out of one specific, let's say, tenant or like your subscription and bring it to another one. The packaging is not ideal at this point, so you could develop like your own ARM template, bring the things in, building your monitoring solution. But as such, it's more like you get the data and you build it together on the fly in your subscription, and then it is in there basically, and you work with that. All right, so let's go on and see a bit what comes next. So yeah, I put something in here to talk a bit about Microsoft 365 and the services. So well, while we have on one side your tenant and your resources and your Azure AD, we have on the other side all the Microsoft 365 services. They somehow belong together, but somehow they're all separate. So on the Microsoft 365 services side, we have the SharePoint, Notes, Teams, OneDrive, so OneNote basically, and they're all somehow require an ID, obviously, in Azure Active Directory as well, but do not require the paid subscription, for example. It can work entirely without a subscription. Only when you bring additional services in, you might require subscriptions for the resources you have in your tenant. And the point is, like, how do we bring this actually together? Like, let's say we're talking about monitoring like Teams or SharePoint or Outlook. It's like there's not like one solution that you could deploy to monitor this. And anyway, what's the sense of monitoring a service that is already provided by Microsoft from Microsoft Azure Monitor, for example? So that I like to highlight and why we built a solution for that here. So let me explain a bit what we did for monitoring these Microsoft 365 services and what was the driving part for that. So let's start with some use cases, for example. Let's assume you're sitting in front of your computer, you're using Microsoft Teams, and you're chatting a colleague, you're starting a video call with your colleagues, and suddenly like the video freezes, or you can't join the call, or your screen sharing doesn't work. That is a bit awkward, right? It might really interrupt your day of work. So, and at that point, you will not know if it's a problem with your ISP, if it's a problem with the company network, eventually if the traffic routes through your company network, or if it's a problem at the Microsoft side. So this is very difficult actually to find out. So, and you might find out if your ISP, your internet connection is broken, nothing will work right away. But if it's like kind of an intermediate problem where calling maybe not works, but your chat will work, then this might be a problem on some type of voice communication or routing network, a routing problem. So we put like a collector in place that allows you actually to probe the services. And this collector VM, it is separate. It sits, you can decide where you actually place it. So you can place it, for example, at your system, you can place it in your data center, you can place it at different branch offices, for example. And from that point in time, it's like a probing system that actually probes the different Microsoft 365 services for functionality. So it checks, like, for example, if emails can be sent, if chat messages can be submitted and an answer is received in time. And this telemetry or statistic data, which is being actively collected, is then brought into the Azure Monitor. So, and on that side, then you can actually see the data in Azure Monitor. You can see it in a dashboard. You can see your mail flow, for example. How long does it take to send an email from user A to user B, or inside or outside your organization? And this is done by a real test, because we don't have visibility into the platform. The Azure platform is abstract, it's a service, so we don't really know what's going on there, right? So we have some reports, we have some data we can get out of that. We can see the service health Microsoft publishes, but we don't know if our tenant, if our data is actually healthy, and if our services work fine. We can only test this. So this is basically why we provide this testing facility that can test the Microsoft 365 services. And then again, the data goes into Azure Monitor, where we can actually see that. And for that, we're using the application insights APIs to bring the data in there. And that is basically the entire round trip, how the data will be available. So let's have a look at that. So let's say we can deploy this VM so on Azure itself. So in this case, we would actually do a test from Azure to the Microsoft 365 services. In case you do this, the services are quite close next to each other. So the probability that you catch network problems is quite low. So in this, instead, we recommend to use a different approach, or we actually deploy the collection VMs at different locations. Let's say you have 3 different locations from which you have internet breakouts. So we have Ohio, Ireland, and Sydney, for example. So from different locations, we can actually go and check the Microsoft 365 services to simulate our users or factories in those regions using a specific Microsoft 365 service. And the data which is then being collected is then loaded into via application insight and displayed in Azure Monitor. The data actually resides in log analytics, either in metrics or it resides in logs. Primarily, we actually use metrics due to the structure of data. So, for example, for performance data, log on performance data really to get my screen up again in case there's some questions. Yep. So, so really to upload the data there, to digest it, and to give you a good understanding of your Microsoft 360 service performance and availability. So these are really the key consideration on that side. The question is, like, obviously, once the data is in log analytics, how do you visualize it? So it's in the last years, the Azure Monitor has done quite significant development, and we have now workbooks available. We have other functionalities to actually build queries. But if you want to really build it your own, you can use the KQL, the Custom Query Language, to get the data out and build your own reports. And I'll show you a few examples in a moment. So, and we do support Azure Metric Explorer. So that is probably the easy way to access the data, which is there. And then we can do, again, workbook. And we have some examples there which like group the different dashboards together to get a good overview. And obviously data is also there to use in Power BI. So you could use in Power BI the data about all the availability and performance data of all the Microsoft 365 services to be used there. So let's have a look. Let me see. I think we get to a short live demo for now. So actually to I've got a board here, so we'll talk a bit about the concepts, what we do, what we can do, and now let's have a look at the Microsoft Azure portal. Right. Okay, let me just log in here again. So. All right, let me go to my resource groups here. All right, so I prepared the application inside, which is called NCC Demo. NCC Demo is like the demo virtual machine, which collects from a live cloud or tenant for Microsoft 365 the performance data. So, and here on the left side, we can now go, for example, to metrics. And we have various areas. We have live metrics. We have the availability, which has all been added over the last years here, especially for your VMs, also for VMware if you're running that on Azure. All this data is available in Log Analytics and can be used here for storing. So in the first item, you can actually pick a scope. We have pre-selected this here because I selected this application insight resource. But you could also pick different resources here to be used, where you can actually pull data into the Metric Explorer. Once you're in the Metric Explorer, we have different namespaces. So, and you see actually we have custom namespaces here. So you might wonder, how do you get custom namespaces in here? So, and there's the Application Insights API you can use to create your own scope. You can actually, if you're a .NET programmer writing C# code, it is really good API to add and bring data into this Log Analytics store to analyze data and really use this for APM, application performance management, to understand the performance of your application. We actually use this to bring the collected data in there. So, for example, let's assume we'd like to have some information about like Exchange Online. So we have an Exchange Online environment here with a number of users that are sending emails to each other. We like to understand how the availability is there. So for that, we added a number of metrics that are measured. Like, for example, we have a metric that checks the mailbox logon, and that's really like an interactive logon that is done from the collector mechanism. It's a .NET program that uses the Graph API to regularly log on to a certain mailbox and verify that the logon to that specific mailbox in your tenant is really working. So if we check that, we'll actually get just like a status information that logon is available. So it's just going to load here. So and verify that the logon is successful here. So as in all the other metrics explorers, you can pick a time frame here. So let's pick another one here. So we'll just see actually data is available here. So it comes in here. And you see actually that the values means like everything is fine. It gets data in there. We can actually do apply splitting, which makes sense here because we do have a number of different tenants. I suppose, yeah, we have three tenants here. So from 2 tenants, actually we get 5, which actually is significant. Everything is okay. And from 1 tenant, there's a problem. We can't actually log into the mailbox here. So that actually means that we can split this here and do like the data which comes in from all the 3 tenants. We can monitor here. So this is ideally be used for service provider. Let's say we have like a number of different tenants for our customers we like to monitor. We can actually get this data in here as well. But let's switch to another one. Let's say we're not only interested in the logon check if everything works, but we also like to see the latency, or how long does it take for the users to log in here. So we'll actually split this, and we actually see here data now, for example, that for one of the tenants, it takes a bit longer than the other one. So actually the reason for that is, if you wonder why is this different, there are 2 tenants. The Lab 77, the blue one you see here, is a hybrid tenant, which actually means that there's an ADFS server with an on-prem part, and there is for Lab 41, there's Azure AD only used. So all the passwords, everything is in Azure. So there's a direct login to Azure here. And the third tenant isn't working, so it doesn't give data back here in this case. So there are a lot of other metrics we collect, for example, like how long does it take to send emails, or if there are failures on a free busy check. That means if you check the calendar availability of another user, how long does it take? And then we have like also auto discover, and we can have a data center mailbox count, so we can have a look at that. So if you wonder like how many mailboxes are in each of those tenants, so we see the first has 23 and 15 and 5 different mailboxes set up, so that gives a bit of an overview. And if you have a larger environment, you can then split this out. There is a bit more data available. So if you, for example, pick now the let's like go back and say like how long does it take to send an email. So let's do the receive latency here. And so we first need to actually do a splitting. We have a splitting by tenant. So I'll take this out for now and apply a different splitting by object here. So we actually do have the free tenants again, and we should actually apply tenant as well. So we have the free tenants here, and there should be a different option to apply splitting here. The filter, property, object. Let me take the other ones out. There we go. So we see here, this is now the mail flow receive latency. You see that the mail flow from the one tenant is quite fast here. If you look at this tenant here, we'll see actually that the mail flows within 400 or 500 seconds. For the other, the mail flow is much longer. It takes typically 5 minutes to deliver an email. So eventually there's a problem which an alert, in this case an alert is created. We can see this here on the left side on the alerts. I'll go in a moment. So and the metrics are for mail flow latency alert if there's a problem on delivering emails. Let's go over to SharePoint here. So for SharePoint, we do, for example, upload or download tests. So we upload a file on a regular interval to understand like the response time here. So let me take out this again and apply splitting for like sites for different SharePoint sites here. And we have one site where we upload the data for, and so now the other sites come in there as well. So we have like a root site and a test site, so we can actually understand how long does it take to upload from an end user data to a specific site. And then if there's a problem, we could actually again create an alert here. Okay, so I won't go through all the different metrics we have here. What is eventually interesting is like to talk a bit about the Teams part. So for Teams availability, like we do like a chat test here, like to understand a bit how good is the chat functionality working. So let me also do a split by tenant here again. Apply this. So we have the two tenants. So and you see that the one tenant gives information on Microsoft Teams here, where we have the different data points. We could also look for this over a longer period of time. Let's say like a week later, so we can actually see how the chat performance, and this is actually measured in real. So actually there's a robot or like a bot actually doing some chats, and then basically it comes back and another bot is replying to that. All right. Cool. So let me show you, like, if you bring this all together into dashboard, how that would look. This would look. So let me go back to my home screen and just go to a dashboard here. So here to a dashboard. So here I split this also by region. As I said in the slides, the data can be also split by regions. Let's say, for example, you have the file upload of the SharePoint we just discussed from different locations. So one person sits in Ohio, one in Tokyo, and you want to measure their performance uploading files. So in this case, we see this here. How long does it take, and what's the end user experience? The same for Exchange Online. We have the mail flow latency, and also we have the same for Teams. So we can create a dashboard that actually gives us a one-stop overview of like how our performance in Microsoft Teams currently looks like, all within Microsoft Azure. Great. So let me switch back to my slides for a moment. Okay, great. So if you want to give this a try, so as I said, we are a sponsor here from the Cloud Summit, and I'm really happy that Simon and his whole team put this together. So we just want to highlight that we as a sponsor, basically we develop solutions that we provide for the customer base. So primarily this is the nice Active 365 monitor for Azure. You can find this on the marketplace. So you can jump onto the marketplace and look at that, and you'll find the details on that. So feel free to browse around that, and you can just like deploy it right from there also into your subscription. All right. So I talked a bit about the key features, right? So I can jump over that. So we do multi-tenant support. I think this is important for those, if you have a number of tenants you maintain, you can very easily use that environment and analyze your different tenants and get your information on your Microsoft 365 subscription. All right, so let's go on and talk a bit about Microsoft Teams. So when I showed you this earlier, the Azure Monitor and the extension we're adding there, you might have seen we don't really have call data, right? So you might want to understand like which users on your network having problems with Microsoft Teams, especially if you're working in a call center or so. You would like to understand like how much users are falling off or having a bad experience before they actually call you. Eventually they call you and they report there's a problem. So you want to actually to understand that. So let me actually see. Yeah, okay. So let me talk a bit about this. So how do we actually measure and monitor Microsoft Teams? For that, I think I just want to talk about this high-level architecture from Teams for a moment, so that you understand which different components are in there. So Teams is really probably the most complex service of the Microsoft 365 offering, and we have different clients here that talk to the services, and you see that there's the core Teams service, but this does not contain all the calling information, only parts from this. So still calling in a meeting is in this light blue component as well. If you're using the Teams telephony, that still is basically on the back end quite much based on the traditional Skype services, and which handle all the calling functions and telephony to the PSTN, and then integrate obviously in the Teams service. Each of these parts generate a lot of telemetry data, which flows into the telemetry data store. Obviously, if you do like send files, they're stored in OneDrive, there's chats, and there are calendars that goes to Exchange mailbox in here, so the Teams mailbox you might know. So there are a lot of really components, and everything goes to the telemetry data stores, including all the calls. So if you're on a Teams call, there's something called a Teams call record created. So these Teams call records all go into the telemetry store. And these Teams call records, they're very detailed. So you can, for example, understand for each team call, who started to call whom, who did participate in a meeting, what client did they use, from which location did they call, how long was their call time, what was their call experience. Call experience means like round trip times of packages. How much was the jitter, or the delay they had? Let's assume somebody is on a poor mobile network, on a poor Wi-Fi network with a lot of other users in there. You'll actually see that they're on that network and have a lot of problems. you can isolate problematic Wi-Fi hotspots within your enterprise you deploy eventually on site. A lot of users logging in there. It goes really deep into networking, and all this data is stored in the telemetry data store. So the question is now, how do you get it out of that? So so I just want to let you know, and give you some hints how to do that. So, and I've recorded a 1-hour session around that, so I don't want to go too deep into that. Just give you a couple of hints. So we created actually a Teams repository for that. Let me just check if I can get this to the chat here, because that is actually it's a closed repository, so you can just go there and download it from it. And this actually gives you the let me just get this here. Go. Simon, I'm just gonna put this into the chat. I hope this makes it across. So otherwise, I'll post this later also via Twitter here. So and I put it into the comments as well. So let's go here. Thanks. Perfect. So somebody posted it already. Thanks a lot for that. So you can clone this repository. You'll find a lot of cool stuff. Actually, how does it work? It's actually it's a Visual Studio project in the end you can build, and it's using the it's fully based on the Graph API and .NET Core. So it's using the Graph API and as well creates like a webhook into your Teams call record store. So it actually, as soon as a call finished, you'll get a notification, because the challenge is you need the Teams call record ID. And the Teams call record ID is only then published once a call record is stored into the telemetry store. And then you can actually retrieve the data, and via the Graph API call for like all the data you can get there. So it's really a lot. So and then you can actually take this call ID and retrieve the data. So but the challenge again to get this data. And what we have actually done is like we've just in the process of creating a Azure functions that runs within Azure continuously with a webhook to retrieve these call records and pushes them into a secondary database. So in this case, we're using CosmoDB. So we're putting those call records in there for analysis, because right now, although all the Teams call records are in the telemetry store, there's no way to query that. It's just like you can get the data, you can get the record, but you can't query or like do structured something like KQL on the telemetry store. That's not possible. Microsoft doesn't provide that feature. So you can't, for example, run a query, give me all the users, which yesterday had problems on Teams. But that's what we actually want. We want to know those users that yesterday at the call at 3 p.m. were really complaining, had problems. But we can do this if we take the call records out and putting it into a separate secondary data store. So that's what we basically do. And then we provide like the possibility to query that secondary data store and CosmoDB actually to get this out from there. So but the solution we have here on GitHub is actually similar. So it basically just pulls off the data, and it's up to you to actually analyze it. The data is also available in the Teams in Microsoft Teams. So I'll actually show you this in a moment. So let me go over here, and you will need to go to the Microsoft 365 admin portal. I'll just go over to that. Probably might need to log in again. Okay. Right. Okay, just a second. So I'm probably not going to show this. I'm just logged into the wrong tenant. Sorry about that. And if you have a few minutes left, I can show you this. But if you go to the Teams Admin Center, you actually have in the Teams Admin Center also the possibility to look at the data. but it's limited. It's not having the full data set. Only with this program we publish here, you can receive the full data and bring it into your own data store. All right. Okay, but there's a full session I recorded on that. So if you're interested, let me know and I'll send you the link. So I answered most of those questions why these call records are of interest, actually. So if you have any of those questions, the team's call records are the answer. So which users have the lowest user experience and why? The team's call records tell you. Or which teams are not used for a long time, or which have the most heavy use? Please give me the list and a report of those. Again, Teams call records, that's where all the information is about, because if you do not find a Teams call record for Teams, let's say for 6 months, Teams is not going to be used for any data. So, yeah, this is the architecture of the application. So this is the client basically, and on the other side we have the you need to create an Azure service principal for that. It's explained to that, or it's pretty self-explanatory, where you can actually create the service principal in Azure AD, and then which pulls actually the Microsoft 365 data from the resources via the public endpoint. Yeah, if you don't want to go through the pain of building all this yourself, feel free to go to the Azure Marketplace and use our solution to bring this together. We're getting towards the end of the session today, so I think there are some questions I'd like to answer before we come to an end here. So let me check here. Yeah. So there's a question: can we integrate Azure dashboards from Azure Monitor to Microsoft Teams and send notifications via Outlook? Yes, that's possible. So you can do that. There is this is standard practice. So you could actually, if you go in the Azure portal, you can actually go to alerts and define an alert, and through the alert you can provide an endpoint. There are also community solutions available that can pull alerts directly into Microsoft Teams and publish this via Team. If there are any additional questions, let me know. I think with this, I'm pretty much at the end. So feel free to reach out to our website. If you have questions, we publish on our website also the past recordings we did. And we are really committed to actually giving also solutions to the community. So although we're a small company, right? So we have a lot of customers around the world, but we also see ourselves also like contributing to the community and talking to the community. If you have a specific requirement for an application or a solution you want to solve, please feel free to contact me. With this, I thank a lot Simon for hosting, and the whole team from the Cloud Summit. And with that, thank you, and back to you, Simon.
That was a great session, Christian, and definitely a promising product that you have at Nice IT Management Solutions. I did see you answer the question. There's one more question coming in is, can we, it says, with the current setup, we can only see 30 days of old data, but is it possible to view 1 year old data for dashboard? I believe that should be possible.
Yes, exactly. Like the data is migrated over to Log Analytics for longer term data. So you can also get it out from that. It all depends on your skills on writing the KQL typically and pulling the data out of that. So this is actually a big ask from the community. And if you go to the user voice, there's always a challenge like, where is the data stored? And most interesting is, nobody asked that question actually. How do I need to pay for this? For storing the metric data? And the question is no. And sometimes I wonder if Microsoft forgot about this, but there's actually no plan you need to have, because the application insight data, which we have here, is associated to application insight. So only once you move the data to Log Analytics, then you have a plan for that. But as long as you have the 30-day data in your metric data store, there's, even if it's custom metric store, there's no plan. This is just comes with your resource along. So so even in this deployment, which has monitoring since since quite a lot of resources, there's nothing that comes with it, because the Azure Monitor metrics, the metric store, do not have like a plan. I guess at one point this will be changed, but right now there's no cost that incurs from storing the metric data in Azure Monitor.
Perfect. Looks like people really like your session. Ram says really nice session. Christian, Karanveer says great session. And yeah, I think as a sponsor, right? I've dropped a link in the comments, so definitely you can go ahead and check it out. Their product, also the GitHub URLs and everything that's needed, and all their URLs are in the description also, just in any case you miss it. Let's see what we have. That was great session, Christian. Very crisp. Anything you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
So nothing specific. So really thank you for hosting this here, and wish everybody a great day, and stay tuned, and thanks for putting it on.
Yeah, Christian, I really thank you and your team for supporting this event. Really appreciate it. We'd love to have you back next year, maybe in person or online once again. So yeah, take good care of yourself. It's a Monday. I really appreciate it. Have a nice week. Ta-ra. Bye. Take care.
Yep. Bye.
All right. That was a great session by Christian, by one of our sponsors. Nice IT management solution. Definitely go ahead and check out the solution. You can find their product links in the chats and also in the description, and also the GitHub URLs that we did drop in the comments. Having said that, it's time to move to our next session. That's by Shibo. Shibo is a CTO at Cirrus Labs. Once again, they are the partners for this event, and Shibo is going to talk about 6 things which he learned from cloud migration. And as you all know, cloud migration, as I did tell in the past, cloud migration is one of the topics that people have people were really willing to learn while we took the registration. So yeah, put on your seat belts, as this is going to be a great session, and let's welcome Shibo. Hi Shibo, welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for having us. So we are really happy to be part of this whole Azure Summit at this point of time. So this is a good avenue for sharing our thoughts and what we learned as we do our cloud migrations. So
I really want to thank you and your team, Shibo, for supporting this event. We really appreciate it. Shell has been a part of our events a lot. He always supports us in any way possible. So really happy to host you today. I'm really looking forward for your session on cloud migration. If you want to share your screen, you can do that, or maybe you can. How would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, so I'm going to share some slides, and I think I might not take the whole time, but I want to share some real thoughts on what we did on cloud migration. So let me go and put up some slides. I'm trying to find.
I see you're inside StreamYard. Now you have moved to presentation. Okay. Everybody else, I've added it to the stream. Everybody else can see it. And next, whatever time you need is all yours.
Thanks, Simon. So 6 things which I learned with cloud migration. So let me go ahead and introduce myself. I think this is probably, and my company, the company called Cirrus Labs, Shell and others you might have already met. We are a small boutique firm which actually primarily talks in the Azure space as an Azure partner. We are a gold partner with Azure, especially our core capabilities in the company. We actually spend a lot of time in cloud migrations, cloud strategy, cloud engineering, and cloud automation. And along with automation, DevOps is actually one of our core strengths. We have a lot of team members who actually are DevOps certified, and then working with various consulting groups as well as clients, actually trying to build a whole pipeline on the DevOps side. Software development, on-site, offshore, testing strategies, and other 2 tools where we are also pretty strong in Agile area, where Agile and Atlassian area, where we actually come in and do some coaching as well as laying out the Agile frameworks. So just a quick intro about me. I'm actually the CTO and head of technology for Cirrus Labs. I'm also a Forbes technical council member. just from the last few years, been 20 plus years in this industry, I've done a lot of cloud strategy, especially for Fortune 100 and Fortune 50 companies. Built cloud strategy for large enterprises moving to cloud. 30 plus large enterprise scale, that means probably 1,000 plus servers, 30 plus of them which I could personally be part of. Cloud management tools, so that is something which we have built in-house and also started using in the client. We use that primarily for migrations, and it's actually as an accelerator for us. So it's actually a cloud management platform which already builds in, has all the built-in visuals of how do we do automation, etc. Optimization has been a new trend. I think most of the payloads are actually in the cloud. Now there is a new thrust on optimization of cloud. For example, what is a cloud cost going to look like, right, as we go across? And we'll talk more on it. I'm also personally certified in multi-cloud, so Azure certified as well as other cloud certified as well. So that's just a quick introduction on mine. I have a few slides, and I'm just going to share some thoughts on how we have been doing our migration journey. So I want to start with this, and I think this is probably a quick thought on perspectives, actually. So if you ask a question, maybe I know this is not interactive, but if you ask a question, how was your recent flight, especially with all the COVID and everything going on, everybody has different answers. Some people are still scared to fly at this point of time. When we were doing consulting, we probably used to travel pretty frequently. And now things are changed, drastically changed. So the passenger experience is completely different. And let's take a step ahead of time, right? So if we look at it two perspectives, right? As a passenger, always when you talk about a flight, you always will say, okay, I have good leg space, took off at the right time. When the flight is delayed, normally we get frustrated. But that's pretty normal. I mean, that's actually how some of the flight, the quality of flight, etc. We keep on measuring it, right? Was it a smooth flight? I got my bags, and my mask. People were actually everybody was wearing masks, etc. But if you change the perspective to from a passenger to a pilot, right? So what is their perspective, right? When you actually taking a flight off the ground. If you ask a pilot, how was your recent flight, they have a completely different perspective. They have, I went through my checklist, I actually made sure I checked the plane before on the ground, it took off, this completely different perspective, right? When you look at a passenger, they have a different perspective. A pilot will have a different perspective. And that is actually goes along with as a cloud migration project too. And we've found this very interesting is everybody in the horizon of a cloud migration has different perspectives. We talk about leadership, and let's talk about leadership a bit. I think being heavily engaged with cloud strategy, you have to interact with leadership. And their perspective is to actually sometimes move fast, cloud first, all this good terminology comes into picture, right? You talk to a cloud vendor, their perspective is different. They want to actually understand, what is your business problem? I want to understand which all services in their catalog is fitting to that business problem, and they actually go from there. If you go to a cloud in an enterprise company, and most of these enterprises, either, I've been working with a company, which is actually a huge healthcare company, who was hacked, and they had 3 legal teams to go actually interact before you make a decision on how the cloud is, any application going to move to cloud. So there is a legal team, there's a perspective on that. They're not technical, they actually have to put their 2 cents in, because when the application gets hacked on the cloud, that is the first team which they're going to be engaged with, right? Then there's a cloud engineering team, right? A cloud engineering team who wants to think more technical, right? They want to actually understand, how do I migrate these things to the cloud, right? What are the things which needs to be happening on the cloud? Then you have a cloud operations team, which has a completely different perspective. You guys actually done the migration. How am I going to take it? How are we going to run it, right? And in between all of this, we have a development team, which has a completely different perspective. So if you look at it, right, just like the pilot and the passenger, In a cloud migration project, this is not the entire list of stakeholders. I know there's security, there's actually other team members here, but this is not the entire list, but every team has a perspective. And that makes a cloud migration more complex than any other application development. So this is the complexity which we are dealing with for every customer at this point of time. This is the complexity when you start talking to the leadership, to the cloud operations team, to the app dev team, to the cloud engineering team. They have different perspectives we need to actually be by. So some of the learnings which I had from all this, so we have done all these enterprise level migrations, is I have 6 learnings which I just want to walk that through, right? So some of this might be helpful to you, but I think just to give you what we could understand and probably what we would focus on when we do the next migration. First learning is cost. Important question, right? Everybody wants to understand what is the ROI on cloud migration, right? You ask from the leadership is, okay, I have this much budget happened for 2020, 2021. What is that? If I move into the cloud, is that budget going to be double, budget going to be less? What is the cost? If I ask a development team, okay, how much does it cost? If I ask an operations team how much it's going to be costing to maintain, the first thing which is we need to define is cost. It's probably a slightly different perspective because it's everybody start talking about cloud technologies and everything. But I think the way we looked at it from when we did all this migration, one of the biggest learning we have is cost. And I'll share some of the examples which we have seen, and cost is a very important part of it. Second is security. There is, everybody has to understand when you move to cloud, there have to be, there's actually a level of, for example, in Azure Cloud, they give us, there's a security layer which has been there, which has been well built. And there is actually, when an application moves on top of that, they have a shared responsibility, right? So security, transferring data from on-premise to cloud, transferring data applications from on-premise to cloud, transferring applications and data from cloud to cloud, being a hybrid cloud. All of this has security ramifications. How do we manage security? It's a huge challenge, especially another company which I work with, and that company had just migrating a small application, a hello world application, because of the security hurdles they had. It took around 3 to 4 months to just get that security hurdle to understand what needs to happen to actually take a small hello world application to cloud. Migration strategy, right? Everybody has variations of migration strategy. I'm not repeating. There's actually 6 R's we talk about every time, every page has it. But what is the migration strategy which you need as inside your company, right? Always there's a question of what do we do with this application? How do you migrate? So there's some learnings around it. The communication is the next one, right? Communication is important because there is different stakeholders in this particular puzzle. The time delay which we have seen between these migration projects is communication. The left hand does not talk to the right hand at the right time. And that actually delays the process. Automation is a must in cloud migration. And we have some learnings which we did learn from the cloud journeys we had. Culture, it's a very important piece. Everything which we talk about actually boils down to the culture. If the culture of the company, you need to have a different cultural mindset to move to the cloud. And that is an important learning which we learned as we defined migration strategy. It's not a technical document, it's not a cloud migration. It's actually more on what is the culture of the company and how are you going to transform that culture to be cloud ready. So I'm going to go through this pretty quickly on the 6 learnings which I had and our company had, and that should help most of you as you make your cloud journey going forward. So cost. So everything which you have to understand is cloud costing is different, right? So when you have an on-premise cloud, when you actually was talking about on-premise cloud, you had CapEx. So that means people will sit together, understand what was the budget for the cloud, what was the budget for that server, how many servers you required, what rack you have to get, how do you lay it out. Most of that takes around 6 months or 3 to 6 months in big enterprise to get some hardware onto the data center, right? And that was CapEx. I mean, there is some operational cost, but CapEx was actually the highest one, right? You shift that dimension from CapEx to OpEx right now, right? You're not looking at buying a hardware on the cloud, right? You're actually looking at, okay, operational cost on the cloud. How much is going to take by minute, sometimes by second, what does that service is going to cost? It's a different cost mindset, right? Your OpEx is going to be higher than your CapEx is going to be, right? It was completely different before, now it is different here. So that is a different mindset because it takes some time for the finance and the accounting team to actually understand. Now we have a different way to actually have, because the books are in big enterprises or in small or medium enterprises, they have a way of costing, right? They have a financial way of costing. And that was actually not changed for years right now. Now we come with cloud, the costing has to start catching up. So it's a CapEx versus OpEx scenario. The second most common question which has been asked to us is, what should be the TCO, right? What is the total cost of ownership if I move this application to cloud, right? How do you address that? What are the monthly costs you're going to see? What is the compute cost you have to see, right? And if you look at the costing on the cloud side, it is not friendly also, right? You have region-based costing, you have compute-based costing, you have disk storage-based costing. It is complex, right? And this is a classic example. There's a company which is a huge company, which is an enterprise level company, mapping around 8,000 applications to cloud at this point of time. And that 8,000 applications to cloud, they are already in the journey. They actually have done around 1,500 of them in the last 2 years. And they've been taking exactly what they had on-premise and moved to cloud most of the time. And if you look at the costing, is when they looked at the budget numbers, it is moving to cloud cost them more than what they had for on-prem. Okay, right now the numbers are around 182% more than what they had on on-prem. Why is that? Right, because we didn't learn, and the answer to it is very simple. I mean, it's not like cloud is costly than on-prem. Right now, for that company, cloud is really costly than on-prem. But the answer to it is, if you want to reduce cost, we have not done anything on the cloud to actually reduce cost, right? We just transferred what they had on-premise on their data center and then moved to the cloud. Cloud has a different way of costing. That costing has to be understood, so then it makes sense. So here are some few tips, and I'm just going through some of the tips which we have. One is building visibility, right? So before the migration pods get built up and understand, one of the things which we consciously do is to create a quick dashboard for costing. Put all the elements of what we know at that point of time before migration on a quick dashboard, right? Continue to actually add to the dashboard, right? So everybody, from the leadership to the developer to the engineer, right? Understand that when you make a decision on the cloud side, you can go look at the dashboard and say, okay, does it add $100? Does it actually add $10, right? You have to have that visibility to the cost. Organize and monitor. This is actually using App Insights. You can actually have different set of tools which we have, but labeling every resource, tagging every resource. Azure actually has a cost calculator. We'll talk about that a bit, but that is important, right? Defining value versus cost. Moving to cloud is not going to be cost efficient initially. It is more value and flexibility. And that is a different equation which we need to make sure the top leadership understands and also the engineers understand, right? Value versus cost. Usage optimization, and that actually has direct implications. For example, if I'm going to run my scripts or put my server up and running all through 24/7, right? There is cost every minute, right? But you could have easily suspend the server. We can actually monitor, okay, if the usage is not there, I could actually suspend or stop some of the servers. So that means the cost actually doesn't go up. There are threshold limits available, right? did we actually put the threshold limits to that particular costing? Pricing optimization. There's actually a pricing strategy which you can actually think about. And one of the important things which we have is automated budget guardrails. I told about thresholds, right? So if we actually add an automation on that threshold for budget, so example is I can't spin more than 3 pods in my Kubernetes cluster, an AKS cluster, and I might have a budget control or a script which was written there. It is more than 3, then an alert goes back to the leadership saying, okay, we have a cost increase. Can I just go ahead and approve it? So this is automation, right? So that means I actually have a conscious, so somebody is not going to spin up like 10 pods just for a science experiment and then come back, right? So this is cost conscious decisions we have to make when you go up to the cloud. So that's actually number one on the learning on costing. Pricing calculator, we talked about that, a quick amount of pricing calculators, and this is important. Now what we do is we take the data from here, put it on the dashboard as Azure recommendations, right? We will also add other stuff on the dashboard, but at the end of the day, you have a consolidated pricing calculator. You can actually go anytime when you do it. This should be a habit. This should be a habit of going to the pricing calculator, understanding the cost, and then putting it in your dashboard. Second learning is security, right? This is very important because most of it, there's a fact. I mean, there's actually a fact is 80% of the breaches involve weak or stolen credentials. Security is important because this is when we did some of the work for a big enterprise, we spin up a lot of servers. Every day, we used to get reports that this particular server has been hacked. Right? We actually be monitoring, let's say if we have 10 servers, it might be all sandboxes right now, but even though it's a sandbox, we knew that this particular account is compromised. This particular account is compromised. So we can immediately, I mean, there are a lot of ways we can actually immediately proactively do some sort of a tuning around it and say, okay, maybe there might be somebody might have pushed a code out there which has completely opened up. It might be still a sandbox, but it is important to understand that you are going to be hacked, right? That is a key. We have to understand that our security posture is that if you are going to cloud, you are going to be hacked. If you go with that mindset, then it's easy to define, okay, if I'm going to be hacked, I would like to prevent everything which is going out there, right? So then also other stuff, right? Complex environments, multi-cloud, lack of visibility, access insecurity. For example is, do I give, if I ask an engineer, one of the common requests is I need to have root access to everything, right? Because I want to try it. But if I ask the operations team, I mean, that's not possible. So this privileges, what privilege do I assign to this team? What privilege should I assign to other teams? It's important questions. One of the things which I like about Azure is Azure Advisor. I don't know whether everybody has seen that, but this is a quick example, right? There's actually, if you turn up Azure Advisor on your accounts, you see something like this dashboard, right? There are security part of it, reliability here. But this actually is important that somebody take a look at it as we go along. And this was actually a quick review of every week. We used to have this review, sometimes more frequent, but we used to have a review of what is Azure recommendations used to be, right? Azure Advisor, what is that Azure Advisor recommendation used to be? So that means if there's a security issue which needs to be done, what can be done proactively to fix it? And this gives you a good guiding indicator for your security posture, but this should not be everything. That's actually the initial set of recommendations, but the most important thing is to build a lot of guardrails which actually prevents what we are doing from the landing zone standpoint. How do we fix security? Vendor, right? We need to pick the right vendor, and Azure already has a lot of inbuilt security tools. Vendor is important. Training users. Security is not an afterthought, right? You have to have Azure cloud security training, right? This is important that you understand what is privilege means, what is role access means. You know, it looks good when you look at from a console standpoint, but when you start assigning this to different users, you need to understand what does those mean. What should be a password policy, even if for an application level, right? What do I do with multi-factor authentication? Can I put a strong password policy? How do I protect my endpoints, right? How do I secure my endpoints? Especially when you have large data set going to the cloud. One example which I can give you is when we are doing for another company where we have 400 petabytes of data which goes to the cloud, we have to strip out everything which is actually there is actually name, address, all that, right? And then we used to do a key name, key value type of thinking. And there are now tools available. This is actually probably a few years ago, where we actually started to go through a different layer, filter it, and make sure any data which goes before it reaches to the cloud and does not have, or if you have a value which is actually like a PI type of value, it is encrypted, etc. So there are tools available right now which can use, which you can actually starting to filter that even from on-prem standpoint and then push it to the cloud. So protecting endpoints is important. Tools and strategy, CASB, right? Use security tools to actually make your life simpler. Third one is migration strategy, right? There's actually a study that 74% of the companies who have moved application to the cloud, I mean, this probably is slightly higher, but has also started thinking to put it back on premises, right? Why does migrations fail, right? One is nothing to do with technology, it's adoption, right? There is actually very heavy resistance on adoption. People have been used to a certain way of doing stuff, right? When I move to cloud, it's a completely different paradigm. And then when I move to the cloud, we have to make sure our users actually also have that adoption mindset. Team knowledge, cloud skills issue, right? There's a lot of cloud skills. I mean, we don't have the skills to actually migrate to cloud. That's a normal enterprise issue. There's a lot of learning involved. Some other thing is licenses, right? I have this on-premise license. Can I just transfer that same license to the cloud? This is a vendor question, but some of the vendors will allow it. Some of the vendors will not, right? So you have to understand, for example, SQL Server, definitely there is licenses going up. But there are some tools which is not possible, depending on your application, right? Security, lack of automation. So one of the basic things which we start when we do it is called a benefits assessment, right? You have to answer this question: what are the strategic benefits to moving into Azure Cloud, right? Why do you really want to move to cloud? Is it quantitative? Is it qualitative, right? Is it because I want to have increased agility? Is it because I want to have increased performance, right? Is it because I want to have increased innovation? None of this actually talks about cost, right? Because cost is not something you have to be decreasing cost, right? That's not the equation. It's either increasing agility for your market to expand, etc., or increasing performance of an application, or increasing innovation. If you look at that, if you really classify why you really need to go to cloud, this is a good example to actually think through. And this assessment helps us, the company, to figure out, okay, maybe if I'm increasing innovation, I need to figure out the innovation data sets which needs to go to cloud rather than pushing everything to cloud. So planning better, understanding cost, starting small, and that's an important thing. Starting small in the sense, like, I'm not saying that you can actually always play in the sandbox, create your own accounts, but when you start with a component or a module and then move that to cloud, right? You're creating what is called an anchor move. It's an anchor move at that point of time. Sometimes you want to move the exact application as it is to the corresponding Azure cloud, or we actually, let's say if I have re-engineering the application, I might just not change a lot in the application, but sometimes I want to actually refactor the whole thing. I want to actually take this application, go into containers, for example. This is all important, right? This is all important, but you start small, right? Start small, bring the right talent, and identify and automate. And there's a lot of things in the pipeline. If there's a lot of repeated tasks in the pipeline which you can automate, right? So you automate every part of it so that it is easy, so that it does not, you manage by exceptions, right? So if there's an exception happening, okay, we manage, the engineering team is going to manage it. But if you manage it by trying to do it manually, it's going to take a long time for migrations. Communication is a pretty important aspect of this whole puzzle, right? So communication is what we have seen is there's an endless science experiments with cloud. I mean, this is actually, change is always difficult. So what we have seen with teams when we start engaging with different teams is, okay, let's do this, let's take a small application to the cloud, and then let's see how that is, right? That's going to take 3 months. Then you actually say, okay, this is not working, let's wait. So a small migration, a change from where you're on-prem to cloud, that project gets extended at this point of time to actually become like a long science experiment, right? So, and what happens is when maybe the development team wants to do it, and the network team and the engineering team is not on board, right? Everybody needs to understand why it is, right? This is a huge factor which we have learned in our experience is communicating between stakeholders, making sure we have the right strategy end to end. So what we do is to create a center of excellence for cloud, is where we go in. When we create the center of excellence, we have each of the stakeholders in that to have a seat there, right? Otherwise, this will not move, right? You can't actually have an organization to move to cloud unless you have a stakeholders which can actually communicate well between their parts of the system. And that and the reason for that is they have always that the systems which they have been working, it's all familiar, right? They don't have to move it. Now there's a mandate to move it. That's why they're looking at it, right? Sometimes the mandate comes from the top. Sometimes the mandate comes from the marketplace. But they are familiar with what they have, and it's very hard to start driving end-to-end movement to the cloud. You know, the engineers, if you ask an engineer to go do the thing, they are excited. They actually go and run with it. But that same excitement might not be there for security teams. That same excitement might not be there for the networking teams. We need to make sure it is all aligned so that we can move to cloud. Automation is a huge one, right? Something which we have seen right now in the last few years is a trend on hybrid cloud, right? Hybrid cloud brings a lot of complexity. So example is, I want to be Azure, I want to be in AWS. I have a client which actually is in Azure, AWS, Google, and in IBM Cloud. And they have a multi-cloud posture. So Azure being the main one, there are other clouds which actually does bit. So now become a hybrid cloud. How do you automate across cloud, right? I know we can talk about Terraform, but we can talk about being native, right? I'm not talking about which tool is better. Every tool has pros and cons, but you have to think about when a hybrid cloud, the larger the real estate you have, it's going to be more complex. Understanding that complexity and then planning for it is important. So what to automate, right? It is important to understand why we need to automate, right? If for example, if there's a scenario that this particular application or a component of the application has frequent releases, automate that, right? That is repeated tasks, automate that. But if it is only touched one time, spending enough energy to actually automate it is not going to help. You probably have a cloud native script which you can actually run, right? Scaling definitely is automate that, right? At the end of the day, you have to think about how to build for reuse, right? When you even simple things which you're actually doing, how can I make sure that you have the variables externalized so that you can actually do it for reuse? So this is actually a DevOps tool chain which we have used for ADO, for Azure DevOps, right? This is automation end-to-end. And this is for an application lifecycle, right? When you are talking about source code repository, continuous integration, there's a lot of learnings from this, right? We have, for example, one of our customers right now, we are trying to take this to the next level. What we meant by that is basically making this all as modular pipelines. So for ADO, right, there's a lot of ADO pipelines there, and then there's an opportunity, for example, to add extensions. So when we start building, for example, an application group A is building something, we'll actually try to figure out, okay, what can be put in an extension so that another team can actually use it, right? So modular wise, you can actually divide and then put that, okay, so the ADO extensions for the next team, they can actually use that from the extension path and then plug into their ADO pipeline. So this is how we start looking at, for example, scanning engines, right? How do I create an API around the scanning engines, like so that, you know, when they plug in, it can be used by anybody in the company, right? So this is again built for reuse. The last one is, sorry, I'm going back, is culture, right? The road to cloud success starts with a change of culture. And I think it's very important, right? Some of them, but one of the things which we have heard is, okay, trying it too aggressively. There's a lot of companies who wants to go to the cloud, right? It's a bandwagon. Everybody's going to the cloud. Okay, let's follow that path, right? They create cloud first policy because it's a new technology. Okay, let's go. But I think one thing which we have learned is cloud is not for everything. There are certain products, okay, you don't want to actually go to cloud. It's not going to help you to actually do much on the cloud, right? So there's an important thing we have to differentiate is which applications, which is our portfolio, which needs to move to cloud. Why it should move to cloud. Answer those fundamental questions. Then it makes sense to actually help with the cloud migration strategy and the culture. Once you understand, once you get your stakeholders in, then it makes sense to actually have a very effective cloud journey going forward. To conclude, this is a good quote. Cloud is not about what you do computing, right? Sorry, not where you do computing. It's how you do computing, right? It's important that to understand that cloud is definitely a change of what we think right now. Azure Cloud has been very mature. If you look at the amount of services which Azure Cloud has, it's mind-boggling, right? But it is how you use that services which makes a difference. It is not whether you go to cloud, right? How you use each one of those services. For example, which disk storage to use, which compute to use, which API to use, right? Those will actually define how your cloud journey is going to be. If you're picking something for this application which is completely does not have the skills, does not have it, it's going to take a longer time, right? So understand that how you do computing in cloud makes a difference of doing cloud migration. So with that, that's my end of the slides. I think maybe questions may be coming in.
Thank you, Shibo. That was absolutely great. Some of the great learnings that you have had throughout your journey of the cloud migration, you did share it. And I believe definitely everyone who's watching get to learn a lot, especially when you shared the case-based scenarios when you wanted to move a company to the cloud, but it was anyway very expensive for them. Also, you talked about how cost plays a vital role and also the culture in the company. So definitely a lot of learnings there. If you don't have any questions, let's see. Serveraran says, Shibo, very good informative session on cloud migration. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And people are saying thanks for session, Shibo. Any final thing, Shibo, you want to plug in, maybe about your company, maybe Statis Labs, or what you guys do over there? Anything on that part?
I think things which we do as in the company, right? I'll share some thoughts there. Is we are a cloud consulting company which actually has foundation with agility, right? So we try to make sure every migration which we have is an agile way of doing things. So we have that mindset, and when we try to migrate for the cloud, doing all these cloud migrations, right? The important takeaway is plan ahead of time, right? I think that helps us as a company to actually move ahead of time in making the migration to be successful. So definitely we have a lot of talent in our company, and definitely talk to us if you have questions on the cloud, and we'll be happy to engage. We have a model of how to engage for every migration. So please reach out back to us, and then we can have a good discussion. If you just want to have a second opinion on how do you do migration on the cloud, feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shibo. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's Monday and people are really busy, so I really appreciate it for you and your company supporting the event. Have a nice week ahead, and we'd love to have you back in other events that we do. Bye. Take care. Have a nice day and a week.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks for coordinating.
Bye. Right, with that session of Shibo, where you did learn some of the best practices and for cloud migration, it's time we move to the part 2 of Cloud Summit. But before we do that, as always, I have a giveaway to do. And I have lost the power. So I've lost the power at my place. I have to do it ASAP. ASAP. All right, so here's the one. And I quickly want to tell everyone, but please join here now. Please join here. I've dropped the link. Please join here. It's super important. Join here. Then I'll see you. Right, let's see who wins it. Who wins Cloud Summit swag kit for part 1 in the count of 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Please join over here. Please join over here. That's super important. We stop this streaming in just about a minute. Let's see who wins it. Let's see who wins it. Cloud Summit. Oh my goodness. Venkata Subba Rao. Congratulations, Venkata. He's a C# MVP. Congratulations, Venkata. Take a screenshot of this. Drop us an email at simon@azuresummit.live and we'll make sure that we ship you the goodies next month. Having said that, that was it in this part 1 of day 8 Cloud Summit 2021. We'll see you in the part 2 in just about 20 minutes. Here's a quick commercial break from our sponsors and we'll see you in a bit.
Life in operations. It's a mix of planned and unplanned work. Operators frequently find themselves getting interrupted with an endless stream of tickets, often for doing the same things over and over again, and those tickets are often escalations to yet another team. Resolving these tickets leads ops teams to searching documentation and runbooks, looking for steps to complete routine procedures. Hopefully, the docs are up to date and the operator has access, and they don't make a mistake. And of course, that the business can afford to wait. Wouldn't it be great if there was a better way? What the operators really need is their runbooks to be automated. Here's where Rundeck can help. Rundeck by PagerDuty is a leading solution for runbook automation. Customers use Rundeck to delegate automation to the right people in the organization. Now users get self-service access to operations that previously only subject matter experts could perform. Rundeck automates IT workflows and processes, replacing the previously manual procedures found in documentation. Rundeck doesn't replace existing automation. It makes existing automation, scripts, and commands more secure, auditable, and safe to run. Rundeck is a central hub for automation, connecting key tools and infrastructure in operations workflows. Rundeck helps teams resolve incidents quicker, avoid interruptions, and get more done, all while ensuring things are locked down and remain compliant. First responders are empowered to resolve incidents themselves instead of escalating, minimizing disruptions and reducing outage time. Operators become more productive. Developers stay focused. IT users can solve problems for themselves with the click of a button. Rundeck customers regularly see 60% shorter incidents, escalations cut in half, and 15 to 20% increase in productivity. Sign up for a demo today.
Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. We get it. You were hoping that PowerShell would save your day, but you figured out that it is not user-friendly for non-experienced colleagues. Managing the increased demand on IT is a growing challenge, and running scripts manually is still very time-consuming and complex. Welcome to Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. Script Runner runs on PowerShell scripts. It combines everything you need to efficiently manage and automate your complex IT infrastructure. With Script Runner, you'll be able to make it easy for your team to perform administrative tasks without any knowledge of PowerShell, have a transparent overview on all PowerShell activities, and most importantly, free up your IT resources for more relevant tasks such as innovation and development. Download your free trial now and unlock the power of PowerShell.